Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku chosen by White Dragon Emperor and fell for Rias? This story is Green Knight of Kuoh by GamerGG7267. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. Tamashiro Kazumi paced down the pathway, her neatly cut black hair swaying with every step she took. Her gray briefcase swung back and forth with every motion she made. The foul smell of sewage filled her nostrils, causing her to close her vibrant brown eyes and scrunch her face up in discomfort. Out of every place her husband could have set up his base. Why did it have to be in the sewers? She always asked him, and every time the answer was the same. No one will come down here. Sure, no one would go down there, but the smell was atrocious. Every time she came down there, she had to resist the urge to throw up. Tamashiro put her fingers over her nose and closed it shut, blocking any odor from entering her nostrils. She continued walking through the sewer until she stopped right in front of a gray, unassuming door with a keypad on it. Peeking over her shoulder to make sure no one was following or watching her, she put in a combination and entered the door. Not noticing a pair of blue eyes watching her from within the shadows, Nakajima Kazumi ran his hand through his graying hair and squinted at the piece of paper he was reading. He patiently awaited his wife's arrival. He looked around the small makeshift office he'd made. A bunch of computers were in the corner, reading off energy scans. A table filled with files rested near the door, and in the center of it all was a chair with a headpiece connected to the computers. He took a sip of his tea when he heard the sound of high heels click from outside his office. He smiled and looked up to the door to see his wife enter the room. "Good evening, sweetie," he greeted. His smile dropped when he saw his wife's frustrated expression. "Tammy, what's wrong?" he asked, using the nickname he gave her on their first date. "I've collected the files," she said, holding up the briefcase and placing it on the desk. She held out her hand and a pair of circular glasses manifested in her hand. "I've scanned everyone, and I could only find 784 possible transfers that are compatible with this world," she claimed. Nakajima smiled. "Well, that's good, isn't it?" he asked. 784 was a lot of possible candidates. But the look on his wife's face told him that something was wrong. How many would survive the transfer? He hesitantly asked. Tamashiro sighed while opening her briefcase. She walked over and placed a folder down on his desk. She looked into her eyes, and he could see just from her gaze. It wasn't good. He opened up the folder and looked at a picture of a smiling green-haired boy, only one. Nakajima placed his hand on his forehead and sighed. "God damn it." He cursed. "How powerful is he?" he asked his wife. "From the files I've been able to collect, he's incredibly powerful," Tamashiro said. She noticed her husband raise an eyebrow and added, "He's not powerful enough to block your sacred gear, but he'll get butchered if we send him here." She explained, "He isn't strong enough to face it." Nakajima lowered his head and pounded his fist on his desk. If they were to succeed, they would need someone capable of stopping the evil plaguing their world. And he was the only one with a high chance. "That's it. Could I see the document?" Nakajima asked. Tamashiro handed it over and Nakajima opened it up and read over his powers. He quickly reached over and grabbed a pen before writing something in. Tamashiro's eyes widened as she saw what her husband was doing. "You can't do that, Jima. That's only lowering the chances of him surviving and raising the chance of something going wrong," she argued. "If we don't want this world to be destroyed, we need to take risks," Nakajima replied, placing the pen down on the table and standing up. He passed the note over to Tamashiro. "What's the percentage of survival and successful transfer?" he asked. Tamashiro summoned her sacred gear and placed the glasses over her eyes. Suddenly her vision was clouded with what seemed to be millions of screens in front of her eyes. They were all too small to see, but every little bit of information. But this time, she didn't need the bigger picture. She focused in on the green-haired boy and clutched the file tightly in her hand. Nakajima watched as his wife slowly unclutched the file and took off her glasses before they disappeared in a flash. She held her hand up to her head and winced. He immediately went over to a drawer and pulled out some migraine medication before handing it to her with his cup of tea. She took a sip and swallowed the bitter pill before looking up to her husband. "Thank you," she smiled gratefully at her husband. He had an 87% chance of survival. But with the change you want to make, it's now 50%. So it's now gone down to a coin flip, Nakajima muttered. But that's not all. Tamashiro interrupted, causing him to look up at her. The chance of a successful rate was 68%. But now it's 40%. She claimed. If we bring him here, we have no clue what changes could be made to his body or mind, she warned. Well, that's just a chance we'll have to take, Nakajima responded. Are you sure you want to go through with this? We could just choose someone from this world. Tamashiro pointed out. Your sacred gear can only be used once. I know, but we need someone with power, control, and capable of learning incredibly fast. Plus, transferring someone over to our world gives them a bigger chance of survival than if we choose someone from this world. Everyone here has a 20% rate of survival. He has the highest success rate. But you know the rules for bringing someone over. They have to willingly enter. And if they ever want to go back to their original world, that's going to mess up their mind knowing they can never return. Nakajima sighed as pulled another page out of the briefcase. He read over it and smiled. Sure, it wasn't a perfect ending for Izuku, but it was a good one. But it wasn't the ending Nakajima needed. If Izuku did go into their world, he would eventually want to return home, which could cause him to turn violent. A dark thought crossed Nakajima's mind, and the second his brain fully processed the idea, his pen was already stretching out the paper and writing over it. Tamashiro looked over his shoulder and read what he was writing. She soon understood what the text was. Oh my God, Tamashiro whispered, holding her hand against her mouth in horror. It's the only thing I can think of, Nakajima admitted. This will prevent him from wanting to go back, he said. Tamashiro wanted to object. She wanted to have a way to convince the boy to willingly come to them. She couldn't lie to herself. This was the best option. The only way to prevent him from wanting to go back was to eliminate anything that would make him want to go back. Well, we'd best not waste any time, Nakajima announced. He walked over to the chair and sat down in it. Let's begin. Knowing she couldn't argue with her husband when he had his mind set on something, Tamashiro moved towards the chair and started strapping Nakajima in. Remember, you only have one shot at this. If it fails, our world is doomed. She quickly took out a small tracking cube and placed it in his pocket. I'll find you once this is all done, she whispered, giving him a small peck on the cheek before moving towards the computers. She types multiple lines of code on a piece of software before pressing enter. The sound of electricity hummed throughout the office, as it was transferred from the wires into the computer, giving them enough power to run the actual program. She began typing and was about to press enter but was interrupted when a red blast shot past her face and hit the wall, completely destroying it. Stop what you're doing, a man's voice sternly called out. Tamashiro turned her head to see a man with red hair and blue eyes staring at her and her husband. Her eyes narrowed as she stared at the man, recognizing what he was from that powerful blast. A devil, and a Grimoire at that. You can't stop us, Nakajima growled. This is bigger than you realize. I don't care. Whatever you're planning with Chronos Clock can't be good. Sirzex refuted. His hands became coated in the same red-crimson energy that blasted the wall to dust. I don't want to have to hurt you. Just come quietly, for all of our sakes, he said. Tamashiro looked at her husband, awaiting his response. He merely turned his head and nodded to her before turning back to the devil. Okay, we'll come quietly, he agreed. A small smile came to Sirzek's face as he lowered his hands. But the second the power wasn't emitting from his hands, Tamashiro slammed the enter button. Electricity surged through the room and into Nakajima's body. He grunted in pain as the energy flew through his body. Sirzex immediately raised his hand and shot a blast into the computer, blowing it up. But it was too late. Nakajima's pupils began to morph and twist into clocks that began winding forwards at high speeds. The electricity charging his sacred gear. Tamashiro quickly ran past Sirzex, who was too busy trying to stop the sacred gear user to try and stop her. Knowing he had no other choice, Sirzex fired a blast at Nakajima, trying to stop him, but he wasn't expecting Nakajima to start floating in his chair. The blast hit the man's right leg and disintegrated it into nothing. Sears looked around the room to see the electricity around Nakajima was becoming too unstable, so he quickly dived over the desk and took cover. Nakajima's body shook as the clocks in his pupils slowed down to a stop. He looked to the roof of the office and smiled weakly. "Kronos, hear my plea," Nakajima weakly rasped out before the room was engulfed in a bright light. Sears quickly used a magic circle to travel back to his house. Once he was inside, he wasted no time in searching for his wife and son. When used, Kronos' clock was capable of rewriting time. Whoever possessed the gear could only use it once, but they could completely destroy the world with just a single thought. Alternatively, if the user wanted to, they could change everyone's life in an instant, either altering their past and making them disappear forever. The only weakness was that the sacred gear couldn't alter something stronger than itself. "Graphia, Milikas, where are you?" Sears shouted, running through the castle and past all the servants and maids. He dashed through the hallways until he came to the living room where he and his wife and son normally sat. He opened the door and sighed a breath of relief when he found his wife and son sitting down on the couch. Graphia quickly stood up when she saw her husband barge in the room. "Sears, what's wrong?" She was cut off when he engulfed her in a large hug. "What happened?" Sears didn't answer. Instead, his eyes widened as he pulled away from the hug. He took his phone out at incredible speeds. "Rias." He quickly realized, scrolling through his phone list before clicking on his sister's name. "Papa, what's wrong?" his son, Milikas, asked. "Sears, you're starting to worry me," Graphia said. "Kronos' clock has been used," Sears informed his wife. Her normal stoic face turned into one of worry as she watched her husband pace around the room, waiting for the phone to pick up. "Rias?" Sears quickly asked. Graphia watched as her husband's face turned into one of relief. "Nothing, I just wanted to see how your day was." He went silent for a moment before speaking up again. "Okay. I need to go. I'll see you when you get home. Bye." Sears put the phone down and collapsed on the couch. Milikas sat down on the couch beside him and snuggled into his side. Sears smiled and put his arm around his son, cuddling him. But one thought plagued his mind, and the answer would not be answered until a few months later when he'd meet the boy who would change the fate of the world. What did he change? Izuku stared blankly at the destruction around him, his dull eyes surveying his surroundings. The smell of smoke and iron filled his nostrils, causing his eyes to water from the gases. He looked down at his Air Force gloves. They were partly torn, not as bad as when he was blown up, but still not pretty. They were covered in blood and small bits of squishy gray meat that slid down his hands. He didn't want to kill Tamura, and when he committed the act, it felt horrible. Taking a life away was never an easy task, but sometimes that was the only option. Izuku would have to live with the fact that he killed someone for the rest of his life, and that feeling would always haunt him. Izuku slowly got to his feet, his damaged boots clanking as they touched the ground, dirt sliding into the cracks. His broken right arm swayed pathetically as he stood. Tears began to roll down his cheeks as he stared around, looking at the destruction and casualties on the ground. It wasn't supposed to go like this. Everything was going fine in the beginning, the heroes were winning the war, but then something happened and everyone began dropping like flies. Izuku collapsed onto the ground in despair as he screamed his lungs out. Tears flowed out of his eyes and onto the ground as he began slamming his fist against it. If only he'd suggested more plans, or was stronger, he could have saved them all, but he wasn't. Everyone's deaths were in his hands. He continued crying on the ground when the smell of ozone pierced his nostrils. He slowly looked up from the ground to see a glowing green portal in front of him. His eyes widened when two heads peeked out of the portal. "Kei-Kachan, Todoroki," he whispered in disbelief. "Deku, grab your stuff. We found a way to stop this," Katsuki ordered Izuku. "You'll need to hurry up. I don't know how long this portal will stay open for," Shoto said. The boy gave him a once-over before adding, "and change into something more presentable. You'll make the civilians panic if you come looking like that." A shine returned to Izuku's eyes as he quickly got up and ran towards the dorms. His mind was so focused on saving everyone that he didn't stop and consider that this could be a trap. But even if he did stop and think about it, he still would go through the portal. If there was even the smallest chance he could turn back the clock and save as many people as he could, he was going to take it. And if it was a trap, well, the only thing left for them to take from him was his life. Izuku rushed to the dormitories, his speed boosted by 1 for all. He skidded to a stop in front of the 1A dorms, kicking up a cloud of dust. He stared at the ruins of the building that once housed him and his friends. The entire right side of the building was nothing but rubble, but the left side was still standing. Izuku shot out a strand of black whip and used it to propel himself up to his balcony on the 2nd floor. He quickly walked through the shattered sliding door, his boots crunching on the glass. He made his way to his closet and pulled out a briefcase and a suitcase. He quickly packed spare clothing along with some necessities in his suitcase. He put aside a pair of clothes and quickly stripped out of his destroyed hero costume and placed it in the briefcase. He was about to close the closet when he saw his damaged cowl. He had kept it as a reminder that he was never alone and that there would be people willing to fight alongside him. He vowed never to wear it again when he returned to Ua. Staring at it for a few seconds, he grabbed it and put it in his briefcase. He slipped into his clothing and shut the briefcase. But before he left, his eyes caught his notebooks on quirks and strategies. He quickly ran over and grabbed the latest 4 notebooks and shoved them with his hero costume. He knew the outcome, and with the book, he could try and find another way to stop the catastrophe. He quickly jumped off the roof of the balcony and flew back to the portal. As he flew, he passed over multiple corpses. He shut his eyes and took a deep breath in. He could still save them. He had to save them. Once he returned, he breathed a sigh of relief. The portal was still open. "Kachan. Todoroki," he called out, but he got no response. Izuku cautiously walked up to the portal and stuck his head into it, assuming he could see what was on the other side. He wasn't planning for the portal to suck him inside before closing. As Izuku was pulled through the portal, he felt everything and nothing at the same time. He could hear, smell, and feel everything around him, but he also couldn't. However, after a few seconds, he regained all his senses, and everything hit him all at once. Unintelligible babble, along with multiple glowing lights, flew by him at incredible speeds. It almost looked like the lights were moving, but that didn't seem to be the case. The void wasn't moving past him. He was falling through the void. He struggled and tried to activate float to slow himself down, but nothing was working. He then tried to use 1 for all, float, FA Jin, gear shift, anything that could possibly slow his descent, but nothing was activating. He could still feel 1 for all inside of him, but he couldn't use any of his quirks. As if someone had slapped a pair of quirk-canceling cuffs on him. He whipped around and twirled through the air uncontrollably. Multiple balls of light passed him, meshing together in what Izuku could only describe as a light show. He was disoriented. He didn't notice the small orb fly around him and latch onto his back, where it sunk through his clothing and into his skin. Izuku used his momentum to flip himself onto his stomach. He saw himself approaching a yellow ball of light at rapid speeds. He held his arms up in front of his face as his body smashed into the ball like it was made of glass. "I'm gonna be late," Issei thought as he ran down the street in a panic. His stupid alarm had failed again, causing him to sleep in. He really needed a new alarm clock. His basic one kept turning off randomly. He turned a corner and ran as fast as he could towards Kuoh Academy. He couldn't be late, even if school was almost finished for the holidays. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his flip phone to check the time. Cruising, he shoved the phone back into his pocket, but that was when his day took a turn for the worse. Suddenly the earth started to shift and rumble underneath him, knocking him off balance and onto his butt. He looked around as windows vibrated and outdoor chairs for coffee shops moved on their own. Earthquake, Issei thought in a panic as he quickly ran and hid underneath one of the coffee tables. Soon the rumbling went away, and Issei emerged from his hiding place. Looking around, there didn't seem to be much damage to buildings. Only a few cracks on walls and a couple of dislodged bricks. Sighing in relief, he quickly got out from his hiding place and moved towards his school, but the event had cost him a few precious minutes. If he took the fastest route, he'd still be late, and then the school would call his parents. But then he noticed the alleyway. It was long, and from what he knew about Kuoh, would probably cut enough time for him to make it to school before classes began. But he also knew that alleyways were homes for the drunk and dangerous. He'd seen horror movies, he knew what type of stuff could happen to him, but his mind reasoned with him. It was Wednesday, so people wouldn't have gone out to drink the previous night, and Kuoh town had very little drug crimes, so he should be safe. He still hesitated, but realized that the more time he wasted, the longer it would take for him to get to school, and he really didn't want his mother scolding him again for being late. So putting on a brave face and taking in a deep breath, Issei ran into the alleyway. In a quiet alleyway within the town of Kuoh, a green portal opened up in the sky. It only stayed open for a few seconds before it closed. But before it closed, it spat out a green-haired boy, along with a briefcase and suitcase. Izuku opened his eyes to find he was falling from the sky. He quickly tried to activate float, but wasn't fast enough as he collided with the ground, but not before landing on a piece of rebar sticking up from the ground, which tore through the right side of his body. He let out a scream of agony as he felt his flesh get punctured and torn open. He gritted his teeth in pain as blood began to leak out of the wound slowly and pool on the ground beneath him. He tried to get to his feet and yelled in pain as the bar stayed in place. He turned his head around only to see the piece of rebar was stuck in between a dumpster. Izuku's hand wrapped around the piece of rebar, and he tightened his grip. He was about to yank the bar up and out of his body when he paused. He was bleeding, but the rebar was minimizing the blood loss by covering most of the wound. If he took the piece out his body, he would be allowing the blood to escape faster. Slowly, Izuku took his hand off the bar, being careful not to budge it and expand his wound. He put his hand on the dumpster and slowly pushed it, being careful not to budge the rebar. However, the dumpster moved the rebar slightly to the right, causing the wound to expand slightly, allowing more of the crimson liquid to spill out. Izuku groaned in pain as he tried to push the dumpster again. This time he kept his other hand on the bar, hoping to stop it from moving if it got knocked around. Using what little strength he had left, Izuku pushed the dumpster away, freeing the rebar, and in turn, himself. Izuku slowly got to his feet, but collapsed onto his knees as the blood loss became too much. His vision started to become hazy and blurred. He groaned out in pain as he tried again to get to his feet, but all he managed to do was smack the piece of rebar stuck in him against the dumpster, causing the wound to expand open again. He fell back onto the ground with a grunt. He saw that the blood on the ground beneath him had spread out into the alleyway, creating a puddle, and the fact that he just opened his wound even more meant he didn't have much time left. He would need a miracle to survive. Issei ran through a dark alleyway, looking around at all the dumpsters, blocking his nose. The stench was appalling, but this was the quickest way to Kuoh Academy. He continued trekking through the alley when he heard a loud scream. He stopped walking and stayed silent, unsure if he actually heard something, or if he was just imagining it. His question was answered when he heard the sound of someone yelling, followed by the sound of metal clanging against the ground. Who's there? Issei called out fearfully. His eyes darted around, but he couldn't see anyone, but he knew there was someone there. He slowly reached around and unzipped his bag before pulling out a pair of scissors. He grabbed the handles and held it closely. Was a pair of scissors going to do anything against someone with a knife? Probably not, but it was all he had, and it was better than nothing. He walked slowly and after what felt like hours he made it to where the scream came from. He tried to find who screamed, but slipped and fell over in a puddle. "Sanuva," he muttered angrily. His words died in his throat as he looked at what liquid he was sitting in. He put his hand on the ground and brought it up to his face. There was no doubt in his mind. It was blood. Issei quickly scrambled to his feet and looked around. His eyes widened as he saw a large pool of blood next to a dumpster. He slowly made his way towards it and looked around to see something that horrified him. "Holy shit," he whispered. Izuku took deep breaths trying to work out a way out of this mess, but nothing came to mind. The loss of blood was starting to affect his brain, making it harder for him to think. He tried thinking a bit more before he gave up. He moved his hands off the rebar and onto the bloody ground, soaking his hands. Tears began to fall from Izuku's eyes as his mind drifted back to his friends. Their corpses scattered about the battlefield. No, they led me here. I can't die now, he thought, trying his best to push his body beyond and get up, but his body won't budge. That thought, however, was interrupted when he heard the faint sound of someone calling out. The sound was followed by a thud before a figure entered Izuku's blurred vision and stared directly at him. Holy shit. The boy whispered before quickly kneeling down by Izuku's side. Hey. Shit, why didn't they teach us this stuff in health class, he frantically muttered. He quickly put his hand on Izuku's wound and pressed down on the wound. The piece of rebar between his fingers. With his free hand, he reached into his pocket and dialed a number. Todoroki. Izuku weakly rasped out, recognizing the voice, but it didn't sound as monotone as it normally did. His vision began to clear and he saw that it wasn't his heterochromatic friend. Instead, it was a boy with brown hair and light brown eyes. He could faintly make out the sound of talking on the other end, but the rest became mumble and unintelligible babble as Izuku began to slowly close his eyes before falling unconscious. The void was calm. No wind, no sun, nothing. Just an empty expanse of darkness. That's what Izuku felt and saw as he stood alone, wondering where he was. All he remembered was Katsuki and Shoto beckoning him into a portal. He went through, and then everything got hazy after that. Was this where he was sent? Katsuki said they'd found a way to prevent the war, so why was he here? He walked around, but it felt like he wasn't even moving. Hello, he yelled out, hoping to get some response, but the only sound he could hear was his own echo. Izuku was starting to get worried. He turned around, hoping to try and find someone. His mouth went agape when he saw his class staring at him. Just a few arms' length in front of him. You're all still alive, he whispered, tears in his eyes. But then he noticed something was wrong. They were just standing there and staring at him with no expression on their faces. What's wrong? He asked them. Izuku tried to step forward, but found he was no longer able to move. Guys, help, I can't move, he yelled out to them. They did not react, instead they continued to stare at him with a blank stare. A light soon appeared behind all his friends. They all turned their backs to him and walked towards the light. Izuku continued to try and move forward to go with them, but his body wouldn't budge. He was stuck in place as his friends moved on without him. No, come back, please, Izuku screamed out, begging for his friends to come back to him, but if they did hear him, they didn't show it. Soon their bodies became transparent and they slowly faded away into nothingness, leaving Izuku in the darkness as he yelled out in anguish. Don't leave me. Izuku awoke with a gasp. He stared at the white ceiling, trying to slow his breathing. It's okay. He tried calming himself down. It was just a nightmare. It wasn't real. He closed his eyes and took in a deep breath before exhaling. He then opened his eyes and looked around the room, hoping to find out where he was and where his friends were. The first thing he noticed was the heart rate monitor beside him, as well as the IV drip inserted into the back of his palm, but aside from that, the room was completely empty, void of all signs of life except for him. He tried to look for his stuff, but he couldn't find his bag or suitcase anywhere. Sighing, Izuku laid his head back onto the pillow. That was fine, sure it was annoying, but he could easily find some more clothing. And hopefully May could make him another suit quickly. He leaned over to press the call button, but froze when his side started to ache. He hissed out in discomfort as he grabbed his side. He removed the blanket and moved a part of his hospital gown to find his chest was wrapped in bandages. What the? Izuku thought, staring at his bandaged torso. What happened to me? He questioned internally. Closing his eyes, he thought back to what had happened to him. Everyone died and Katsuki and Shoto appeared and told him that they found a way to fix everything. He got his gear and a few other things and entered the portal. Izuku squeezed his eyes harder as he tried to remember what happened after he entered the portal. He remembered flashing lights, the feeling of falling, and then Izuku's eyes snapped open and he looked down at his stomach. He'd been impaled by a piece of rebar. But something still wasn't adding up. If Recovery Girl was close by, she would have healed him instantly. But this didn't look like the nurse's office at UA. So where was he? His head turned to the side when he heard the door open. A young man walked in and his dark brown eyes lit up when he saw Izuku was awake. Oh, wonderful, you're awake, he smiled, walking over to Izuku and standing beside him. He scratched the back of his messy blonde hair and smiled. How are you feeling? Izuku opened his mouth to speak, but when he did, his voice came out scratchy and hoarse. The doctor quickly got up and fetched him a glass of water, which helped soothe his dry throat. "Who are you?" he asked, looking at the doctor. "Takenaka Yuichi." The doctor introduced himself. "I've been taking care of you ever since you arrived here a week ago," Takenaka informed him with a gentle smile. The man had a warm aura around him which made Izuku feel relaxed and safe, but he couldn't let that distract him. He'd been asleep for a week, and he didn't know how far back his friends had sent him. All for one could be getting ready to attack as they spoke. "Where am I?" Izuku asked, wanting to get a grasp on where he was. "Kuoh Hospital," Takenaka answered. "Kuoh Hospital," Izuku repeated in his head. He'd never heard of a place called Kuoh before. Why did the portal send him here? It wouldn't have unless, "Has anyone come to visit me?" he asked, his voice full of hope, but that was quickly squashed when the doctor shook his head. That only raised more questions. Maybe they messed up the portal, Izuku reasoned with himself in his head. "I need to get to Musudafu," he told the doctor. The doctor blinked, as if he was unsure what Izuku was talking about. "Where is that?" he asked, uncertain if he knew the location Izuku was talking about. A small chill crept up Izuku's spine as he heard the doctor's question. How did the man not know about Musudafu? It was one of the most popular cities in Japan. Not to mention the home of UA. "Hi, it's located in the Shizuoka prefecture," he told the man. The doctor tilted his head with a puzzled look plastered on his face. "I'm sorry, but there is no such place called Musudafu in the Shizuoka prefecture." Izuku froze in shock before quickly shaking his head and thinking. Musudafu used to be called something different until 2058 when they changed the name of the town. Maybe he was sent back in time to stop All for One before he rose to power. That way All for One would never create the League of Villains and kill his friends. That had to be why. Have you seen cases about people randomly losing their quirks and other people gaining them randomly? Izuku questioned in a quick tone, but the doctor's answer only made him more uncomfortable. "What are quirks?" Izuku stared at the man before mentally slapping his head. "Quirks weren't called that yet. You know the luminescent baby. The baby who emitted a light from their skin." "Luminescent baby?" the doctor asked with a strange look. "There is no such thing as a baby being able to produce light from its body," Takenaka claimed. Now Izuku was starting to freak out. How had this man never heard of the first quirk? It caused a massive uproar around the world when it first showcased. The man had to have known about it. Unless, what year is it? Izuku asked, dread creeping into his tone. "It's the 28th of December, 2006. Izuku's eyes widened as his jaw went slack, leaving his mouth hanging open. A shiver ran up his spine as he tried to move, to do anything, but his body felt like it was made of lead. He began to shake slightly as his eyes became misty with salty tears. He tried to breathe, but his body wouldn't allow it. No, this wasn't real. He had to still be in a coma. Or maybe the doctor had it wrong. But he couldn't have gotten it wrong. The first documented quirk appeared in 2005. If it was 2007, quirks should have started being reported all over the world. But the look in the doctor's eyes told him all he needed to know. He wasn't lying. Then there was the fact he was in a town he'd never heard of, and he'd traveled all over Japan when he left UA. The more he thought, the more the answer kept appearing in his face until he couldn't deny it any longer. He wasn't in his world. "Young man, are you okay?" Takenaka asked, concerned for the sudden change in the boy's behavior. The boy didn't answer, instead looking straight ahead with a shocked and distraught look. He was about to ask again but his pager beeped. He quickly took a look at it before sighing. Was it really okay to leave the boy here alone? The impact-resistant windows were locked, and if the boy tried to leave, he'd get found by one of the hospital staff. "I need to go, but I'll be back shortly, okay?" he gently asked the boy, who continued to stay silent. He slowly moved to the door, watching for any reaction, but the boy gave none. He was as still as a statue. Part of him felt like he shouldn't leave, but he didn't really have any other choice. Not to mention there was virtually no way for the boy to escape. He opened the door and left, unaware that he'd just made one of the biggest mistakes of his life. Izuku continued to stare forward, his brain still trying to process the new information. Once he felt he knew enough, he slowly slid out of the hospital bed and stumbled over to the window. He stared into it and saw a glimpse of his own reflection. His eyes were no longer shining brightly. They were now a dull green. But Izuku didn't care about that. He didn't care about anything, at least in this world he didn't. Why did Shoto and Katsuki send him to a world where they didn't exist? To a world where quirks weren't a thing. Unless they didn't. Unless he'd been tricked. Izuku mindlessly tried to open the window, but found it wouldn't budge. It was clearly locked to prevent someone from accidentally or purposefully falling out of it. But Izuku didn't let that deter him. He raised his fist and within punched the glass. Hey, 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 Toshinori exclaimed, watching Izuku repeatedly punch the glass. What are you doing? He tried to grab Izuku, but his arms could do nothing except phase through his body. Izuku continued to punch the glass harder and harder until he was putting all his energy into each punch. Eventually he saw a crack appear in the glass. The other vestiges began to plead and protest, but it all went in one ear and out the other. Everyone he knew and cared for were dead, and he couldn't bring them back. He had no one. He was all alone. The crack grew with each punch until Izuku slammed his fist into the glass one last time. The glass shattered into shards, some slicing Izuku's right hand, causing blood to seep out of the cuts, but Izuku didn't even flinch. Instead he stared out the window to the ground below. He was high up, maybe 6 floors. He didn't want to stay here, in a world where his friends don't exist. In a world where he couldn't save the world from All for One. In a world where quirks didn't exist, meaning he was different from everyone else. He'd been different before, never again. Maybe this was the only thing he could do. I'll just pray that I meet you guys wherever you are, Izuku thought before leaning forward and falling out the window. The fall, however short, was peaceful. The cold winter wind blew against Izuku's face as he plummeted the short distance to the ground. He made sure to angle his body so his head would slam into the ground first, hoping that would end his life. Unfortunately, the vestiges had other plans. Just as Izuku was about to hit the ground, he felt his body lurch as his descent stopped suddenly. He tried to move, but found he wasn't in control of his own body. His body then swung around before falling the last meter, landing on his feet. Izuku looked around, unsure of what happened to him, and the answer appeared when Nana's vestige appeared by his side. "Ninth, please calm down. We can figure this out," she pleaded with the boy, but when he turned to face her, her heart broke. When she looked into his eyes, she didn't see the 9th user of One for All. She saw a broken boy. Izuku stared at the vestige. He wasn't sure if he was supposed to be mad, or sad, or happy. He didn't know what to feel. But he did know one thing. She'd taken over his body, like the vestiges did in the sports festival. Izuku raised a shaky hand and swatted the ghost away, making it disappear in the wind. Turning around, he found the exit to the alleyway and made his way out into the street. He watched as civilians walked around. Some were adults, some were kids his age. All walking with a purpose. Something Izuku didn't have. He stood there for a few moments unsure of what to do before walking onto the street. He got a few looks due to his hospital gown, but he ignored them. Instead he just wandered down the street aimlessly, unsure of where to go or what to do. Takara Rin scratched her short brown hair as she walked down the hospital hallways. She wasn't used to strange cases. Kuoh was a generally quiet town. At most it was drunk people duking it out at night or the regular assaults. So when she was asked to investigate an unknown boy who was found impaled, it was a big change. She'd visited him once, but he was still unconscious. She'd written down his facial features and been given a sample of his blood. She'd hoped to find more about the boy, but when she submitted it to the Data Bank of Japan, she received a letter saying there was no file on him. She'd tried contacting other biological databases around the world, but the ones she was able to get in contact with said they didn't have a file for him either. He was a Yamada Taro. Suddenly this case became much stranger, and since she didn't know his name, she couldn't try and contact his family. So when her doctor friend called her telling her the kid was awake and talking, she was ecstatic. She'd quickly rushed over to the hospital, happy to see her friend waiting for her with a clipboard in his hand. "Yuichi, how are you?" she asked. wanting to remain professional. She was on the clock, after all. I'm good, and you? The man asked back, remaining professional. Happy to get this case going, she replied. The pair began walking down the halls to the elevator so they could get to the 5th floor. So what can you tell me? She asked, hoping to get a head start. She was close to being ranked as a chief inspector, and she hoped solving this case would win her that promotion. A few things, all concerning. Takenaka told her, his voice disturbed. He showed her the first picture of many, and she felt sick. It was a picture of an arm, but instead of being normal, the fingers were crooked with multiple ring-like scars running across them. The arm was worse. A patch of rough skin rested on the bicep. The skin a different color from the rest. What the? She muttered to herself before looking up. Did he gain these from the accident? She questioned. No, Takenaka stated. The injuries aren't recent. He's had them for a long time. We took a CT scan and found that the arm is severely damaged. The kind that ends pro athletes' careers. A kid his age shouldn't have them, Takenaka told her before lightly shaking his head. If he continues to take any kind of abuse to his right arm, he'll lose all motor control, Takenaka informed her before flipping over to another picture of his clipboard. This one was an MRI scan of the kid's spinal cord and brain. The man quickly pointed to a certain part of the image. It looked relatively normal. That was until Takara looked closer. Most of the spinal nerves seemed to be mutated, highlighted on the report to show their difference. They looked much different than the normal ones. Not to mention his amygdala had a tiny highlighted dot in it, tumors. She questioned, looking at the report. No, it's something completely new. I've never seen anything like it in my career, Takenaka stated. Could it be removed? Takara asked. Takenaka shook his head. It's intertwined with his nervous system. It would be too difficult, and we don't know what might happen to him if it's taken out. If we tried we'd risk paralyzing him for life, he told the woman. Takara sighed. This case was just getting stranger and stranger. Anything else I need to know? She asked her friend. Yes, the boy seemed out of it when he awoke. He kept talking about this made-up town and something about something called quirks. Takenaka informed her. What? She scoffed in disbelief. Do you think he's insane? She asked, praying that she didn't have to deal with someone who would talk nonsense during the interrogation. No, I don't think so. Takenaka shook his head. I've heard from quite a few scientists say that people don't see, feel or hear anything when in a comatose state. But I've read articles where coma patients talk about dreaming different lives. The boy might have experienced that. Takenaka informed her before stopping outside the door. But please try and keep the interrogation light. I don't want to confuse this kid any more than he is now. Takara nodded her head before opening the door. The second she did, a cold wind hit her face, making her shiver. Looking around the room, she found two things that raised red flags. The first thing was that the bed was abandoned, the second was the fact that the window had been shattered with shards of glass mixed with blood on the floor. Oh, shit, Takenaka whispered, running over to the window, Takara right on her heels. They peered out of the window and were relieved when they didn't see a boy splattered all over the pavement. Takara backed up and looked around the room. The bed looked like it had been left without the boy making it. She walked over to the bed and pressed her palm on the mattress. It's still warm, she thought seriously. He couldn't have gone far. Do you think he climbed down? Takenaka's voice asked from the window. A teenage boy who just woke up from a 2-week coma. Not a chance in hell. Takara growled out before twirling around. She grabbed her two-way radio and held it up to her mouth. I need an APB for a teenager. Green hair and green eyes. Wearing a hospital gown. Might be dangerous, be wary when approaching. She yelled into the radio before rushing out of the room, hoping to find the boy before he got away. Issei wandered home from the arcade alone. Matsuda and Motohama both went away for winter break, so he was all alone. It sucked since he really needed someone to talk to about his nightmares. He'd wake up in the middle of the night with a cold sweat. He dreamt of himself accidentally sliding the metal further into the boy. Or pulling the rebar out and watching as blood leaked out of the wound rapidly. His parents tried to calm him down and tell him he did all he could, but he couldn't relax without knowing if the boy survived or not. Issei looked down at the ground as he tried to convince himself the boy he found was fine. While he was doing that, he accidentally bumped into someone. He didn't get a good look at the person's face since he was looking at the ground, but he noticed they were wearing a hospital gown for some strange reason. Sorry. He quickly apologized without turning around and kept walking. Suddenly, Issei felt his fight or flight response kick in. His breathing became rapid and he felt his muscles twitch. Everything he saw and heard became sharper due to the increase in energy. Although he was completely unaware that the other boy was feeling the exact same thing. Slowly, Issei turned around to face the person he'd bumped into. He saw a mess of dark green hair that looked too familiar. Then the boy slowly turned around to face him and Issei's eyes widened when he looked at the boy's face. That was when vibrant brown eyes locked onto lifeless green eyes. Issei stared at the boy, unsure of what to do. A large part of him wanted to run over and check if the boy was okay, but there was still a small part of him screaming to either run away or fight. Slowly that feeling faded away, and the second he felt it disappear, the boy turned around and continued walking away. Hey, wait, Issei called out. The boy stopped, but he didn't turn around. Issei took a step forward, but quickly stopped. Was it a good idea to speak to the kid? He didn't know him at all, not to mention the feeling of danger he just felt, but there was something drawing him to the boy. Issei didn't know if it was from his heart, from his guilt, or from something else, but he didn't care at this point. Issei quickly ran up to the boy and maneuvered himself so he was directly in front of him. Issei immediately noticed how dead he looked. His skin was colored and he looked healthy, but when he looked into the boy's eyes, he found nothing looking back. No shine, no spark. Just a dull green void that housed an emotion he couldn't decipher. Hey, I don't know if you remember me, Issei tried to introduce himself awkwardly. The green-haired boy didn't respond, instead he kept looking at him with the same dead expression. I was the one who found you after you know. Issei didn't know why this was so hard. Maybe it was the way the boy was looking at him. Or maybe it was because of the danger he felt not too long ago. Regardless, he still tried to talk. Did you just get out of the hospital? You look much better. Issei took a look at him. He was confused at why the boy was still wearing a hospital gown. Maybe he just got out and didn't have any clothing. Issei tried to guess. The boy did have a suitcase and briefcase with him when Issei found him. The ambulance drivers didn't grab the luggage, so Issei took it back to his house for safekeeping. So maybe his clothes were in there. Issei continued to look at the boy and his eyes settled on his right hand. They immediately widened when he got a good look at it. His hand was all disfigured and scarred, not to mention he was bleeding from multiple cuts. Whoa, what the hell happened to you? Issei asked, staring at the small amount of blood dripping onto the pavement from his fingertips. Do you need any help? Do you want me to call someone? Any family? This time he got a reaction out of the boy. It wasn't much, but when tears started rolling down his cheek, Issei knew he hit a touchy subject. Ah crap. He thought before quickly trying to switch topics. Well, my house isn't too far from here. Issei informed him. I'm not the best at medical stuff, but I can wrap your hand up in some bandages if you want. He offered before adding, also I have your suitcase and briefcase. I can give them to you if you need. The boy blinked before looking Issei directly in the eyes. My stuff. The boy weakly responded. He sounded far away despite being directly in front of Issei. The brown-haired boy nodded his head. Yeah. Just follow me, he told the boy before walking away. When he didn't hear footsteps behind him, he turned around to see the boy still standing in the same exact spot, staring forward. Well. Come on. He waved the boy over. The boy blinked before slowly walking over to Issei and following him. Miki Hyodo didn't expect much when she returned home from the store. She needed to grab some sliced pork for the nikujaga she was making for dinner. Once she got home, her son walked out from the living room to her right. Hey mom, Issei greeted her warmly. Issei, you're back sooner than I expected, Miki claimed, surprised to see her son home. She thought he'd stay at the arcade for longer and then go find some of those weird mangas he bought. Well, I had enough of looking around and came home, Issei told her. Immediately she could tell something was off just by how her son was talking to her. He sounded happy, but stressed and anxious at the same time. Mickey saw his eyes dart to his right before quickly focusing back on her. Raising an eyebrow, she turned her head to the left and her eyes widened when she saw some random boy sitting on the couch looking down at his bandaged right hand. He was as still as a statue, not even turning to look at them. "Issei, who is that?" Mickey asked her son. "A friend from school. I was wondering if he could stay with us for a while." Issei tried to smile, only for that to disappear when Mickey gave him a stern look. "Issei, I'm your mother. You can't hide things from me," Mickey said, making sure to keep one eye on the random boy at all times. It was clear Issei didn't know him very well. Who is he? When her son opened his mouth, Mickey cut him off. "The truth, Issei." Issei looked between her and the boy before looking to the ground. "You remember the boy I found a week ago?" he asked his mother quietly. Mickey nodded. She remembered the call from his school informing her that her son hadn't showed up, and then seeing her son covered in blood and on the verge of tears. He'd explained what had happened to her and she was horrified. The event traumatized her son, and she didn't blame him. For the past week, Issei would wake up either screaming or crying, having dreamt about either failing to save the boy, or killing him by accidentally doing something wrong while trying to help him. And Mickey didn't blame him. Doctors had to normally do a psychological test to make sure they could handle the stress of being responsible for another human's life. Issei didn't have that training, or the mental maturity to handle what he encountered. She quickly connected the dots and her eyes darted back to the stranger on their couch. "That's the boy?" Mickey asked her son. He nodded his head and Mickey pinched the bridge of her nose. "This just got a lot more complicated. Wait here," she told Issei before walking towards the boy and sitting down next to him. He didn't look up towards her. "Hello," she calmly told him. No response. "My name is Mickey Hyodo. That's my son over there, Issei." She pointed to Issei, who offered a small wave even though the boy wasn't looking at him. "Can you tell me your name?" she asked. The boy continued to stay silent. Mickey waited, but let out a quiet sigh when the boy wasn't responding. Just as she was about to stand up, she heard him speak. "Izuku." Izuku quietly responded. "Izuku Midoriya." Mickey could feel her heart break just from hearing Izuku's voice. He sounded so tired and lost. But she couldn't let herself get distracted. She didn't know the boy or what he was capable of. "Okay, Midoriya, is there anyone I can call? Do you know your mother's phone number?" From the corner of her eye, she could see Issei moving his hand, trying to signal her to stop talking. The boy tensed up before slowly shaking his head. "No, I don't have anyone," he said, sounding like he was trying to hold back tears. Mickey frowned before getting up and walking back over to Issei. "When did you find him?" she asked her son. "I found him on my way home. He was just discharged from the hospital," Issei guessed. Izuku looked like he just left the hospital, and he assumed that he'd had his treatment and was all good to leave, but it was weird that he was still in his hospital gown when he found him. Maybe hospitals allowed that. That eased Mickey's fears. If Midoriya was discharged from the hospital, that was a good sign. It meant he must have left without because his treatment was complete. If he was a criminal or a dangerous person, the police would have been watching over him. But there was one thing that didn't make sense. He couldn't have been discharged without an adult. The boy wasn't 20 years old, so he would have had to have an adult to discharge him. But he said he didn't have any family to contact, which made Mickey think. Maybe Izuku had abusive parents. Maybe he lost them. Whatever the reason, it was concerning. "So can he stay here?" Issei asked. Mickey sighed and shook her head tiredly. "Issei, this isn't like that stray dog you feed every morning. This is a completely different situation." "How does she know about that?" Issei thought before calmly asking. "What do you mean?" Mickey rolled her eyes before looking back at Izuku. "Issei, we don't know this boy. To let him stay with us is a big ask," she told her son, but just like his father, he was stubborn to a fault. "Come on, Mom," Issei pleaded. "Haven't you always bragged to me that you're able to read a person with a glance?" He asked desperately, his words fueled with his guilt. "Then read him. Look at him right now and tell me if he's dangerous or not. And if he isn't, then let him stay with us." Mickey was shocked at how her son was talking. Normally he was only this impassioned when he was talking about girls, so this was a completely new thing. "Why does this matter so much to you, Issei?" she asked. Because when I found him, I barely did anything to help him. All I could do was call the ambulance and that was it. Her son exclaimed. I could barely help him then, so let me help him now. Miki stared at Issei, her jaw dropped. She quickly recomposed herself before turning to look at where the boy was sitting. During the whole chat, he hadn't once turned to face them. The boy didn't seem dangerous. Rather, he seemed lost with nowhere to go. She was mixed on what to do, and then her mind played an image. Her son on the couch, looking lost with a random couple looking at him suspiciously. She tried to push the image out of her mind, but all she could think of was, what if that was her son asking for help? Miki took in a deep breath before sighing. She turned around to face her son. One night, she told Issei, he can stay for one night and then your father and I will see what we can do to help him. Issei smiled brightly at her before running over to Izuku and sitting down next to him, trying and failing to start a conversation with him. Miki stared at the scene, unsure if the decision she'd made was a good idea or a horrible one. Izuku sat on the bed and looked around the room he'd been given by the Hyodos. It was very plain, just a bed and a closet. Clearly it was just a room for guests if they came over. But Izuku wasn't going to complain. They had graciously let him stay here free of charge. He still didn't understand why they were so nice to him. He wondered if they knew where he was from and what he was, would they still allow him to stay? Soon he settled on just staring vacantly ahead while letting the world move around him. He could feel one of the vestiges start to form beside him, but he quickly shut that down by waving his hand, vanquishing the spirit. The vestiges kept trying to speak to him, but he just ignored everything they were saying. He was mad at them. Why didn't they let him go through with jumping out of the roof? He had nothing left to live for, and they knew that. Not to mention it was his life. If he wanted to end it, that was his choice, not theirs. With a small sigh, Izuku continued to stare ahead, just letting his mind drift off into an endless void, but he quickly snapped back into reality when danger sense pathetically stabbed his brain. It was clear that whatever the threat was, it wasn't strong at all. But it was to be expected. Quirks didn't exist in this world. And neither did heroes. Izuku just let danger sense do as it pleased and continued sitting down, staring ahead blankly. His eyes slowly looked down to his legs when he felt his muscles twitch. Without thinking, Izuku stood up and started making his way to the closet. He wanted to stop, but his body wouldn't obey him. As if running on autopilot, he opened the closet door, moved over to his suitcase and unlocked it, revealing his hero costume. It was damaged, but not at the level his old one was. It was closer to when he left Yue instead of after the explosion in Hibori Woods. Before he could even stop and think about what he was doing, he took off the clothes he was wearing and started gearing up. He felt his jumpsuit rub against his skin before being fastened when he slid on his boots and gloves. A small tear rolled down his cheek as he stared at the cape before taking in a shaky breath. He wrapped the cape around his neck to form a scarf. Then he grabbed his respirator. He never got it changed once he got back to Ua, so it was still rusted and chipped, but his body still latched the respirator onto his costume anyway. Then he came to the last item he had. His mask. It was torn and monstrous. Whenever he wore it, people always believed he was a monster. And after he'd returned to Ua, he could understand why. Izuku grabbed it and moved it over his head before attaching the mask to the back of his heavily damaged respirator. He stared forward, momentarily getting control of his body. He'd sworn never to put on this specific mask again, since it represented all the worst parts of him. His anger, his self-destructive tendencies. When he wore the mask, he wasn't a hero. He was a monster. He'd stashed the mask away, letting it serve as a reminder that he wasn't alone anymore. That he had people who would stand up and fight alongside him, no matter how dire the situation. But he didn't have any of that anymore. No friends, no allies, no one. He was completely alone. Izuku slowly reached over to the back of his head before closing his eyes. And with a single tug, he donned the mask he'd sworn never to wear again. He walked over to the window and caught a faint glimpse of himself. He looked just like when he left Ua, but with the updated costume and the mask and respirator much more damaged. He didn't look like a hero, but that was fine. He wasn't a hero anymore, and he'd never be one. Quietly, He slid the window open and looked out the window. He knew that once he did this, there was no going back. But while his mind was conflicted, his body wasn't. Izuku jumped out the window and used Black Whip to swing himself onto a nearby rooftop. He jumped off of it before running along another house's roof before slingshotting himself onto a tall building. He looked around and waited for danger sense to ping again, and once it did, he jumped off the roof and headed over to the disturbance, giving in and letting his body run on autopilot. Izuku couldn't feel his fingers, or his arms, or his entire body. He knew that his body moved before he thought, and it was doing just that. Although he could still think, he could barely wrestle back control. So for now, all he could do was play along until he could regain control. Fog blew out of his respirator as he breathed, slowly floating in the air before fading away. The protrusions extending from his cowl lightly flapped in the wind. Snow began to gently fall from the sky and landed on his suit and the surrounding ground. He looked up to see clouds rolling in, occasionally breaking to allow the moonlight to shine through. How the temperature dropped so suddenly was beyond him, but the doctor did say it was late December, so it was still winter. Honestly, he wouldn't be surprised if it started to snow. It also didn't help that he was standing on the tallest building in Kuoh. Standing at the edge, he looked down. It was a large drop. If he fell on his head, it would probably kill him. He wanted to attempt it again, but he stopped when he realized the vestiges would most likely take over his body again. So instead, he looked around, waiting for danger sense to ping again so he could let his body run on autopilot. Surprisingly, it took a long time for it to warn him again. The town was quiet. Not many people were roaming the streets. That's when Izuku realized he didn't know what day it was. But he knew it wasn't Friday or Saturday, since there would be at least a few people wandering the streets. But to be perfectly honest, he didn't care what day it was. It didn't really matter anyway. At least not to him. A quick stab stabbed Izuku's head, causing him to twist his head in the direction of where the event was occurring. Wasting no time, Izuku ran and jumped off the roof, using Black Whip to traverse the rooftops at high speeds. The dark green full-body jumpsuit helped conceal him while he was in the night sky or in the shadows. Dashing and jumping across rooftops, Izuku made his way to the top of an alleyway and looked down to see a girl with long brown hair tied in two ponytails and golden eyes held up against the alleyway wall with a large knife held against her throat. The man holding the girl was disheveled, looking like some kind of homeless man. The moonlight shone on his knife and lightly illuminated his face enough for Izuku to see his pupils were much larger than what they should be. Drugs, he thought, staring down at them from his spot on the roof. Without thinking, his body leapt down into the alleyway, getting prepared to save the girl. Murayama didn't notice the time until it was too late. She had been hanging out with her friend, Katase, when she looked at her phone and noticed it was almost midnight. Her parents told her to get home before it got late, so in a rush she grabbed all her things and began running home. The snow had begun to pick up, coating the ground in a thin, white veil covering the pavement and roads. She had to make sure she was careful, otherwise she'd slip. Murayama continued on her way home when she felt a sweaty hand clamp around her mouth. Before she could process what was going on, she felt her body be pulled into a nearby alleyway and pressed up against a wall. She screamed into the man's mouth and tried to struggle, but froze when she felt the cold feeling of a knife's blade resting against her jugular. "Money," the man whispered frantically. "Do you have any money?" He pressed the knife harder against her neck. "And no." Murayama's muffled voice. "Liar," the man shouted, causing her to flinch out of fear. "You have to have money." "I need it," the man screamed in her ear. Murayama whimpered and looked around the alleyway, but there was no one to save her. She closed her eyes and held back tears as the knife continued to press against her throat. She believed this was where she would die. That was when the sound of something colliding with the ground made her open her eyes. Her and the man looked towards the other end of the alleyway to see a shadowy figure. She didn't know if something was there, or if she was just imagining things. Her question was answered when the figure rose up, better outlining whatever was standing there. It looked like a human, but they were coated in darkness. The clouds parted, allowing the moonlight to illuminate the figure. The figure wore a dark green full-body jumpsuit with gold outlines. Rusty pieces of metal were wrapped around its arms, which were attached to dirty gloves that looked slightly torn up. A dirty yellow cape was wrapped around its neck like a scarf. Knee pads that went from its calves to its thighs with yellow bolts fastened in them. Its shoes were covered in rusted metal, with cracks around the toe caps. A metal respirator covered its mouth and nose. It was cracked and rusted. A mask covered its face with two long protrusions sticking out the back, looking like a pair of rabbit ears. Two green eyes shone out of the eye holes ominously, staring at the man. What the F fuck? The man stammered out, fear laced in his voice. The thing took a step forward, ignoring what the man was saying. A clunk rang through the alley as its metal boots slammed onto the ground. Gee, get away from me. Monster. Let her go, it commanded, the voice sounding completely lifeless. From the tone of the voice, Murayama could tell it was a boy, but that didn't do much to ease her fear. She wasn't sure if the newcomer was a friend or foe. The man threw Murayama to the ground and quickly slashed the knife at the boy, believing him to be the bigger threat. The boy slid underneath his legs and then quickly turned around and kicked the man's legs, causing him to fall to the ground. The man quickly got to his feet and slashed his knife, but the boy jumped back, avoiding the blade. Murayama watched as the man tried desperately to attack, yet the boy was able to dodge most of his moves. She wanted to try and run, but her legs felt like jelly. She was paralyzed in fear, but a small part of her wanted to stay and watch. To see who this mysterious boy was. Izuku weaved through the man's attacks with ease. This wasn't like his fight with Stain. The man clearly had no clue where to attack. He slashed wildly and without focus. Most likely a lack of experience plus the effects of whatever drugs he had taken. Every time the knife got close to his body, he had to dodge the attacks. At first, Izuku didn't care if the man was able to land his attacks, but that changed when he realized that if he died here, the girl would have no one to protect her. So he had to stay alive to protect her. Or at least until she ran away, but she stayed in her spot, not moving an inch. The man smiled widely, despite not having landed a single hit on the costumed boy. Izuku realized the drugs were making the man extremely overconfident. The man believed himself to be in charge of the fight, but he was sorely mistaken. This alleyway had become a battlefield and that was his domain. Izuku felt his body start to burn up, but it didn't hurt. Instead he felt power coursing through his body. It was like nothing he'd felt before. It wasn't one for all or any of his other quirks, it felt foreign. Before he could try and figure out what the feeling was, it faded away. He didn't have any time to think about what that feeling was since the man swung his knife again. Izuku dodged again, but this time he found an easy opening. He raised his right leg up and delivered a powerful kick to the man's head. With a single blow, the man's body crumpled to the ground. Izuku could feel himself start taking over his body and he curled and uncurled his fingers. He wasn't sure if he was supposed to be happy or annoyed that he could move his body, but to be completely honest, he was too tired to care. Izuku stood over the man's body and stared down at him. He wasn't going to get up for a while. His head then turned to see if the girl was okay. She looked a little bit shaken up, but apart from that, she seemed okay. Her hand grasped onto her phone, but she wasn't recording him. She was most likely going to call the police. Murayama watched as the boy stared at her for a few moments before turning away. He walked forward, away from the man. Away from her. She didn't want him to go. She had so many questions. Wait, she cried out. The boy stopped moving, waiting for her to say something. She stared at his back and took in a deep breath. Who are you? She asked. The boy turned his head to the side, allowing her to see the side of his mask. He remained silent, so she tried asking again, but then a gust of wind blew some of the snow into Murayama's eyes and she looked away. She rubbed her eyes, trying to clear them, and when she looked back, no one was there. Murayama stood there, frozen in place before she quickly snapped back to reality. She pulled out her phone and dialed 110. She had to tell Katase about this tomorrow. After a few hours, Izuku slipped back into the room he was staying in and pulled his cowl off. The snow had continued throughout the night, potentially causing what little criminals there were to head back inside and bunker down for the night. He took off his gear and started storing it in the suitcase. It would be hard for him to explain why he was wearing it if the Hyodos caught him. As he removed his gloves, he started thinking about what had transpired after he'd rescued that girl. Surprisingly, there was no more crime after that event. Or at least nothing danger sense could pick up on. The snow must have sent them all inside, or maybe they panicked when the police showed up to take the man away. He watched from the top of a roof as the ambulance took the man away to be treated and the girl away to be questioned. At that point Izuku realized that showing himself to others was a very risky move. The police probably wouldn't believe a teenage girl spouting nonsense, but if more people started saying the same thing, he'd be found out faster. So Izuku decided that if he did do this again, he'd need to stay in the shadows and only knock out criminals when no one could see him. And that was when it hit him. He'd just taken the law into his own hands without permission. His hero license couldn't do anything because heroes did not exist in this world. He had no one to tell him he was in the clear for this attack. What he did wasn't heroism. It was vigilantism. Izuku locked his briefcase and slid it back in the closet along with his other belongings. He looked at the clock only to find it was 3 in the morning. He knew he should head to bed, but he didn't want to. The second he fell asleep, he'd probably be haunted by nightmares, and he was already feeling horrible. He needed something to do, and then he thought about how the Hyodos let him stay with them. Even if it was just for a night. They were doing it out of the kindness of their hearts. He didn't deserve their kindness, so he decided to do something for them. He exited his room and found some cleaning supplies in the laundry room before getting to work, making sure to be as quiet as possible. As he cleaned, his mind wandered back to what he was thinking about before. He was a vigilante now, not a hero. That didn't matter to him, though. He'd saved a life, and that was all that mattered. But something still bothered him. Normally when he saved lives, he felt happy, but that didn't happen this time. He felt something since he'd been told the devastating news, but it wasn't happiness or even satisfaction. He felt guilty. Goro slowly awoke with a yawn. He turned over to see his wife sleeping peacefully next to him. Gently smiling, he slowly got out of bed, trying his best not to wake her. Stretching in his pajamas, he walked out of his bedroom and into the hallway, but paused. Looking around, he could see that everything was immaculate, not a speck of dust anywhere. As he walked towards the kitchen, his mind began to think of who would have cleaned the house. Mickey normally stayed at home to clean and cook meals, but she had to bounce between areas. So it wasn't completely clean in every area. This just looked like someone finished her job. Issei helped around the house here and there. He wouldn't clean the entire house. So that only left one option. It had to be the boy, Izuku Midoriya, as Mickey told him. Goro, much like his wife, was skeptical of the boy when he arrived home from work. Something about the boy's dead eyes along with the scars on his hand just felt wrong. Not to mention he couldn't get a read on how the boy was feeling. His face was always just flat, as if he didn't know how or what to feel. And when they sat down for dinner, he didn't eat anything and barely spoke. Only answering him when he asked for the boy's name. Goro's suspicions were confirmed when he walked into the kitchen. He found Izuku sitting on a chair, some cleaning supplies next to him. On the kitchen counter was a pile of things that they'd lost a while ago. The kid was staring down at the table, unmoving. Goro was convinced the boy had fallen asleep until the boy turned his head to face him. Lifeless green eyes locked onto his. The boy's gaze unnerved him, as did the boy in general. Something about him just seemed off. He didn't believe the kid was dangerous. At least not to them. Instead he felt like he was staring at a broken wooden puppet. "Did you clean the house?" he asked softly, as if talking to a scared animal. Izuku nodded his head. "Why?" Izuku blinked before looking down. "You're letting me stay for the night for free." "It's the least I could do," he muttered quietly. Goro slowly nodded his head as he made his way over to the kettle. "Would you like a cup of tea?" the man asked. Izuku politely shook his head. He nodded and put the appliance on the stove. As he waited for the water inside to boil, he sat down across from Izuku. "So where will you go?" the older man asked the young boy. "I don't know," Izuku quietly responded to the question. "Do you have anywhere to go?" Goro questioned. Izuku shook his head. Now he felt bad. Sending a kid out into the world with no one to care for him was horrible. God only knows what might happen to him out there. The kettle started to whistle, indicating that the water was done boiling. Kuoh got up and poured himself a cup. As he prepared his beverage, his mind began to wander to another subject. Most people would just make Izuku leave and wander the streets alone, but the Hyodos weren't most people. Kuoh knew that Izuku would most likely be put in a residential care facility. And he hadn't heard very good things about those places from his coworkers. That's when an idea popped into his mind. What if he let Izuku stay a little bit longer? They wouldn't let him stay forever. Just until they could guarantee he'd be safe and in good hands. The boy had cleaned the house for them, and found some items that they'd been looking for. Not to mention his wife was incredible at judging people. She wouldn't have let the boy stay if she felt something off about him. The only problem was convincing Miki, but he could get her to come around. Maybe Izuku and Issei could spend the day together, see if they could potentially become friends. His son did seem to want to get to know the boy. And while they did that, he could speak to his wife about his idea. With his mind made up, Kuoh turned around to look at the boy, who was staring at the table, Midoriya. He gained the boy's attention. Would you like to stay with us for a little bit longer? Miki sat at the kitchen table and looked over to Izuku, who was staring down at the table quietly. She knew that today was the day he would leave, and if she was being honest, she felt really bad. She didn't want to kick him out of the house, especially after he cleaned the rest of the house. He'd even found the ring her mother gave her. She remembered going into hysterics when she lost it. So when the boy found it, it definitely raised her opinion of him. Her trust also increased when she noted that not a single lost item was missing from the pile. And she'd lost some expensive jewelry, so she doubted he stole anything. But her husband probably didn't feel the same way. Or her son. Both of them didn't really know Izuku, and neither did she. Issei had only brought Izuku to their home out of guilt, and now that he knew the boy was okay, the guilt might have passed. Her husband was incredibly polite to the boy, but she doubted he would let him stay with them. She watched from the corner of her eye her husband give Izuku a smile when he looked up. He blinked and then looked back down to the table, which confused her greatly. Maybe he's just shy, she thought. It would make sense why he didn't talk much and avoided eye contact with other people. A yawn interrupted her thoughts as Issei stumbled into the kitchen. Morning. He greeted everyone. He made his way over to the counter and poured himself a small bowl of miso soup. He turned his head around to look at his parents. When they weren't looking, he quickly pocketed something nearby before grabbing his miso soup and taking a seat beside Izuku, his parents sitting down opposite him. So how was your sleep, Issei? His mother asked him. Pretty good. I didn't have a nightmare. Issei replied, taking a sip of his soup and rubbing the sleep out of his eye. He speculated that since he knew Izuku was alive, his nightmares of accidentally killing the boy had faded away. What about you guys? Miki and Kuoh both said their sleep was good and Izuku shrugged. He didn't sleep at all, but they didn't need to know that. So, Issei, his father garnered his attention. How about you show Midoriya around Kuoh today? Issei looked at his father then towards Izuku, who was still staring down at the table despite his name being said. He'd gone out yesterday, but it wouldn't hurt him to head out again. Maybe he could visit his favorite bookshop. Not to mention it was the least he could do for the boy after what happened a week ago. He nodded his head and began chugging his miso soup. Miki turned to look at her husband, unsure of what he was talking about, but he just leaned over to her. I want to talk to you about something without Issei here, he whispered to her. Miki looked hesitant and a little scared. If her husband didn't want Issei there, then it must be serious. She nodded to her husband. Make sure to stay on the streets where people can see you, she instructed her son. The bowl clinked down on the table as Issei finished chugging the soup. I know the rules, Mom. He said before turning to Izuku, who was still staring at the table, lost in thought. Come on Midoriya, I'll show you around Kuoh. Issei said, getting up and heading to the door. Izuku looked up and slowly got out of his chair to follow the brown-haired boy. Once the two teenagers were gone, Miki turned back to her husband. So what did you want to tell me? Izuku followed Issei as the boy led them down the road. He noticed that Issei was taking them on a very specific path. They continued for a short while before the boy in front of him stopped. "Hang on. Before we go I just need to quickly do something," he said. Issei let out a whistle. Not even 2 seconds later a Shiba Inu ran around the corner and started bouncing from side to side, looking up at the brown-haired boy. Its tail raised slightly as it swished around. "Hey, Hiroshi," Issei excitedly greeted the dog, getting it excited. He pulled out the nori he stashed in his pocket and snapped off a small section. "Sit," he commanded. Hiroshi quickly sat down. Following the boy's orders, "Roll over," the dog quickly rolled onto its back and got back onto its legs. "Good boy." Issei praised the canine, feeding it the dried seaweed. Hiroshi ate it up and looked up to Issei and let out a friendly bark. Issei noticed Izuku staring at the dog and quickly explained, "This is Hiroshi. One of the dogs that lives in the neighborhood." He kneeled down and rubbed the dog's head softly. "I've been feeding him since my first year of junior high. Although I've never met the owner. I've asked around, and apparently no one has ever seen them before," he claimed, shaking his head slightly. "What's even weirder is that no one else has seen Hiroshi before." His face lit up as he quickly snapped off a piece of the dried seaweed and handed it to Izuku. "Go on, he doesn't bite. I swear." Izuku looked down at the nori then back towards the dog. He slowly leaned down and held out his hand. The Shiba Inu happily approached the boy, but it quickly stopped in its tracks. Hiroshi began growling at him before running back to Issei. Once in front of the boy, the dog turned around and pushed its head forwards, as if getting ready to attack. Izuku just stared blankly at the dog as Issei started to apologize. "He did that to me when I first met him," he explained before kneeling down. He gently rubbed Hiroshi's back. "Shish, it's okay. He isn't a threat." As if he completely understood the human, Hiroshi retracted its head. The Shiba Inu slowly moved forward and took a small bite of the seaweed before rushing back to Issei and looking at Izuku with distrustful eyes. The dog's head shot up suddenly. It turned its head around before quickly running away, despite no one calling him. "And there he goes," Issei laughed. "He always sticks around for a few moments and then he runs off. I once tried to follow him, but he always seems to vanish off the face of the planet." Izuku nodded his head and looked back to where the dog was just sitting. He didn't know why, but something felt weird about that dog. He couldn't explain it, but it didn't really bother him. This was a different world, it made sense, everything felt weird to him. "Well, let's go. I'll show you around Kuoh," Issei exclaimed happily as he began walking. Izuku took one last look at where the dog ran off to before walking behind Issei. "So that's the movie theater. That's the arcade. There are a lot of really cool games there. Oh, and that's the mall," Issei informed Izuku, pointing to various different buildings as they walked through the town, "and that's the bakery. They make amazing cheesecake there." A blissful smile appeared on his face as he thought of his favorite food. He could definitely go for some cheesecake right about now. Izuku followed along and looked at all the landmarks Issei pointed out to him. It was nice that the boy was showing him around, but he personally didn't find it worthwhile. Chances were he would probably be leaving the town after the Hyodos kicked him out. Issei made a quick pit stop and inserted some yen into a vending machine. He watched as the melon soda slowly slid out of the compartment, but his mood quickly soured when the soda got jammed and froze just before falling into the pickup box. "Oh, come on," he grumbled, walking away with a frown. Izuku looked at the vending machine and slammed his fist into the side of the machine. It shook violently and the drink was dislodged from its position and fell into the compartment. He leaned down and grabbed it before walking over to Issei. He tapped the boy on the shoulder and handed him the drink. "Thanks, dude," Issei nodded, cracking the drink open and taking a sip. "That's okay," Izuku quietly replied, looking to the ground. Issei looked around and spotted a store he frequented often. "Hey, you like manga?" he asked the boy. Izuku raised his shoulders in a shrug and Issei took that as a yes. So he walked into the store with Izuku tagging along. He immediately went to his normal section. Izuku followed along, but then he realized where they were. Izuku's eyes shut as fast as he could and tilted his head to the ground. "I don't like this," Izuku said. He wasn't in the mood to browse for books, let alone books with heavily sexualized anime girls. And he was pretty sure he saw a few naked. Issei, noticing Izuku growing discomfort, nodded and quickly led him away from that section. No problem. The shonen section is over here. This would probably suit you more. It was a little bit upsetting that Izuku didn't seem to like his favorite genre of manga, but Issei knew that it wasn't for everyone. They arrived at the shonen section and Issei quickly began browsing through the books. While hentai manga tended to be his favorite genre, he wasn't going to lie and say he didn't enjoy shonen manga. He continued searching before finding a title that caught his eye. I overheard some girls in my class saying this was an amazing story, Issei commented, handing the book over to Izuku. He inspected the cover. There was a blonde boy with gloves standing in front of a bulky suit of armor. He handed the book back to Issei, but the boy didn't put it back on the shelf. Instead he held onto it until they reached the register. They left the store, Izuku looking around the streets and Issei holding a paper bag containing his recent purchase. Since we're close to the mall, do you want to get some hair dye for your hair? Izuku blinked a couple of times and turned his head towards Issei. I don't dye my hair, he stated. Wait, really? Issei questioned, completely confused. Then why is it black at the base and green on the top? Izuku tilted his head around and Issei watched as his curls which stuck up at odd angles casted new shadows on areas that were once green. At the same time, the black hair turned dark green as the light replaced the shadows. Oh, my bad, Issei apologized with an awkward chuckle. Well, that was embarrassing, he thought. Do people not have these hair colors? Izuku asked. It's pretty rare. I do know a girl a year above me with crimson red hair and a few girls with pure white hair. So it's kinda uncommon to see those hair colors, but it isn't really impossible. Issei informed the boy. The two continued to walk in silence. One not knowing what to say, and the other one not wanting to talk. Issei glanced at Izuku out of the corner of his eyes and opened his mouth. Hey, can I ask you a question? Izuku turned his head towards Issei, which he assumed meant he could. He tried to find the right words to say, but his impulsive nature got the better of him. Why do you act all miserable all the time? You barely talk and you always look lost. Izuku turned his head away, and Issei immediately knew he'd messed up. He'd meant to try and ask the question in a more polite manner, but he didn't know how to say it and that was all that he could come up with. Hey, sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that, he apologized. It's fine, Izuku said. And so the topic ceased and the two didn't talk about it anymore, but Izuku thought about it for a few moments before indiscreetly shaking his head. There wasn't anything he could do. Not anymore. Right now, he was standing in a grassy open field with storm clouds rolling above. Nothing around him. No path to walk, no splits in the road. Just an open field with nothing surrounding him. Or at least that's all he could see when he thought about what to do next. There was nothing waiting around the corner for him. And then he turned a corner and a pretty red-haired girl slammed into him. Rias Gramori sat at her favorite cafe and took a sip of her tea. She had no clue how the Japanese people were able to make such delicious tea, but she wasn't complaining. Her blue eyes gazed over everyone present. It was packed, but that was to be expected since it was the winter holidays. But even with the absurd amount of people, the atmosphere was just as cozy as ever. This place was her favorite place in the human world to unwind. But it was also a great place to train her sensory abilities. Being a devil granted her heightened senses, so whenever she came to this cafe, she always liked to try and make out what everyone was saying. Was it an invasion of their privacy? Maybe. But she only listened for a few seconds before trying to focus on someone else's voice. Gently closing her eyes, she took a deep breath and focused on all the voices. Slowly, she blocked them all out except for one. I saw the weather. It's not going to snow next week. But it is going to be really cloudy. I was thinking of grabbing my telescope and looking at the stars next week, but I guess I can't now. Rias smiled, happy with how she was going. She quickly focused on another conversation. The doctor told me that opening my cyst was the most disgusting thing he'd ever done. Ew. She was skipping that conversation. He saved my life, Katase, and I didn't even get his name. So let me get this straight, Murayama, some cosplayer saved you from some random guy. Rias knew that she should change over to another conversation, but her curiosity had been piqued. She knew this was rude, but she continued listening to the two girls' conversation. No, he wasn't some random cosplayer. His shoes and arms were covered in some kind of metal. And he wore this really creepy mask too. Like a Halloween mask. No, I don't think it was rubber or anything like that. It looked like fabric, but it was all ripped and torn up. And he had this cracked metal mouthpiece as well. It looked more like a disguise or some kind of superhero costume. It was so creepy, but he was so cool at the same time. He dodged all the attacks and then knocked the man out with a single kick. I wish you could have seen it. Rias' eyes opened and a frown replaced her smile. This wasn't good at all. A vigilante was running amok in Kuoh. She wasn't happy, and she knew Sona was going to be annoyed too. Rias quickly stood up and walked over to the door before exiting the cafe. Her long crimson-red hair swayed and bounced violently as she ran down the street. She needed to find an alleyway or private area where no one could see her fast. She was running so fast, she didn't notice the boy coming around the corner until it was too late. Rias crashed into the boy, sending them both tumbling to the ground. Groaning, she looked up to see the boy slowly sitting up. His lifeless green eyes met hers as the wind blew past them, causing his dark green hair to move slightly. But that wasn't all she noticed. When her body collided with his, she could feel it. A sacred gear, its energy floating around inside of the boy. But she couldn't tell how powerful the sacred gear was due to something interfering with its energy. She immediately suspected him to be the vigilante, but then she noticed that the energy was sealed and compressed. He hadn't unlocked its power yet, and he probably never would. It was notoriously hard for a human to unlock their sacred gear. At least that was what she'd been taught, and it made sense. If every human could unlock their sacred gear, Earth would be nothing but a battlefield. Her suspicions went away and she quickly got up and held out her hand for the boy. He looked at her hand then back at her before getting up by himself. Rias retracted her hand and bowed. I am very sorry about that, she apologized. It's okay, the boy muttered dully. Rias raised her head and apologized again before continuing to run, although now she was watching out for anyone leaving so as to not run into them. She spotted an alleyway entrance and quickly ran into it. Once she was sure no one was around, she looked at a wall and focused some of her demonic power. A red magic circle opened on the wall and she walked through, leaving the human world and traveling to her true home. The underworld. Izuku and Issei watched the girl run off, each for different reasons. Issei was staring at her long, slender legs, while Izuku was watching her with narrowed eyes. Wait, wasn't that Grimori? Issei realized. Grimori? Izuku asked in his dull tone. Yeah, Rias Grimori. Issei nodded. The girl I was talking about with the crimson red hair. She also has some pretty big boobs as well, he added in with a lecherous smile. Do you think I'd have a shot with her? Issei asked. When he got no response, he turned his head to see Izuku staring in the direction she ran, Midoriya. He tried gaining the boy's attention, but again, no response. Izuku started to feel weird. He didn't know why, but something about that girl felt off-putting. When they locked eyes, he could feel there was something strange about the girl, but who was he to judge? Everyone in this world felt weird to him, and he was guessing the feeling was mutual, considering how the girl looked at him. Midoriya, Issei called out, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts. Izuku turned his head to stare at the boy, who flinched under the dead gaze. Thought I lost you there for a second, he joked. Pointing over his shoulder, he added, do you want to keep looking around? Izuku wasn't sure if he did want to, but he went along with the boy anyway, but not before looking back to where the girl ran off to. There was something weird about this world, but he had no clue what it was. Izuku and Issei arrived back at the Hyodo household, where Miki and Goro were waiting for them. Both of them looked satisfied with the plan they'd made while the boys were out. So how was your day? Goro asked. It was great, Issei said with a smile. I showed Izuku around and we had a good time. That's good to hear, because while you two boys were out, we've been talking. Miki said. She turned to Izuku, and looked him in the eyes. Izuku, you can stay with us for a little bit longer. Miki told him. Izuku's brain halted, and then tried to process what he'd heard. What? He faintly whispered, unsure if he heard Miki correctly. You can stay with us for a little bit longer. Just until we can figure out a safe place that can take you in, Goro smiled. Sweet. Issei smiled at Izuku, But then he remembered that holidays were going to end in a week's time. What's going to happen when school goes back? He asked his parents. Well, your mother and I have been thinking, and we've decided to enroll Izuku at Kuoh Academy. That way you can show him around. Goro answered his son's question. Izuku felt his body lock up and his mind freeze to a halt. Images of the buildings shaking violently as they crumbled. The windows shattering into shards of broken glass. Uwa crashing to the ground, killing everyone inside. He quickly blinked and the images disappeared from his mind. I don't need to go to school, he whispered urgently, a slightly panicked tone hidden within the dullness. Nonsense. Kids need to go to school. Goro shook his head, dismissing Izuku's idea. Don't worry, it's not a bad school. There are a lot of pretty girls there, Issei tried to reassure the boy in his own way. Izuku felt his heartbeat start to accelerate. He didn't want to go back. He didn't want another school to be destroyed. He didn't want more lives to end because of him. But this wasn't his world. Quirks don't exist here, and then it hit Izuku, causing him to turn pale. School starts back on the 6th. So we have plenty of time to get you prepared. But you and I will need to go to Kuoh Academy for an interview. I've booked us in for the 2nd of January. So we'll go on Tuesday morning, Miki briefed Izuku. Izuku nodded his head absent-mindedly. Goro noticed he looked unusually pale and asked him if he was okay. Can I lay down for a bit? He asked. You don't need our permission. Miki reminded him with a smile. I'll get you when dinner's ready. Issei grinned at him. Izuku nodded and made his way out of the kitchen and up the stairs. He entered the spare room. He sat down on his bed and rested his head in his hands, a small sob escaping his mouth. Why were they being so nice to him? What did he do to deserve this treatment? He should be yelled at, scorned, and probably killed. He'd gotten his friends killed. Their blood was on his hands. So why were they treating him with such kindness? He'd been thinking about what had happened, and what to do now, and he could never settle on a conclusion. But for the first time since waking up, his mind stopped thinking. Now, he'd woken up to the bitter truth. He was alone. He wasn't like these people at all. He didn't belong here. I want to talk to him, Toshinori announced, looking at the rest of the vestiges. He still hadn't gotten used to the fact that he was now a spirit inside of One for All. It was weird, especially when he closed his eyes for the final time, only to open them up and see his mentor again in this weird, dark place. He'd even gotten his own seat. In this realm, he couldn't see what the world outside looked like, but when he manifested as a spirit he was able to see everything around him. But since Izuku was trying to block them off, he had to rely on the next best thing. Nana had explained that the users were synced up to Izuku. Toshinori could see what she meant soon after. While he couldn't hear and see what was happening to Izuku, he could feel it. A dull ache filled the boy's heart. One that only grew as time passed. There was no anger in the world around him, no happiness. There was only sadness and self-loathing. It was painful to see the boy who he had trained and supported, the boy who always tried to look on the bright side of things, lose all hope. He needed to talk to his successor. Tell him it wasn't his fault. Tell him that everything was going to be okay. Sadly, the boy was brushing them off and making them disappear when they tried to talk to him. Not gonna happen, the Bruce stated. Huh, why not? Banjo questioned angrily. He's rejecting us from communicating with him. He can brush all of us away in a heartbeat, Bruce pointed out. What makes you think we can talk to him? We could attempt to constantly appear in front of him, Hikage suggested, although it sounded more like a question rather than a suggestion. Bad idea, we'd just be adding on to his stress. En looked at the man before looking at the rest of them. He's in a spiral. Like he was when he left Ua. Without his friends to help him out, he'll continue to push us away. So all we can do is wait, En said. He already tried committing suicide. Nana yelled at them all. We were barely able to stop him. And we all know he's still thinking about it. We've been lucky that he's decided to not go through with it, but how much longer will that last? She interrogated the others. Then we stop him again. The second user, Kudo, answered calmly, not bothered by the woman's yelling. I can't believe you, Nana huffed. She collapsed onto her throne and put both her hands over her face, trying to think of another way for her or Toshinori to speak with Izuku. Yoichi let out a sad sigh and shook his head, slightly disappointed at some of the users. It's best we don't take over Izuku's body as much. If we do, he'll slowly lose trust in us. Not to mention the more we do it, the higher chance he figures out how to wrestle back control. He told them all. Toshinori looked around the realm. Tension was starting to rise. People had different ideas on how to deal with Izuku, and it was frustrating him to no end. Izuku was his student. He knew the boy the best, but he couldn't talk with him without them knowing. He just hoped that something would change and the others would agree that talking to Izuku was for the best, but until then, all Toshinori could do was wait. The night was busy, but that was to be expected. January 1st, or New Year's Day. The streets were bustling. People walking down the streets with their friends or alone, blissfully unaware of the figure watching them from the roofs. Izuku looked down at them all from his spot on the highest roof in Kuoh. Danger sense was activating all over the town. Hopefully he could save people without being seen, but he had a plan for if he was seen. Yesterday, Izuku fastened a hood around his cowl. It didn't do much, but it did cover his hair just in case someone else saw what his hair looked like. When he went out with Issei 2 days ago, he noticed not many people had unique hairstyles like they did back in his world. He was no longer plain, instead his green hair made him stand out even more. He adjusted his hood, making sure it covered his head and slowly walked over to the edge. Looking down, he felt the same urges come back to him, but he refrained from committing to them. Since he was staying with the Hyodos, if he jumped off the roof and killed himself, they might be suspected by the police. They'd given him shelter, and he couldn't repay their kindness with that, no matter how much he wanted to. His train of thought was broken when danger sense went off. This was to be expected on a night like this, but this time it felt different. He didn't know how to describe it, since he'd never felt something like this before. Izuku looked around, not knowing where the source was. He couldn't get a good grip on the location, all he knew was that it was approaching, and fast. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to concentrate on where the enemy was coming from. He slowly started to narrow the location. It was to his left. No, now it was his right. No, that wasn't it. It was behind me. Izuku twirled his body around just in time to see a cyan circle filled with weird engravings appear on the ground on the other side of the roof. Izuku clenched his fists and took a battle stance. People began to walk out of the circle, each of them having a friendly smile on their face. They were so well crafted that if Izuku didn't have danger sense, he would have believed they weren't a danger to him. The circle closed, leaving 4 newcomers on the roof with him. The vigilante of Kuoh, the woman in the front of the pack, addressed him. Her green eyes shining from beneath her long brown hair. "You have the same colored eyes as me," she said in a friendly tone. He did not answer. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kudo Yasi." Kudo introduced herself with a polite tone, but Izuku could detect the arrogant and condescending tone hidden well in her voice. "And I came here wanting to discuss business." Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out a chess piece. A pawn to be exact. Even from the other side of the roof, Izuku could feel the energy of the object. It was unlike anything he'd felt before. "I wish for you to join my peerage." Peerage? Izuku questioned, unsure of what she meant. "Oh, it's nothing you need to worry about. Joining me will give you more power than you could ever imagine. All you have to do is take this pawn and I can give you that power." "What do you say?" Kudo offered, holding out the pawn. She was lying, or at least not telling him the full story. Danger sense told Izuku she was a threat, and the way she structured her sentence made him uncomfortable, so he shook his head. "I don't do team-ups." He shot them down, hoping that they'd leave him alone. Kudo's smile turned into a sneer and her eyes narrowed at the boy. "Oh, you act like you have a choice in the matter." With a snap of her fingers, a pair of large bat wings emerged from her back. Then one by one, each of the others sprouts the same wings as her. Izuku took a step back. He stared in shock at the wings on the human, no, on the creatures. At this point danger sense went into full throttle and Izuku knew he was in for a fight. The only problem was that it was a busy night on the streets. People celebrating the first night of 2007. If he were to engage whatever these things were, he would no doubt draw attention to himself. He needed to get far enough away so no one could see him. Izuku remembered seeing a forest near the town when Issei showed him around the town. That place was far away from everyone, but he needed a way to get there without being seen. Somewhere high, like the clouds. Izuku quickly jumped up and activated float, allowing him to fly above the clouds. He quickly flew towards the forest, wanting to take it away from public eyes. He turned his head around and saw those creatures following him. Activating One for All, he flicked his fingers backwards, using the propulsion from the wind to boost his speed. Izuku quickly landed and jumped into a tree, using the leaves and branches as cover. He didn't want to engage them. Normally he'd be fine with tackling the threat head-on, but danger sense was freaking out like it had never done before. His head was throbbing in pain. Whatever these things were, they were extremely dangerous, although how much he could not say. It wasn't too long before the creatures landed in the forest. While 3 of the creatures looked around for him, the main one held out her hand. Izuku watched as the area around the section of the forest he was in had some kind of barrier placed around it. It was incredibly hard to see, especially in the dark, but he knew it was there. They'd caged him in. Kuoh then lowered her hand and she and her followers began wandering around the forest. "So, tell me kid, what's the deal with your sacred gear?" She called out as she and her followers searched around nearby, looking for him. "Do you have multiple, or is it just one with multiple abilities?" "Sacred gears," Izuku mumbled under his breath quietly, unaware that he was even speaking. He watched as Kuoh stopped walking and a sinister smile appeared on her face. "Found you." Kuoh snapped her fingers and one of her companions moved at an incredible speed and grabbed Izuku by the neck. He was thrown from the tree and towards another person. Izuku barely had the time to regain his thought before a fist collided with his back. He was sent flying and crashed into a few trees before slamming into a tree and falling to the ground. He quickly got up and shrugged off the pain. It hurt, but he'd faced worse. He tried to figure out how strong they were, but his thoughts were interrupted when Kuoh flew forward and grabbed him by his neck and they both began to fly high up into the sky. Izuku pulled his fist back and threw a 30% punch, and while it looked like she felt the pain, he was horrified to see that it did virtually no damage. And for the first time since arriving in the new world, he felt a familiar feeling. Fear. Kuoh quickly reached into her pocket and pulled out the same pawn piece she'd shown him earlier. Without hesitation, she shoved it into Izuku's stomach. He watched as the chess piece slowly entered his skin. He began feeling strange, like his body was morphing into something else. His vision began getting brighter and brighter. He began to panic and tried punching the woman again, but this punch was weaker than the last. It felt like his energy was being diverted to whatever the pawn piece was doing. This didn't feel right. Even though he was getting weaker, he kept trying to free himself from the woman's grasp. He wasn't going to bow down to her will. He wasn't going to become whatever the pawn was turning him into. He was a human, and that was never going to change. Like when he defended that girl in the alleyway, Izuku felt his body start to burn up and the same strange power flow through his veins. Instead of trying to figure out the power, he focused on the new feeling and embraced it. He could feel the power amplify, as if what he was feeling was just a taste of the true power hiding within. Letting out a loud yell, Izuku grabbed the woman's neck with his left hand. Divide. Feeling a burst of power within him, Izuku swung his right fist into Kuoh's face. She shouted out in pain and let the boy go, sending him tumbling through the sky and crashing to the earth below. He slowly got to his feet, unsure of what just happened when his back suddenly felt like it had been lit on fire. Izuku hunched over and gritted his teeth in pain. He could feel the skin on his upper back split open, as if someone had pushed a scalpel down 2 parts of his back. He fell onto his knees and used his hands to keep himself from laying on the ground. He could feel a warm liquid run down his back and be absorbed by his costume. The pain soon became unbearable, and Izuku looked up to the sky and screamed out. His body was enveloped in a bright blue light, temporarily blinding him. When the light died down and his vision returned, Izuku felt no pain, instead it had been replaced with a warm and comforting feeling. He slowly stumbled to his feet, making sure to keep an eye on the creatures at all times. Then he noticed that his balance was slightly off, like something was attached to his back. Slowly turning his head, Izuku's breath hitched in his throat as he stared at the new addition to his body. Sticking out of his back was a pair of white wings that looked draconic in nature. 8 transparent, blue energy things that looked like feathers were attached to the wings, sticking out from the bottom of the protrusions sticking out of his upper back. Wah! Izuku gasped. Kuoh slowly got up onto her feet with a grin. I'll be damned. Divine dividing. She growled dangerously, one of the 15 Longinus. She let out a laugh before looking at him with a predatory grin. A mid-tier Longinus and those other sacred gears you have. With you in my peerage I'll be unstoppable. While Kuoh admired the wings with a smirk, Izuku was freaking the hell out. He gently put his shaking hand on one of the wings, unsure if he was hallucinating or not. There was a low vibration, like energy was pulsating within the blue wings. He wasn't imagining things. The wings were real. All I want is for you to join me. Is that too hard to understand? Kuoh asked with a harsh tone, starting to get impatient. He was right in front of her, and had more power than she originally thought. It never took this long for her to get something normally, so why was this brat making her suffer like this? A toothy grin came to her face as she came up with a way to get the boy to join her. You know, normally I don't allow just anyone onto my peerage. I only get the best of the best. You'll be treated wonderfully by my family with so many benefits. We can help train your powers. Not to mention we can offer protection to your family. You wouldn't want to turn that down, would you? I mean, who knows what could befall them in the future? You wouldn't want them to get hurt because you skipped out on this offer, would you? Izuku's body locked up and he slowly turned his head towards her. Her threat was invalid, since his family was dead, but then he thought of the Hyodos. They weren't his family by any means, but they'd taken him in and given him a place to stay. If these creatures did find out where he was staying, they might hurt or even kill the people who were kind enough to shelter him. More innocent people would die because of him. No, he looked down at his hands to see blood trickle down the sides of his gloves. His hands began to shake and his breathing became rapid. Not again. Izuku clenched his eyes shut and resisted the urge to vomit. This was all just a nightmare. Just a bad dream that he'd awake from any moment now. But no matter how much he tried to convince himself, he knew this was real. Protect them. Suddenly everything went silent. He opened his eyes and looked up. He could see Kuoh's mouth move, but nothing was coming out. His eyes drifted back down to his hands. They didn't have any blood on them anymore, but he could still imagine it. No, they weren't going to do anything. As long as he was alive, the Hyodos would be under his protection. And if he did die, it would be on his own terms, not whatever these things were. Izuku looked back up to Kuoh and clenched his fist tightly. He could feel it, the hatred, the sadness, the pain, all floating around inside of him. All the negativity he'd kept inside of him, trapped inside a bottle. He knew that if he were to face these creatures head-on, he'd need to deal serious damage to make sure they wouldn't get back up. And Izuku knew just what to do. He knew he'd regret it later on, but unless he did it, the Hyodos could die. So Izuku grabbed the cork and pulled. Kuoh watched as the boy froze and looked at his hands before looking up to her. She mentally smiled when she realized she was getting under his skin. Now for the final blow. And how will they? Kuoh blinked and suddenly the boy vanished. A large gust of wind blew right past her, almost knocking her to the ground. Behind her, she could hear the sound of something snapping before a deafening scream cried out in pain. Divide. She quickly turned around to see her knight was lying on the ground, crying and screaming, while grasping his legs. When Kuoh saw what her knight's leg looked like, she had to resist the urge to throw up. Both his legs had been snapped like twigs and were facing the wrong way. The boy stood over his body before slamming his metal boot in the man's face, crushing his nose and knocking him out. The boy's head turned ever so slightly towards them, his left eye staring at them dangerously. Kuoh felt her fight-or-flight response kick in when the boy fully turned around and curled his fists. The black tendrils emerged from his back again and pointed towards her and her peerage. She could see wisps of smoke emanate from his hands. His eyes darted from each and every one of them, as if trying to devise a plan of attack. Kuoh tried to order her peerage to attack, but it was too late. The boy launched forward at incredible speed and punched her pawn in the stomach. The low-class devil's mouth opened to inhale some air, but the smoke filled the boy's hand and he clamped it over the pawn's mouth, suffocating her. The pawn channeled her demonic energy into lightning and placed her hand on the boy, hoping to shock him. He screamed out in pain, but kept his grip firm. Her rook rushed to her defense and swung his fist straight into Izuku, but the boy was faster. He quickly turned and used her pawn as a shield. The fist slammed into the woman and sent both of them flying back. The boy smashed through a few trees before those black tendrils dug into the earth and slowed him down. Then he remembered the girl in his arms. He quickly dropped her and her body fell lifelessly onto the ground. Kuoh could see the boy tense up. He leaned down and put his fingers on her neck before his body relaxed. But he didn't get any time to think because her rook charged in, but the boy was able to dodge every hit. Rooks had incredible strength and defense, but their speed was reduced, so if they fought against an opponent who could move faster than them, they were in trouble. And considering the boy was both strong and fast, it made Kuoh a little worried. Divide. Izuku leapt back from the man after swinging a fist into his stomach. The man recoiled slightly, but he didn't get pushed back at all. When the boy noticed this, the lightning surrounding him only increased. He ran back and punched the man, sending him skidding back a few meters, before grabbing him, but nothing happened. He grunted before quickly jumping back, trying to put as much distance between him and them as possible. A smile came to Kuoh's face when she saw him jump back. The boy clearly had no clue about the 10-second time limit. The smile quickly faded when the boy began punching the air below him multiple times. He leaned forward and dashed towards her rook. The hand he was punching the air with turned red with crackling energy and he swung at the devil. Divide. To Kuoh's horror, her rook was sent flying. He slammed into the barrier and fell down, crashing through a few trees and landing in a slump. She turned her head back to the boy, who was now staring directly at her. No, this wasn't how it was supposed to go. She was supposed to obtain the boy as a member of her peerage, and be done. Instead her devils were out cold. The boy was no longer trying to use attacks that would detain or knock them out. He was using brutal attacks meant to heavily injure and knock them out. And since everyone besides her were low-class devils, they were getting wiped out. She didn't step in because she expected the boy to be weak, but then everything went wrong. But this couldn't be the end. She had found him first. That gave her the right to claim him. Her family always bowed down to her, gave her everything she wanted. And right now, she wanted divine dividing. She wanted his other sacred gears. She wanted him. Looking around the forest, a smirk came to her face. The boy still believed himself to be in charge, but he lost the second she decided to step in. They were in a forest, surrounded by nature. And that was her domain. Holding out her hand, she channeled her demonic energy into the ground. Vines erupted from the earth and wrapped around the boy, restraining him. He quickly grabbed the grass and tried using divine dividing again. But it didn't seem to offer her any boost in power. I guess grass doesn't give you much power, does it? Kuoh laughed. With the snap of her fingers, the vines caught on fire. The boy quickly ripped the vines off quickly, trying to avoid his body being burned. Ripping the last burning vine off his body, he saw what his gloves were reduced to. They were now damaged and burnt. The ends of the fingertips were tattered and now resembled claws. Kuoh watched as the boy stared at his hands, his eyes widening in horror as he stared at his gloves. She watched as his hands started to tremble before he closed them into shaking fists. She quickly ran forward and tried to punch him. The boy quickly snapped out of it and caught her fist. Divide. Using the stolen strength, he threw her by her arm. She smashed into a tree. She slowly got to her feet, but the world was spinning. Feeling something glide down her head, she placed her hands on it and pulled it back to see a crimson smear. The boy was getting more and more powerful as time went on. Every time he used divine dividing, he stole half their power and added it to his own. The boy, fueled with this new power, got up and ran towards her. In a panic, she used her demonic power to wrap around his legs, tripping him to the ground. But instead of falling, he reached his arms out towards her. 2 strands of those tendrils shot out of his hands and hooked on the trees behind her. He slingshotted himself and crashed into her, sending them both flying. They both tumbled around in a struggle. When they stopped, the boy sat on top of her, his fist raised into the sky. She could hear his heavy breathing. Kuoh closed her eyes, but then she felt something wet drip down onto her cheek. Opening her eyes, she saw the green eyes of her opponent stare down at her. The boy blinked and a few tears splattered on her cheek. That was the last thing she saw before he slammed his fist into her face. Izuku stood in the center of the spare room in the Hyodo household. He looked down at the blood on his tattered gloves, but unlike his hallucinations, it wasn't the Hyodo's blood. It was the blood of whatever those things were. Lowering his arms, Izuku turned his head and quickly activated the strange power. The wings emerged from his back, but this time there was no pain. Instead, the warm feeling he felt during the fight spread throughout his body. Gently, he glided his hand along the transparent blue energy things that looked a lot like feathers. Izuku stared at the wings, unsure of what to think. He had no clue what this was. Could it be some kind of quirk? No, it couldn't have been. Kuoh said that it was called divine dividing, and quirks didn't exist in this world, so it had to have been something else. He recalled her calling it a sacred gear, whatever that was. He imagined the wings going away, and they did. He slowly stripped out of his costume before sitting down on the bed. He grabbed his head with both of his hands and clenched his eyes shut. Nothing here made any sense. Were the people he saw on the streets still human, or was everyone like those creatures? Were the Hyodos like them? They'd taken him in and fed him, but was that out of kindness, or was it because they wanted that power for themselves? All these thoughts swam in Izuku's head, heightening his anxiety, but he quickly snapped himself out of it. Danger sense would have warned him if the Hyodos were evil, and for if they were those creatures, he could not say. His mind then traveled to the chess pieces the creature was holding. There was something bad about those things. When that pawn piece sunk into his chest, he noticed his vision getting brighter, as if being granted the ability to see in the dark. Thankfully he was able to get the creature off of him before the chess piece fully entered his body. But the question still floated around in the back of his mind. Did they turn him into whatever those things were? Izuku shook his head. There was no point in thinking about that now. He had no clue what would have happened if it successfully entered his body, and he didn't plan to find out. With a sigh, Izuku lowered his head and stared at the ground. This truly was hell, trapped in a world with creatures that looked exactly like humans, with no one by his side to fight alongside him. He was all alone. I wish you guys were here, Izuku thought. But his sadness soon turned into horror. Activating that power again, he turned his head around to see the wings attached to his back. He put his hands on the sides of his head and shut his eyes. No, this couldn't be true. It just couldn't. But what if it was? Izuku opened his eyes and looked back at the wings adorning his back. He gently rubbed his hand against it before punching it as hard as he could. He could feel the sting, not on his fist, but on the wings. They were a part of him. A part of him that could have been lurking inside of him for who knows how long. If he'd unlocked this power earlier, if he'd used this power in the fight against All for One, could he have saved his friends? Rias walked down the halls of the hospital. Visiting overs had been over long ago, but the staff were able to make an exception for one of the 4 great Satans. Word spread fast in the underworld, and since he's one of the 4 rulers of the underworld, it normally reaches him first. So when he heard of a group of devils being sent to the hospital with serious injuries after coming back from the human world, he had to go and find out what had transpired. When he had arrived, he was directed to Kuoh. He'd reached her room and had been met with an unpleasant sight. The woman's face was covered in bandages, and her body was roughed up. She'd told him about her plan to go and meet the vigilante in Kuoh. She had gone to offer the boy a spot within her peerage, but he'd freaked out and brutally attacked them all. Claiming that he would destroy every devil that he encountered. She'd told him that he was vicious and took them out one by one, wanting to do as much damage as he could, and after seeing what he'd done to her knight, he believed her. It was concerning to hear a boy with great power wanting their species destroyed. As Rias walked out of the hospital, someone spoke up. "Ah. I thought I was going to be the first one here," a familiar voice rang out behind him. A small smile came to his face as he turned around to see one of the other great Satans. Seraphal Leviathan, even though you're going to question someone, you still wear your magical girl clothing from that TV show. Rias questioned, staring at the prop wand she carried. Yep. Seraphol smiled at him, her blue eyes twinkling with happiness. She walked forward till she was standing right beside him. The two of them continued walking as Sirzex told her everything he knew. Wow, a human was able to do all that. How strong were the devils? She gasped, playing with one of her black twin tails. In terms of power, they are all low-class devils, Sirzex told Seraphol. The only reason Miss Yasi is ranked as a high-class devil is because she was born into one of the families of the 73 pillars, he claimed. In Sirzek's opinion, they should have abolished the 73-pillar ranking system long ago. Rating games were the best and most efficient way to test how strong and resourceful devils were. And with how the boy performed, he would definitely be a high-class devil. To attack a peerage of devils and win wasn't that uncommon in the underworld. Rating games were a common way to settle deals or disputes. But for a human to be capable of taking down a peerage single-handedly was incredibly worrying. Humans weren't supposed to be this strong. Compared to devils, they didn't have the lifespan they had, nor the demonic power to fight with. And then out of nowhere, a boy wielding one of the 14 Longinus appears. That wouldn't be too much to worry about, but the fact that he had 5 other reported sacred gears put him on edge. Didn't you say they tried recruiting him before he went crazy? She tried using a pawn. Seraphol asked, do you think that he got upset at the proposal? She wondered. It wouldn't have worked. It would have gone inside of him and then popped right back out. Sirzex told Seraphol, if the boy truly has all those sacred gears, he'd require more than a single pawn piece. Possibly all 8 pieces, or even a few mutated pawn pieces. He guessed. It's daunting, if we're being honest with each other. The power he holds is immense, and if used correctly, he could wipe out a lot of innocent beings. You think he might be a danger to our race? Seraphol questioned, looking at her friend. Right now, no, he is dangerous, incredibly so, but he's only just unlocked divine dividing. But the more time he has, the stronger he will become. That's what worries me, Sirzex confessed. Shaking his head, he looked at the girl. What do you think about him? He questioned, wanting a second opinion. Seraphol put her index finger on her cheek and tilted her head to the side. Well, if he managed to defeat 4 low-class devils at the same time, he must be powerful, but it makes me wonder. Miss Yasi said that the boy's power seemed to increase even before dividing. Does that mean he was fighting at full strength at the end, or was he still holding back? He pondered out loud. Sirzex hummed in thought. Seraphol could be right, but he hoped she wasn't. From what Kuoh told her, the boy was incredibly powerful. If the boy were to go up against him or the other great Satans, they could easily destroy him, leaving nothing behind, but around low, middle, or even high-class devils, he could pose a serious threat. So for him to have more power was a thought he did not want to think. So what are we going to do about him? Seraphol asked. Sirzex huffed, trying to think of the best way to approach this situation. The boy seemed to know how his other sacred gears worked, but divine dividing unnerved him the most. It could take half the enemy's strength and add it onto the user's. The boy could probably divide demonic power, but since he isn't a devil, he probably wouldn't be able to utilize it. It was a dangerous move for devils, since most relied on their demonic power to battle. Thankfully the boy had no clue about that possibility, but how much longer would it take for him to find out? And then he remembered the couple who used Kronos' clock. Sure, it could have been a coincidence, but it made more sense to approach it from that angle. If a human is born with a sacred gear, they can only have one. The only possible way a human could have 2 is through irregular circumstances. And Kronos' clock was nothing if not irregular. He needed to speak with the boy, but with his schedule he wouldn't have any time to hunt him down. His mind jumped to Rias, but he quickly shut that idea down. He didn't want his baby sister hunting the boy. The vigilante was dangerous, and he doubted she would be able to handle him. Then an idea popped into his mind. His face hardened as he considered the pros and cons, and when he figured them out, he spoke up. I want a ranking put out on the vigilante. Sirzex said. Seraphol looked towards him, shocked. Putting someone on a ranking meant they were considered to be a very big threat. It wasn't just any run-of-the-mill criminal. Oh okay. What should I tell them? She asked, watching his face turn deadly serious. Tell them we're dealing with an A- rank threat, Sears told her, and tell them that I want him alive. Izuku was scared. He hadn't slept since he'd woken up from the hospital due to a lack of care, but even if he wanted to sleep tonight he couldn't. His eyes kept darting to the window, a part of him wondering if those things would find him. After a while he got up and closed the blinds, but not even a minute later he opened them back up. The creatures were all he could think of for the rest of the night. He was riddled with anxiety. It wasn't the fact that they could kill him, rather it was what they could do to him. Those chess pieces had to have some purpose, but what it was he didn't know. Izuku remembered his body feeling strange and his vision getting brighter, but apart from that he knew nothing. He was so engrossed in his thoughts, he almost didn't notice that the sun had risen. He slowly got to his feet and walked towards the door, but he froze before his hand touched the doorknob. Was everyone here a creature? Was Earth still inhabited by humans? Or was he now the only human in the world? Izuku's hand felt weird and he looked down to see it was shaking. He quickly grabbed it with his other hand and held it still. Hiding in this room wouldn't get him any answers, he'd need to try and pry it out of one of the Hyodos. But he had to be cautious. If they truly were the creatures he fought last night, they could easily tell the others what he looked like. Taking in a deep breath, Izuku turned the doorknob and made his way downstairs. Once he made it to the kitchen, he found Issei sitting at the counter eating some tamagoyaki. The boy quickly noticed him and smiled. "Morning, Midoriya," he greeted. "How did you sleep?" Izuku shrugged. "Fine, I had a weird dream though," Izuku responded. "What about?" Issei questioned, taking a bite of his breakfast. "I had superpowers, and I was some kind of superhero," Izuku lied. Seeing that this was the perfect time to ask the question, he took his shot. "Hyodo, if you could have a superpower, what would you have?" "Huh, superpower," Issei repeated, caught off guard by the question. He rested his chin on his hand and thought, invisibility. That way I can sneak into the girls' changing room and not get beaten up for it, he chuckled to himself. Izuku nodded absent-mindedly, not even bothering to think about Issei's answer. "You wouldn't want the power of flight?" He questioned hesitantly. He knew this would be the make-or-break question. If Issei was whatever those creatures were, this is how he would know. Like with wings. Izuku watched as Issei shook his head. "Nah, flying around would be cool, but wings. Those would just get in the way. Flying around without them would probably be cooler," he said. "It would be like those superhero movies, except unlike a lot of them, I'm only human. There isn't really anything extraordinary about me." Izuku sighed in relief. However, Issei took his sigh as disappointment, so he quickly spoke up. "Also, I was joking about the invisibility power. Honestly, any superpower would be cool to have, but I would like something powerful, you know." He shrugged. "What about you? What power would you want if you could have one?" "Time travel," Izuku answered immediately. "Oh, that would be cool," Issei nodded his head. "You got a mistake you want to fix or something?" Izuku's gaze hardened and he looked down at the counter. Issei's smile faded when the boy wouldn't answer. "Hey, you okay?" he asked, unsure if he upset the boy. He didn't answer, but Issei noticed his fists clenched tightly before relaxing. "I'm fine," he whispered. Issei didn't buy it. Before he could ask what was wrong, his mother walked into the kitchen. "Izuku, are you not ready?" she asked, confused on why he looked like he'd just woken up. Izuku blinked, unsure of what the woman was talking about. She noticed he looked a little lost and quickly reminded him what was happening. "We have a meeting at Kuoh Academy this morning." Izuku mentally slapped himself. He'd been so worried that those things would attack him he'd completely forgotten about the meeting. "Go have a quick shower and get dressed. Make sure to wear your nicest clothes," Miki told him. Nodding, Izuku left the kitchen and walked up to the bathroom. He took a quick shower to freshen himself up. When he left the shower, Izuku realized was starting to develop eye bags due to the lack of sleep. He walked closer to the mirror and rubbed the bags, hoping that they would go away, but they didn't. Sighing, Izuku turned to leave the bathroom, but then he remembered the wings. He turned around to see his back was completely fine. A frown came to Izuku's face and he kept quiet, listening for anyone coming down the hall. When he felt he was safe, he grasped the new power floating around inside of him. He watched as 2 lines ran down his upper back and opened up before the wings emerged from them. He imagined the wings going away and they retreated into his back before the skin sealed close, not even leaving a scar. There wasn't even any pain. The only time it hurt was when he first used the power. He wanted to continue trying to figure out what on earth he'd just awakened, but if he didn't get ready now, he'd miss the interview and Mickey would be upset. So he quickly left the bathroom and got changed into the nicest clothes he had before heading downstairs. He found Mickey waiting for him at the door. "You look nice, Izuku," she smiled before opening the door for him. "Good luck." Issei gave him a smile and a thumbs up from the living room. Izuku gave him a tiny nod before heading out and towards the car. Tomita Nori rested her glasses on her soft pixie cut. She knew her hair was starting to gray due to her age, but she could focus on that some other time. Right now she looked across her desk to see Miki Hyodo and a green-haired boy. "It's nice to see you, Mrs. Hyodo." She greeted the woman. "It's lovely to see you too, Headmistress Nori," Miki smiled, looking into the woman's hazel eyes. "And you must be Mr. Midoriya." Tomita looked at the boy, who gave a small nod. She'd worked with children for a long time, so she was able to get a pretty good view of the boy's personality. Shy and quiet, preferring to keep to himself. "What can you tell me about yourself?" she asked. The boy blinked and his eyes darted all over the place, as if he wasn't sure on how to answer. He quickly locked his gaze to the desk. "Not much," he quietly told her. Tomita hummed. Him keeping quiet wouldn't help him enroll, and from the looks of it, Mickey knew that too. Maybe it would be best to ask small questions. Try to ease him into the interview. "How old are you?" 16, the boy answered, keeping the same quiet and dull tone. But Tomita noticed that he was much quicker to answer this time. "First-year student." Tomita immediately thought after hearing his age. If he was to be accepted into the school, she'd place him in the high school division. "What subject do you consider to be your best?" The boy thought long and hard. He opened his mouth to answer, but nothing came out. He closed it back up and then opened his mouth again. "Anatomy," he answered. "The study of the human body. One of the most difficult subjects they taught at this school." Tomita raised an eyebrow at this new information. "Why do you like anatomy?" she asked, genuinely curious. Izuku blinked a few times before looking at the desk. "I've always been interested in what the human body was capable of and what it could do," he answered. However, he wasn't telling her the full truth. Like how quirkology was his best subject, which was closely tied to anatomy. "Interesting," she hummed, nodding her head. "If I may, I would like you to picture this. You notice a student is being harassed, no one is around to help. What do you do?" Surprisingly, the boy answered just as she finished speaking, "Try to talk the person down. If they refuse, protect the person in trouble," Izuku answered. Tomita looked at the boy, and it didn't sound like he'd rehearsed it. No, it sounded like he was speaking on instinct. A small smile came to her face. A series of knocks at the door gained everyone's attention. Tomita smiled. "Come in." The door opened and in walked Kuoh Academy's student council president. Her black short bob cut bouncing up and down as her violet eyes gazed at the unknown people from behind her glasses. "Mr. Midoriya, this is Sauna Shitori. Ms. Shitori, Izuku Midoriya." She introduced one another. She was completely unaware that the girl was using an alias and her real identity was Sona Citri. "A high-class devil, it's a pleasure to meet you," Sona greeted the boy, who gave a small nod in return. "Miss Shitori, would you mind showing Mr. Midoriya around the school grounds while I talk with Mrs. Hyodo?" Tomita requested. "Yes, headmistress." Sona nodded her head before turning to the boy and staring at him. Her violet eyes shining as she looked the boy up and down. "Follow me, please." Sona walked down the halls of Kuoh Academy with ease. Since she was the student council president, she knew every hallway and every room. It was her job to know these things, among other stuff. Such as the names of some troublemakers. She recognized the last name of that woman. Hyodo. There was no doubt in her mind that the woman's son was Issei Hyodo, the leader of the perverted trio. She prayed this boy wasn't a pervert like the majority of the male students here, but even if he wasn't, she had another problem with him. She turned her head and saw the boy following her, his dead eyes glancing at her every so often. It wasn't glances at her thighs or her butt like most of the boys at this school did, rather it looked like he was preparing for her to attack him. Sona knew that it could just be anxiety or some past incident with bullying, but she couldn't risk it. Rias had told her about the vigilante running amok in Kuoh. Normally that wouldn't be too big of an issue since he was only human, but then her sister had warned her about him. Apparently he had multiple sacred gears and sent a peerage to hospital. A vigilante shows up, and not too long after a new kid shows up wanting to enroll. There were too many red flags. She couldn't just ignore this. There was a high chance this boy could be the vigilante they were looking for, but until she had enough evidence, she couldn't expose herself as a devil and bring him in. There was also the fact that he managed to take down an entire peerage. They were all low class in terms of power, so he might be considered a high class in power. She was a high class devil, in both her family and her power. So she could maybe take down the boy by herself, but that was a big maybe. Divine dividing was dangerous even in a regular human's hands. Give that to someone with multiple sacred gears and you have a massive problem. So even if she discovered Izuku was the vigilante, she'd notify her sister to build up a team to take him down. She just hoped Rias would do the same. Her friend was sensible, but she could also get impatient and provoked easily. If the vigilante did something to upset her, or she decided to go after him herself, it would be a disaster. Turning her head again, she quickly took in his physical stature. He looked around her height, but apart from that there wasn't anything notable about him. He didn't look that strong. He wore a long-sleeved shirt that looked a few sizes above what he should be. But she couldn't rule out the possibility that he had a strong physique underneath the clothes he wore. Noticing the longer she remained quiet, the more likely the boy would notice something was wrong. She began listing off all the rooms that she passed. This area is the high school division. If you are to be accepted, you'll most likely be placed into one of these classrooms, she informed him. Izuku nodded his head, but didn't say a word. Sona frowned and continued moving forward and pointing out all the rooms, but the boy never responded once. He was quiet the entire way. This continued until Sona finished her tour of the important areas. If he was accepted into the school, he would easily find his way around to the less important parts. Well, I believe the headmistress will be expecting us. So we should start walking back now. She turned around, but it looked like Izuku wasn't paying attention, because they bumped into each other. That was when she felt it. A sacred gear, along with something else. Something more advanced, floating around with the sacred gear. She had no clue what it was, but right now all she wanted to see was how powerful his sacred gear was. If it was Longinus level, then she could easily call her sister. Sona focused all her demonic energy and tried to search for his sacred gear, but she soon realized she made a mistake. Everything went silent. She couldn't hear anything, not even the sounds of her own footsteps. The only thing she could hear was her heartbeat. She quickly stopped walking and turned around, unsure if this was the boy's doing. But instead of looking at him, Sona found herself looking down an empty corridor. Midoriya. She questioned hesitantly, unsure of what was happening. Then she heard an unfamiliar voice speak up from behind her. Devil. She whipped her head around to find herself looking towards an empty void. She quickly turned back around to see she was no longer standing in Kuoh Academy anymore. Instead she was somewhere unknown, surrounded by nothing but darkness. She could hear her heartbeat start to increase, slowly but surely. Hello. She yelled out into the void, beginning to panic. Her heartbeat got louder and louder, as if someone was banging a drum next to her ears. She tried to block out the sound with her hands, but it was futile. She tried to let go of her power. Tried to stop the magic from searching for a sacred gear, but it felt like something was holding onto it, refusing to let go. She let out a small yell, and then everything went silent once again. Slowly she took her hands off her ears and looked around, her breathing erratic and shaky. That was when she heard an unknown voice talk to her from within her mind, as if it were speaking to her telepathically. It was a male voice that was regal, yet threatening. My partner has been through a lot already, he doesn't need you stressing him out more. Sona looked around, trying to find the source of the voice, but even with her night vision, she couldn't see anything. While I may not be able to communicate with my partner just yet, that does not mean I will not look out for him. So I will give you your first and only warning. Back off. Sona opened her eyes and gasped. Looking around frantically, she saw Izuku looking down at her, confused and concerned. That was when she realized that she was on the floors. "Are you okay?" he cautiously asked, reaching his hand out to her. Sona instinctively scooted backwards in fear. The boy flinched and that snapped her back to reality. She cautiously took his hand and he lifted her up to her feet. His hands were surprisingly warm, but she didn't get to feel it anymore after he retracted his hand. "I apologize. My head just started hurting all of a sudden," she lied. Izuku slowly nodded his head, as if he wasn't really sure if she was telling the truth or not. "Is the nurse here today? Do you need to go see her?" "No, I'll be fine," she claimed. "We should go back now. School starts on the 6th, Tomita informed him, sliding a timetable over to him and Mickey. "You'll be in class 1A, that way you and Mr. Hyodo will share the same classes. If you have any issues, whether it be schoolwork or you're being picked on, please do not hesitate to ask for our help," she said. Izuku felt his body locked up after being told what class he had been placed in. He slowly nodded his head, trying his hardest not to let his grief and problems be shown to the others. "Thank you," he whispered quietly. Tomita and Mickey began talking soon afterwards about what would happen going forward, but Izuku tuned it all out. A new school, new people he'd get to know, new people who might get hurt again. Izuku clenched his fists tightly and tried to remind himself that villains didn't exist in this world, but then he remembered those creatures. If he wasn't careful, what happened at Ua could very well happen here. It would actually be worse since humans here didn't seem to possess any quirks, leaving them defenseless. If those things did track him down to this school, it would be a slaughter. And what was worse was he wasn't even sure if those creatures did pose as students. He was totally in the dark. Anyone could be one of those creatures, and he wouldn't know until danger sense told him. Even then they could just be a bully or violent student and not one of those things. That's why he didn't want to talk to the woman that much, nor Sona, who had left not too long ago. They could easily be those things, so he kept quiet not because he didn't feel like talking, rather because he didn't want them to know much about him. He was completely in the dark, with no one to light his way. He could feel the stress begin to build up inside of him, but all he did was bottle it up and ignore it. Sona scrolled through the security tapes. Was she allowed to do this? Probably not, but she didn't really have a choice. If she wanted answers, this was the only way she could get them for now. Everyone had already gone home, meaning she could easily teleport into the room without anyone seeing her. She selected the camera outside where she and Izuku were alone. She quickly found the section and leaned in. Rewinding the footage to the beginning, she clicked on the mouse and watched as everything played out. "Well, I believe the headmistress will be expecting us. So we should start walking back now," she said, before turning around accidentally bumping into him. She took a few steps before stopping in her tracks. Izuku's eyes slightly narrowed when she didn't move a muscle. She was just standing there, completely frozen. "Shitori," he called out to her, concerned. He reached his hand out to touch her shoulder, but quickly pulled his hand back when she fell to her knees. "Shitori," he shouted, unsure of what was happening to her. Then she gasped and looked around frantically and saw Izuku standing over her, confused and concerned. Sona paused the tape and adjusted her glasses. Breathing out a heavy sigh, she rewound the footage and searched through it looking for something, but she couldn't find it. Not once did Izuku look at a security camera. Not once did his eyes dart towards them. Perhaps the boy truly didn't know what happened, and what that voice said to her. That it wasn't able to communicate with Izuku yet. So perhaps it noticed what she was trying to do and interrupted the process on his behalf. It was trying to protect him from her. Sona wound back to the footage of them alone and watched it once more, taking in every small detail she could notice. Once she had it memorized, she deleted the footage and leaned back on the chair, looking toward the ceiling. A small smile soon graced her features. Sure, she may not be any closer to figuring out if he was the vigilante, but she now had a crucial piece of information. That voice that spoke to her. If that was his sacred gear, it wouldn't have been able to speak to her or mess with her head. So whether he knew it or not, Izuku Midoriya had already unlocked his sacred gear. Izuku hadn't slept since he'd woken up at the hospital, which was roughly a week ago. He could feel the drawbacks start to take effect. Thankfully this time he was eating stuff, so he was still gaining energy, but the longer he neglected his sleep, the faster he would lose energy until eventually passing out from exhaustion. But he couldn't fall asleep. If he did, he risked getting attacked by those creatures, and the longer he stayed awake for, the higher the chance he'd fall asleep and leave himself wide open for an ambush. He needed to figure out how to solve that issue, but he still had time. Right now, he was busy trying to tie the ribbon attached to his collar. Just like with his tie, he was struggling to get it right. Eventually he was able to tie it up, but one loop was bigger than the other. Izuku wasn't about to try that again, so he gave up. Standing up, he walked out of his room and into the bathroom to look at himself in the mirror. Looking into the piece of reflective glass, he saw himself wearing a black blazer with white accents over a white, long-sleeve, button-down shirt with black vertical linings, a lopsided black ribbon on the collar and matching black pants. He thought he'd have to wear the brown dress shoes that came alone with the uniform, but Issei let him know that the dress code wasn't all that strict. He wasn't sure if that was true, but decided to trust Issei. Walking down the stairs, he saw Issei waiting for him at the doorway, adjusting his shoes. His blazer was opened and instead of the white shirt, he wore a casual red shirt. Not to mention his shoes were a pair of blue and white sneakers. Issei noticed Izuku's look of confusion and only smiled. Like I said, the dress code isn't all that strict. As long as you don't wear anything with logos on it and wear most of the uniform, they don't care. He told the boy before looking at the clock on the wall. We'll need to head off now. Bye Mum, he shouted out. Have a good day you too. Mickey called out from the kitchen. And so Izuku and Issei left the house and started walking to Kuoh Academy. The walk was mostly silent, but Izuku did notice they were walking towards the street where Issei sees the dog. Sure enough, Issei let out a whistle, and not even a second later Hiroshi ran over to them and sat down right at Issei's legs. I didn't even have to tell you to sit, good boy. He praised the dog, rubbing the back of his neck with one hand and giving him a small piece of bread. Issei passed a piece of bread over to Izuku. Hiroshi moved over to Izuku to take the piece from him before running back to Issei. It was clear that the dog was loyal to the brown-haired boy. Just like last time, the dog's head randomly shot up and it ran off. I really want to know where he runs off to, Issei muttered to himself. They continued on their journey before finding themselves standing outside the gates of Kuoh Academy. Okay, well I'll see you in class. You probably want to make a good first impression on the girls here, and being seen with me probably won't help with that. Why not? Are you popular? Izuku asked. Issei tilted his hand. Let's just put it as I'm popular for the wrong reasons, he claimed, confusing Izuku. You know where the classroom is. Good, I'll see you there, he said before walking off, only to stop and turn around. Oh, and don't worry if you get lost. The teachers won't get too annoyed, and after saying that, Issei left. Izuku looked around and saw a few students looking at him. Paranoia filled his body as he slowly walked through the school grounds. His eyes darted to everyone looking at him. They were whispering to each other quietly, but he knew they were talking about him. But that didn't bother him too much. What bothered him was the fact that they could be those creatures, and he had no way of telling if they were human or not. This wasn't going to be good. Izuku stared at the door and it stared back, or at least Izuku felt like it was. The door didn't offer the same overbearing nature as the classroom doors from UA. These were smaller, but still unsettled Izuku, as he didn't know who was behind the doors. Could they be a threat? A danger to him and others around him? Danger sense wasn't warning him of any threat, but that did little to negate the anxiety he felt. It wasn't long until he heard the teacher call him in. He opened the door and walked into the room, glancing at the other teenagers as he did. Standing in front of the room, he saw most of the boys glaring at him and all the girls looking at him with suspicious gazes. Would you like to introduce yourself? The teacher asked Izuku. His eyes glanced over each and every one of them. He could hear his heartbeat thud in his chest as all eyes were on him. But he couldn't let them know he was nervous, so he gave a small bow and made sure his face didn't change. I'm Izuku Midoriya, he said, keeping his voice emotionless and dull. His eyes widened when he saw that girl he saved before he quickly reverted back to what they looked like before. If those creatures heard about him, someone had to have told them. And the only person to have ever seen him was her. Not to mention the look she was giving him. Like she was judging him. She had to be one of them. Anything else? The teacher asked Izuku, hoping to get him to open up a bit more to his future classmates, but the boy was silent. She sighed and subtly shook her head. Well, there's a spare seat behind Hyodo. Izuku gave a small nod and walked over. Issei gave him a smile and a nod as he passed by and sat behind him. Looking out the window he was placed next to, he could see the front of the school. Okay class, welcome back. How was everyone's holiday? The teacher asked. A few students responded, but it seemed that everyone's attention was on him. Something which he did not like. Well, did anyone do the holiday homework that was required? Groans rang out across the classroom and thankfully took some of the attention off of him. The classes soon began, but Izuku started to feel off. It wasn't nausea, but rather the feeling that something was wrong. Danger sense wasn't going off, but something still felt wrong. It didn't take long for him to realize what the problem was. He tried to ignore it, and it worked for a few hours, but with every second, the thoughts kept invading his mind until it was all he could think. Holding up his hand, he waited until the teacher noticed him. May I go to the toilet? He asked quietly. She nodded her head and he quickly got up and left the classroom, ignoring the eyes following him as he did. He walked down the corridor, his pace quickening with every step until he was sprinting down the hall. Izuku burst into the bathroom and slammed the door behind him. He walked over to the tap and turned it on before splashing some water onto his face. He took a few deep breaths and placed his hands on each side of the sink. He rested his forehead against the glass mirror and looked down at the water flowing into the drain. Izuku shut his eyes and tightened his grip on the sink. Was this supposed to be the new normal? Was he just supposed to pretend that his old school wasn't destroyed? Like he didn't witness innocent people die because he wasn't strong or fast enough. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. The thoughts repeated in his mind like a broken record. But Izuku couldn't shut them out. All he could do was open his eyes and stare down as the water circled around before going down the drain. Yuto Kiba examined his work with a small nod. It was by no means perfect and he didn't doubt he got a few answers wrong, but he was confident he got most of the answers right. As long as he kept his grades at AB average, he was happy. Looking around the classroom, he saw a few of his classmates had also finished, while the majority of them were still working on the sheet given to them by the teacher. Breathing in through his nose, Kiba decided to recheck his sheet to see if he could maybe find a few answers he could redo, but he felt the need to go to the bathroom. He raised his hand into the sky and waited for the teacher to notice him. Once she did, he asked to go to the toilets. She said yes, and he left the classroom. His walk to the bathroom was uneventful. The same could not be said for his time in the bathroom. When Kiba entered, he saw an unfamiliar boy resting his head against the mirror, looking at the running sink with tired and dead eyes. The other boy didn't turn his head to look at him when he entered. Hello. Kiba tried to gain the boy's attention. Are you okay? He asked louder. That seemed to get some reaction from the boy as he blinked and looked up at Kiba. The green eyes held no shine or spark in them. They were just dull. Fine. The boy muttered, turning the tap off. Kiba got a good look at his right hand when he did that. The fingers on his right hand were slightly deformed. Ring-like scars and crooked fingers. His eyes narrowed in thought as he tried to imagine how the boy got them. However, when he realized he was still looking, he quickly averted his eyes. Are you sure? Part of him was expecting the boy to blow up and shout at him, but he didn't. I'm fine, he repeated, not changing his tone or volume. Kiba nodded his head, accepting the answer even if he didn't believe it. I've never seen you before, he said, giving the boy a once-over. Are you new here? The boy gave a slow nod in response to his question. Well, I'm Yuto Kiba. He politely held out his hand. Class 1B. The boy glanced down at his hand before hesitantly reaching out and shaking it. Izuku Midoriya, he said, sounding slightly unsure on whether or not he should be talking to him. 1A. Ah, you're also a first year? Kiba questioned. Well, it was nice meeting you. Izuku looked down at the floor and hummed before turning around and walking away. Kiba watched him go with a bad feeling in his stomach. He couldn't explain why, but he called out to his schoolmate. "Hey, Midoriya." Izuku stopped in the doorway, but didn't turn around to face him. Kiba didn't know why he was empathizing with the boy. Maybe it was because the boy had the same lifeless look in his eyes that Kiba himself had many years ago. "If you ever want to chat, I'm always free. Just come and find me," he told the boy. Izuku didn't respond to his offer. Instead, the boy just silently left, leaving Kiba all alone. Kiba watched the door close in silence. There was something about Izuku that just felt wrong. That felt all too familiar, yet different at the same time. Sure, he offered the boy someone to talk to, but he doubted it would evolve into friendship. Humans and devils weren't meant to befriend each other. Izuku was one of the first out of the classroom. He just couldn't stand being in there and accepting that this was the new normal for him. Finding himself outside, he looked around for a place he could just sit down and try to ignore everything that was going on. It didn't take long for him to find a rather large tree. Making his way over, he saw many students leave the main building, ranging from younger to older students. Izuku didn't really pay any mind to that. He sat down and rested his back against the base of the tree. Looking up to the sky, he saw the gray cloud roll overhead. He took a few deep breaths through his nose and closed his eyes, but they snapped open when he heard footsteps walk over towards him. Right in front of him was a short girl with white hair, staring down at him with her golden eyes. Her face was stern and uncaring. Both of them didn't utter a single word, only staring at each other in complete silence. After what felt like an eternity, the girl moved to his right and sat down. She wasn't next to him, but resting on the right of the trunk while he sat on the front. Part of him considered getting up and moving, but danger sense wasn't going off and he didn't really feel like moving from this spot. The rustling of a wrapper caught his attention and he turned his head to see the girl unwrapping a chocolate bar. The girl locked eyes with him and he turned his head away. Then she spoke up with a mostly emotionless tone, but he could detect a hint of malice in there. "You a pervert?" Izuku blinked in confusion. What kind of first question was that? He turned his head around to see the girl staring back at him, waiting for an answer. "No," he answered, confusion mixed into his tone making it sound more like a question rather than an answer. The girl stared at him with a hard gaze before humming to herself. Like she didn't believe him. Izuku turned away, but his mind kept focusing on the question she asked. It was probably a good thing that he wasn't focusing on his normal thoughts. Maybe the girl had been leered at a lot before. She had a petite figure, but maybe boys like that. He never really thought about that type of stuff. "Why did you ask me that?" The girl took a bite out of her chocolate before craning her neck to look at him. She looked at him for a few seconds in disbelief. "Either you're blind or you're new. Nearly every boy in this school is a pervert." "What?" Izuku questioned, not really believing the girl. The school used to be an all-girls school, but last year they made it into a co-ed school. Every boy who joined the school were pervs, she informed him. Well, nearly everyone. Izuku still didn't believe her. There was no way every boy at this school was a pervert. He didn't rule out the possibility though. He didn't know this school or what the students were like. "Well, are there any boys who aren't perverts?" Izuku asked. "Yuto Kiba. He has blonde hair, blue eyes, and a mole underneath his left eye." She said. "Yuto Kiba. Wasn't that the boy he met in the bathroom? He's the only boy in this school that isn't a pervert," she added, giving him an accusatory look. Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly. "I'm not a pervert," he stated, getting frustrated by the girl's accusations. "Then why did you move to this school in particular? Why didn't you stay at your old school?" She sneered. "Why didn't you stay at your old school?" Izuku's fist tightened, his nails digging into his skin. His palms started to sting, but he paid no attention to that. His focus was on Ua, the rubble that spread out kilometers due to the giant building falling to the ground. The smoke and harsh smell of iron. The glass that crunched with every step. The corpses that littered the ground. Young Midoriya. Maybe it would be best to ignore this girl. Toshinori appeared at his side. Izuku's eyes widened and he muttered softly before quickly waving his hand through the transparent figure, causing it to dissipate. "What?" the girl asked, turning to face him. Izuku turned to face her. She had a confused look on her face. She probably heard me mutter. He assumed. Nothing, he softly muttered before standing up and walking away from her. He could feel the girl's gaze still on him, so he quickly moved away where she couldn't see him. Once he knew he was out of sight, he uncurled his fists to see his nails left marks in his palms. Deep down he knew the longer he bottled up his stress, the sooner he would explode. It happened once and it was bound to happen again. And with everything happening at the moment, it wouldn't be long before he let his despair and anger run wild. If he did that, he might hurt innocent people. He might think they were the creatures that attacked him and fight them. So he just needed to keep himself in check. Off in the distance, he saw Issei with two other boys quickly move towards a building. Deciding it would be best to stick to someone he trusted, Izuku began to follow them. "Hey, let me have a look," Issei complained, trying to shove his two friends out of the way. They weren't budging. Issei sighed and shook his head. He knew Matsuda and Motohama would just stare at the girls changing in the other room and they wouldn't let him have a peep. He was the one who found this hole, so why were these two hogging it? This couldn't possibly get any worse. "What are you doing?" a tired voice asked from behind them. All three boys jumped at the sound of his voice and turned to face Izuku. He looked like his normal self, but Issei could see he seemed a little bit frustrated and stressed. "Oh, Midoriya, you scared me," Issei sighed, completely avoiding his question. He'd rather Izuku not know about this. Izuku looked over Matsuda's shoulder and saw the small hole in the wall leading into the girls' changing room. "What's on the other side of this wall?" Izuku interrogated the boys. "Oh, it's nothing," Issei tried to say, but Motohama beat him to it. "It's the girls' changing room," he proudly stated, pushing up his glasses. "Are you interested in taking a peep? Normally we don't just allow anyone to look, but we'll make an exception for you since you're Issei's friend." Issei grimaced as the dull, but confused look on Izuku's face turned into one of slight disgust and uncomfort. He knew from the bookstore that Izuku didn't seem to be into this kind of thing, and his suspicions were confirmed. "No, and you shouldn't be looking either." The three of them looked at each other. "Midoriya, we're teenagers. Looking at boobs and butts is our thing," Issei claimed, trying to appease to Izuku, but it wasn't working. "No it isn't," Izuku said. "Don't be a prude," Motohama scoffed. "What's the harm in looking at some naked girls? The fact that their privacy is being invaded," Izuku rebutted with a grimace. "How would you feel if the roles were reversed? Would it be a hot girl?" Matsuda asked with a grin while Motohama went in for another look. "That's not the point," Izuku shook his head. "Hey guys, the girls aren't in there anymore," Motohama said, sounding slightly afraid. His fears were confirmed when they heard a girl speak up. "Thanks, Midoriya. We weren't sure about you, but we're glad we can add a new boy onto our tiny list of non-perverted boys in this school." The perverted trio gulped as they turned their heads to see the entirety of the kendo club either glaring holes at the three of them, or smiling at Izuku. "Now could you move to the side? We need to teach these perverts a lesson," Murayama asked politely while smacking her bamboo sword on her palm. "Well shit," Issei muttered, knowing he was about to get pummeled. Izuku turned to face them and, to everyone's surprise, shook his head. "You aren't going to hurt them," he stated. However, Issei noticed Izuku was staring pretty hard at Murayama. Either he had a crush on her, or the girl did something to upset him. Kataise looked at Izuku with a glare. "They deserve it. They're always peeping on us when we're trying to change. This is justice." "No, it isn't. They may deserve it, but that doesn't mean it's the right thing to do," Izuku said calmly, but Issei could hear the stress creeping into his voice. "I'm not going to let you hurt them," Izuku declared with his normal dull tone. Izuku and Kataise exchanged silent glares, trying to overpower the other. It was a test to see who would crack first, and to Issei's surprise, the co-captain of the kendo club backed down first while Izuku was still standing strong. Kataise sighed and held her shinai up to the three friends. "You're lucky Midoriya was here to help you. Next time we won't be so merciful," she threatened before walking off. All the girls from the kendo club were shooting glares at them as they left. The three of them all breathed a sigh of relief knowing they would not go home with bruises today. "Thanks Midoriya." Issei smiled, but the smile quickly faded when Izuku looked at him. He looked lost, even more than he normally did. "Hey, you okay?" he questioned, concerned for his friend. I don't. Why did I should've?" Izuku let out a sigh, and looked dangerously close to having a breakdown. "I just want to be alone," Izuku muttered, walking away and off into the woods. Issei sighed and lowered his head, unsure if he'd just lost Izuku as a friend. But because his head was lowered, he failed to notice a red-haired beauty follow Izuku into the tree lines. The forest was quiet. The only sound that could be heard were the wind blowing against the leaves, making them rustle together. Rias moved through the woods, keeping an eye out for the green-haired boy. The girls called him Midoriya, so she assumed that was his last name. The Japanese always called people by their last names, and it took her a long time to get used to it. As she tried to find the boy, she caught a glimpse of dark green hair that she almost mistook for a bush. Stopping, she turned and found him curled up in a fetus position. Hugging his legs and resting his head on his knees, she slowly walked over to him. "Midoriya, please leave," he hoarsely whispered to her. He sounded tired and confused. "I saw what you did back there. I just wanted to thank you for helping those girls," she said, walking closer and closer to him until she was right next to him. She slowly sat down and waited for the boy to stop her, but he didn't say anything. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," he replied. "I just want to rest," he whispered softly. Something about what Izuku just said rubbed Rias the wrong way. It was concerning. She reached out to touch him, but he flinched away, making her pull her hand back. "Don't," he said, but it sounded a warning. Rias sat next to Izuku in silence. Realizing now was a good time, she focused on the demonic magic running through her body and focused it to sense his sacred gear. Closing her eyes, she waited until she could feel her magic grasp onto it. Once she felt it, she opened her eyes and found herself staring off into an empty void. "Just like Sona said, I would like to speak to the soul inhabiting this sacred gear," Rias requested. She made sure to stay calm and collected. When Sona went into this void, she said that she began to panic immediately at the new environment. If Rias was going to gain information, she needed to remain calm. To her surprise, she didn't feel any of the symptoms her friend had mentioned. "Why are you here, devil?" a voice spoke out to her. "I want to know what sacred gear you are," Rias responded. "I am not a sacred gear. I am a soul resting inside a sacred gear." The voice dodged her question. "Then who are you?" Rias asked, starting to get impatient. "Who I am does not matter. What matters to me is keeping my partner safe. Why won't you answer my questions?" Rias yelled. Her eyes widened at her outburst. That was when she noticed her stress levels rising. Every second she could feel herself getting more and more stressed. Was this the sacred gear's power? Or since she was inside the boy's mind, was she feeling what he felt? "You're a smart girl, but I'm warning you now to drop it. Now leave." Rias' eyes slowly opened before shutting immediately due to the sunlight shining through the trees. Once she was used to the light, a smile rose on her face. She got some information that could be used. Due to the overwhelming power, the sacred gear had to be powerful. It wasn't anything that she could use against Izuku, but it was a start to see if he was in fact the vigilante or not. However, Rias' smile soon faded when she saw Izuku scrunch up his face. She watched as a drop of blood rolled down his nose and dripped from his chin onto his blazer. Not even a second after the drop fell, more and more blood began to stream out of his nose. He tried to wipe it away, but the stream of blood just kept on coming and splattering onto his blazer. He tried to breathe, but she heard the sound of him gagging before he leaned forward as blood rushed out of his mouth. "Midoriya," Rias gasped. She immediately started to check her pockets for any tissues or anything that could absorb the blood, but she found nothing. She could heal him with her magic, but she wasn't going to strip them both naked for that to work. Not to mention he didn't know she was a devil. So all she could do was watch as the boy bled profusely. "Hey, Midoriya," a voice called out from the trees, getting close to them. "Where are you?" Rias turned her head to see Issei walk over. "Izuku, there you are." He stopped talking when he saw Izuku's bloodied face and clothes. Issei's eyes widened and he froze. He quickly snapped back to reality and ran over to Izuku and kneeled down beside him. "Midoriya, you okay?" he asked, helping the boy up. However, Izuku shrugged him off and stood up by himself, blood still running down his nose. Fine, Izuku gurgled before spitting a wad of blood onto the grass. Issei's gaze turned to Rias and he glared at the girl. Did you do this? He accused her. Rias went to answer, but before she could, he grabbed Izuku and guided him out of the woods while shooting her a glare as they left. Rias stared off after the two boys, confused at what had just happened. She looked down at her hands then back up. She was forcing her magic inside the boy, but the sacred gear was repelling it. The two forces must have fought, and Izuku's body was the battleground. Her eyes gazed down to the blood that covered the grass and dripped off the blades. Did she hurt him by doing that? Was this her fault? Izuku walked out of the trees, making sure no one was around. Thankfully there weren't many people around. He didn't want people crowding around him and asking if he was okay. He didn't want that. He didn't deserve that, which was why it felt uncomfortable that Issei was still helping him out and asking all sorts of questions. Did she hit you or something? Issei asked, his eyes glancing back into the forest. No, Izuku answered, taking his hand off his nose and touching it again, making sure the blood had stopped. She didn't do anything to me, he continued. I think. Do you get nosebleeds often? Issei questioned, trying to use his body as cover so no one would see Izuku looking like he was just stabbed. No, he didn't know why he got this nosebleed. Danger sense didn't warn him of the girl, so he doubted it was her fault. Unless she didn't mean any harm, but then why would she give him a nosebleed without meaning to harm him? This world made no damn sense. He went to be alone, and ended up covering his clothes in blood. If this was how everything would normally turn out, he wanted no part of it. The nurse should be free. We can get you checked out, Issei said. I don't need the nurse. Izuku said quickly. Yeah, you do, Issei retorted with a scoff, and a change of clothes. You look like you did when. He trailed off before shaking his head. Anyways, you sure you're okay? I'm fine. Why do you care so much? Izuku asked, confused at why Issei was always being nice to him and helping him out. Issei blinked, and his mind was flooded with images of Izuku laying down on the ground. Blood surrounding the boy, a large piece of rebar sticking out of his side. Issei forced all the thoughts out of his mind and placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder. I care because you're my friend, Midoriya. Issei proclaimed. Izuku's mouth opened, but he couldn't talk. Did Issei really think of him as a friend? No. He couldn't have friends. He couldn't have the past repeat itself. He couldn't have Issei die because of him. So he closed his mouth and hummed. Issei's face faltered for a second before he quickly cleared his throat. Let's just go get you a change of clothes. Akeno Himehime waited for the high-pitched whistling to emit from the kettle. Making tea for the others was something she enjoyed doing. Browsing through the tea bags, she selected a bag of matcha and got to work creating the tea. Placing the kettle on a tray with some cups, she made her way out towards her clubmates. Handing a cup to each of her teammates, she took a seat on one of the couches and waited for Rias to give them all a briefing. She expected it to be a performance review or if a stray devil was going rogue and needed to be punished. However, it seems that Rias was briefing them on something else. We have a new issue I need you all to handle. I need you to watch over and gain the trust of a human. Izuku Midoriya, Rias told her peerage. Kiba looked up at the mention of that name while Kaneko frowned a little. Kiba, have you met him before? She asked, noticing the way Kiba looked up at his name. I met him in the bathroom. He was just staring at water running into a sink. Kiba informed the others. He seemed lost and confused. I offered to talk with him if he needed it, but with how he acted, I doubt he'll come to me. He finished talking. He's weird, Kaneko stated, taking a bite of her snack. Really? Kiba questioned with a raised eyebrow. Sure, he seems a bit strange, but I wouldn't call him weird, he defended the human. No, it's not that. When I was with him, I heard someone talk. Kaneko recalled the events that occurred earlier in the day. Rias leaned in, clearly interested in what she was talking about. It was a man's voice. It sounded protective of him. Rias hummed, deep in thought. The voice she spoke with when using her magic was also a man's voice. Not to mention very protective. Could that be the same voice Kaneko was talking about? In any case, I need you all to try and gain his trust. He might let slip something if he becomes comfortable around you. Her peerage looked at each other, confused. Why did Rias want them to befriend a random human? A question which Akino asked. May I ask why, President? I believe he may be the vigilante roaming around. They froze, unsure if they heard Rias correctly. They'd heard of the vigilante. Nearly every devil has at that point. A human who could defeat devils with multiple sacred gears. It was unheard of. And now Rias had just told them that the new kid could be the mysterious and dangerous vigilante. Are you sure? Kiba questioned, unsure if Rias was being serious. When I met him he felt more troubled than dangerous. He arrived around the same time as the vigilante did. He has a sacred gear. There are too many red flags for me to ignore. So until he's been proven not to be the vigilante, please keep an eye on him. Rias watched as her peerage nodded in agreement before she remembered something. There's one other thing. No matter what, do not try and use your demonic energy to look inside him. It has some side effects. For both parties, Rias advised her peerage. She didn't want them or a potentially innocent person getting hurt. So, President, what will you be doing while we try to befriend the human? Akino questioned, taking a small sip of her tea. Rias gave a small smile to the queen in her peerage. I'll be doing the same thing as you, trying to gain his trust, while doing a bit more research on him. Izuku laid down on the roof of a building, looking at the clouds rolling over his head. He couldn't tell their color due to it being night, but he assumed they were gray as that was their color earlier in the day. He removed his respirator and took in a deep breath of cold air. Hooking the metal piece around his mouth and attaching it to his mask, he closed his eyes. He hoped that this would be a peaceful night. But it seemed luck was no longer on his side. The vigilante of Kuoh town. Put your hands up. Izuku's eyes shot open and he leapt to his feet. He stared at the people in front of him. There were 3 this time. All men. Last time there were 4. That meant that the groups could vary in size. So far 4 was the max, but he would need to encounter more of them to see how big they could be. Who are you? Izuku asked, feeling the familiar feeling of fear start to invade his body. They did not look like police. Danger sense wasn't going off either, so did they mean any harm, or did they just want to take him? No, that didn't matter. They were a threat, no matter what danger sense was saying. That doesn't matter. What matters is that we were sent by Lucifer to capture you alive, the one in the middle said. His voice was determined and held an authoritative tone. He was clearly the leader. Lucifer, Izuku thought, not knowing the meaning behind the word. Who's that? He asked, wanting to try and get more pieces of the puzzles. I have no time for your games, vigilante. If you don't come quietly, then well, I sure he won't mind if the vigilante is brought back with a few pieces missing. The leader glared at the boy. Danger sense activated and Izuku immediately flew up into the sky and headed back towards the forest. Just like he did the previous fight. And just like last time, the creatures were flying after him. But unlike last time, they were catching up, and fast. Float wasn't moving him fast enough. He was going to get caught. Izuku looked forward, but he could tell they were gaining on him. He was just about to turn up one for all. Something happened that he didn't even control. Divine Dividing appeared on his back. Izuku had 0 time to think before he zoomed off faster than he'd ever flown before. He didn't even get enough time to think before he slammed into a tree and smashed straight through it. He bounced along the ground and slammed into multiple trees before hitting the final tree and falling onto the ground. He coughed a few times and slowly got to his feet just as the creatures landed behind him. Listen, kid. I'm giving you your final warning. Surrender now, and we won't hurt you. Lies. Danger sense was still going off, and he wasn't about to trust these things. The only person he trusted in this world was Issei. And I'll give you one final warning. Leave me alone and you won't get hurt, he responded with a growl. Fine then, have it your way. The leader shook his head before one of the devils split into multiple different directions, hoping to gang up on him. Izuku watched each of them before focusing on the slowest one. Strength type. Strong and durable, but slow, Izuku recalled before zipping to behind the devil and grabbing their head. Izuku upped the percentage of 1 for all and kicked the back of the legs, sending them into the ground. He quickly twirled the man around to face him before sending his knee straight into the man's jaw, knocking him out. He grabbed the man's head, one hand on his jaw and the other on the back of his head. Divide. 1, 2, 3. The other creatures froze, knowing that their teammate's position was a bad one. One wrong move and the man would have his neck snapped. Unbeknownst to them, Izuku didn't plan on murdering him, he only needed a bit more time to test something out. 8, 9, 10. Divide. Izuku threw the unconscious body into a tree with his increased strength. It collided with the tree before sliding down and landing on the ground in a heap. He had a time limit of 10 seconds before he could do whatever the sacred gear did. The other one dashed around the forest, trying to confuse Izuku, but it wasn't going to work. Speed type. Fast, but not strong, Izuku thought, watching the thing speed around. Unfortunately for it, Izuku was able to keep up with its movements. He noticed it was going in the same route, so Izuku held up his hand and fired off a Delaware smash. The thing ran right in front of it and was sent flying through the forest. It must have hit its head and gotten knocked out, as it did not return. "You little green prick," the leader hissed before running towards him. Izuku dashed towards the man as well, planning on using his sacred gear. He reached out his hand to try and grab the man, but watched as his fist was coated in lightning. Izuku's eye widened as the electrified fist met his stomach. He was sent flying back and the back of his head slammed into the tree. Groaning, he felt something wet run out of his nose and drip through the holes and cracks in his respirator. Damn it, he thought as he realized he'd just reopened the wound. He got back up and ran back. Twirling his body mid-air, he held out his hand towards the man, pinpoint focus. A strand of black whip shot out of his arm and shot towards the man. He quickly moved out of the way before grabbing the tendril and electrifying it. Izuku felt his body get shocked once again. He quickly retracted black whip and stared at the leader, trying to understand what was happening. The leader was strong, much stronger than the other ones. It was capable of keeping up with Izuku at 30%. Its strength and speed weren't great, but it made up for that by using multiple different types of attacks. His punch may have been not as strong as his, but the lightning was a very clear problem. Izuku realized that keeping his distance would be the best option as getting close to the man was a bad idea. Raising his hand, he flicked his glove and sent an air blast at the leader. The man raised his hand and a light yellow circle appeared in front of him. Izuku's air blast harmlessly hit the circle, not doing any damage. A shield too, Izuku thought in shock. He quickly rushed towards the man and pushed the shield, but it did nothing. Thinking fast, he quickly ran around the man and tried to kick the man. He was able to dodge most of the attack, however the cracked metal from his damaged boots created a large cut on his arm. The leader quickly flung his hand towards Izuku. A wave of lightning rapidly approaches. Izuku jumped away from the attack. The man's arm was coated in light and the fresh cut began stitching itself back together until it was completely healed. Izuku's eyes widened and he muttered a small curse under his breath. Regeneration. It didn't seem to be that fast, but that type of power could easily be a pain to deal with. If the thing was just going to heal, he'd need to either attack in quick succession, or land one hit to end the entire fight. 30% wasn't cutting it. Maybe for the weaker ones, but this guy was on a whole different level. Izuku curled his fingers into a fist and narrowed his eyes. He was capable of 45% before and he only ever increased to 100%, and he couldn't just come back with a badly injured arm. If he wanted to win, he'd need to kick it up a notch. One for all 50%. Izuku let out a feral scream as the lightning intensified. The leader must have noticed this as he went into a new stance. One more focus on defense. But he didn't expect the boy to go as fast as did. Izuku ran around the man in a circle, instantly adjusting to the increased speed. He dashed towards the man and kicked him in the body. The man tried to retaliate, but Izuku quickly divided his energy before continuing to run around the man. He jumped onto a tree and began bouncing around, building up kinetic energy in his legs. The man-shaped creature flung bolts of lightning at him, but Izuku was able to dodge a few. Unfortunately, one landed on his body and he felt his muscles seize up as electricity coursed through his body. He let out a scream and the leader took that as an opportunity to get in close. Izuku thought fast and unleashed smoke from his body, covering the area in a thick haze of purple smoke. The creature looked around, shocked by this development. He'd been told that the boy could only produce a small cloud from his hands. He looked around, trying to find the vigilante, but couldn't see anything through the smoke. He heard the sound of two things landing next to him with a thwip. Fueling his magic, he summoned wind as swung his hand out. The smoke dissipated and allowed him to see his surroundings. The boy had disappeared, but there were two black tendrils on each side of him. Following the tendrils, he found Izuku floating above him. His leg was lifted into the air and glowed red. He barely had any time to process what was happening before the boy shot down towards him at speeds he could barely follow. He quickly created a barrier in a hopeful attempt to block the boy, but it didn't matter. Izuku swung his leg down and slammed his boot down through the barrier and onto the man's head. The power from his kick obliterated the dirt around them and created a crater. The kick packed so much power that a large shockwave was released which uprooted multiple trees. The wind spun around them, creating a small tornado that lasted only a few seconds. Izuku landed in the small crater and stood above the unconscious humanoid creature, panting heavily as he stared down at the man. His fists clenched tightly before turning around and walking away. He didn't want to kill the man for two reasons. The first being that if he did commit the act, these creatures would probably get much angrier and work harder to hunt him down. And the second was because even though he had committed the act, killing was still a very hard act for him to commit. If there was no other choice he would, but if he did kill this man, he couldn't guarantee they would send someone stronger. So in order to keep the Hyodos safe and prevent him from being captured by them, he had to hold back. Izuku sighed and shook his head. He hated this world. Izuku sat on the bed, his eyes occasionally darting to the closet. This was getting worse. To know there were stronger types of those things out there. That scared him. How strong could they get? Did they have different types of attacks? Why did they have bat wings? Who was Lucifer? Were there more creatures like them out in the world? All the questions and more ran rampant in Izuku's mind, to the point where he needed to expel them from his mind. His eyes once again darted to the closet. He slammed them shut and tried to dissuade the thoughts. He didn't need to open his notebook. He didn't. He wasn't going to open up the past. But he couldn't stop his doubts from rising up and infesting his mind. He had so many questions, and since he could barely think coherently at the moment, he needed somewhere to keep his theories. If he didn't write them down he would forget. Izuku groaned and slammed his fist on his head multiple times, just wanting his mind to shut up. But Izuku knew that if he ignored his thoughts that he would be in danger, or worse, the Hyodos. He knew that if he was going to protect Issei and his parents, he was going to need all the possibilities worked out. Letting out an angry growl, Izuku stood up rather stiffly and walked over to the closet before swinging it open. He grabbed his suitcase and clicked it open. Digging through his clothes, he found a few of his notebooks at the bottom, including a blank one. He grabbed the empty book and sat down at the desk with a pencil. He flipped the notebook open and went to place the pencil on the paper, but stopped. If he did this, there would be no going back. He wouldn't allow himself to stop. If he didn't go through with this, he wouldn't properly be able to theorize what they can do. This was the best way for him to store information in his head. The best way for him to create counters to what they can do. The best way to prevent him from using those chess pieces to turn him into something he wasn't. So he put the pencil on the paper and began writing down everything he knew about those creatures and the sacred gear he possessed. Izuku's stress was rising to new heights. Every moment was spent wondering when he'd be attacked. There was no doubt in his mind that those creatures would be looking for him. Both at night and during the day. They could take on the appearance of humans, so it could be anyone he knew. As he wrote in his journal, his mind delved into a strategy to keep himself hidden during the day. Those things would be looking for someone smart and strong. Someone who would stand up for himself and those around him. He'd just need to pretend to not be that. All he'd need to do was present himself as nothing but average and not stand up for himself. Was he overthinking things? Perhaps, but that was all he could think about. Izuku knew deep down he was getting worse. That his mind was getting more twisted and warped as anxiety and paranoia filled him, but he just couldn't bring himself to care about his deteriorating mental health. Maybe this was his punishment. This is what he deserved, wasn't it? Resting the pen down, he stared at the information he wrote down. Most of it was nothing but theories. If he wanted to stay uncaptured, any piece of information could change the outcome of the battle. Feeling one for all stir within him, he turned his head to the left to see Toshinori standing next to him. "Young Midoriya, maybe you should have a break," his vestige said. Izuku's hand curled into a fist, but he didn't wave off his former mentor's ghost immediately. Toshinori took that as a good sign and continued to talk. "You've been stressed non-stop. Maybe you should just try and go to sleep and rest. I'm sure that will help you think." He tried to convince the boy to rest, but it wasn't working. "If I fall asleep, they might capture me, or hurt the Hyodos," Izuku stubbornly claimed. "I can't fall asleep." Toshinori knew that he was about to be the world's biggest hypocrite, but he could think about that later. "You need to take a rest. Going non-stop will only hurt yourself in the end." Izuku's fist tightened harder, and it didn't help that the Kudo showed up. "Eighth is right. You're on a path of self-destruction. You push everyone away and it hurts them in the process," he harshly told the boy, not trying to coddle him in the slightest. He needed to hear the harsh truth. "When I first met you, I saw a boy, blinded by optimism, who would try to save everyone even at the cost of his own life, but now all I see is a boy who is hurting himself and dragging those around him down. If you keep walking down this path, you will die soon." The Kudo warned him. "And what's so wrong with me dying?" Izuku darkly muttered back to the vestige. Nana appeared, deeply disturbed at how Izuku was acting, and tried to reason with him. "Please, Ninth. This isn't right. You're not right. Just let us help you, please," she begged, but that didn't seem to have any effect on the boy. Izuku glared up at the vestiges, his green eyes shining dangerously. "Help, I don't need help," he spat out at them. "The people who aren't right here are you all. I can't just sit down. If I slip up just once, I might be captured by those things. Anyone could be those things. Anyone," he yelled at them all. "I can't befriend anyone or else I might get stabbed in the back." "What about Hyodo?" Toshinori asked. "Even you must have noticed how upset he was when you didn't call him your friend." "He doesn't need me. There are better options out there," Izuku replied, not meeting En's eyes. "That may be true, but he's chosen you because he likes you." Hikage told him. "He trusts you, and you trust him. This could be a good way for you to recover. Surrounded by people who care for you. I don't need to recover. I'm doing fine on my own." Izuku shouted at them. He was fine. He didn't need their input or thoughts. They weren't going through what he was. They couldn't possibly know how he was feeling. "I'm fine, so just leave me alone." Izuku waved his hand at them, causing them to fade into the wind. Breathing heavily, he looked down and closed his eyes, trying to prevent the tears from falling out of them. "Why can't everyone just leave me alone? I'm fine." Izuku's body started to feel heavy. It wasn't too bad, but it was a warning. Sleep deprivation was starting to kick in. He could probably go another 2 or 3 weeks before he'd crash. But if he didn't fix it soon, he was going to be in a lot of trouble. Thinking about how to combat the inevitable future of him passing out, he walked through the school gate. Not noticing a large group of female students begin to move towards him due to his absence of mind. "Hey, Midoriya," Izuku snapped out of his thoughts and turned around to see way too many students for his liking walk up to him. He took a step back and hoped that they would understand that he didn't want to be surrounded. Sadly, they did not. "It's so great to have another boy in the school who isn't a pervert. We heard what you did yesterday and just wanted to thank you." Their words drowned out as he noticed how little room he had to himself. His heart began to pound in his chest and his vision became shaky. He tried to move around, but found himself surrounded. Turning around to find an exit, instead he found faces, blurred beyond recognition. Izuku froze before slowly turning around. He watched with wide eyes as a scarred hand with only its ring finger and pinky reaching out through the crowd. Izuku took a step back and tripped over his own feet. Landing on his ass, he looked up to see everyone hovering over him. Izuku shut his eyes and squirmed around, trying desperately to escape. It was futile. He was surrounded and couldn't leave. He desperately tried to cry out, to scream for everyone to just leave him alone. To step back and give him some space. The only problem was that when he tried to open his mouth, nothing came out. He couldn't talk. He couldn't scream. He couldn't breathe. "Oh, Midoriya, I was looking for you." A new voice spoke up, louder than the rest. He could faintly hear the girls squeal out a name, and felt the air change as they shuffled away from him, allowing whoever the newcomer was to make their way towards him. Opening his eyes, he found himself staring at a beautiful girl with violet eyes and very long black hair tied into a ponytail that reached the ground. She closed her eyes and offered him a sweet smile. "May we go somewhere private?" Izuku didn't even hear what she said. He focused on the potential way out and quickly stood up and stumbled out of the crowd, his panic rising with every step. The new girl quickly led him away from the crowd of girls. They did not follow them, so it was quiet. Once after a while, Izuku collapsed on the ground, alarming the girl. "Are you okay, Midoriya? They should have known better than to just surround you when you fell over," the girl said, checking over Izuku to make sure he wasn't hurt. Izuku just sat there, curled up in a fetal position and taking in quick and shallow breaths, trying to calm himself down. "Midoriya, please breathe with me. In and out." Izuku clenched his fist tightly and followed her advice. He took in deep breaths with her and found his heartbeat was getting slower and quieter and he was feeling calmer. Looking up at the girl who helped him, he found that she looked extremely concerned about him. And it wasn't the fake concern the teachers at Aldera would show him when he came to them. It was genuine. "Sorry," he softly apologized, embarrassed that someone saw him in such a vulnerable state. He knew that he was going to appear average and not strong, smart or brave, but having a large group witness him have a breakdown was not something he wanted to happen. "If I may ask, why did you panic? Do you not like crowds?" she asked. Izuku honestly didn't even know what happened to him. One moment he was fine, and the next he was losing his mind. He felt like he was in danger, but his quirk never warned him. Within seconds of thinking about it, he knew what had happened, but tried to deny it. He didn't have PTSD. It was just a slight breakdown. Probably due to the lack of sleep. That would also explain the hallucination of Shigaraki. Claustrophobia. Izuku lied through his teeth. It would be easier for people to accept that than hearing that he just had a hallucination due to lack of sleep. "Perhaps you should let those girls know the next time they try to talk to you," she suggested. "Next time?" Izuku weakly questioned. He'd hoped that would be a one-time thing. The girl hummed softly and nodded her head. "I'm sure you have already heard this, but most of the boys at this school are quite perverted. I can think of only a few boys who don't think like that. And now there is a new good-looking boy who isn't like the rest. The girls will want to get close to you." She explained his situation. Izuku sighed and slowly shook his head. Why did he have to go to this school in particular? He paused when her words registered in his head. Even though he didn't really care, his face gained a small blush. "Oh, where are my manners? Akano Himahima. It's a pleasure to meet you." Akano introduced herself. "Izuku Midoriya," Izuku softly said, still trying to wrap his head around the comment she made about his appearance. He couldn't handle this anymore. "I just want to be alone," Izuku said, walking away. He soon stopped and turned around to face Akano. "But thank you for helping me out." He looked away, seemingly embarrassed before quickly heading towards the school building, avoiding any interaction with the other students. Akano watched him leave, a gentle smile gracing her features. He certainly matched what Rias told her, but now she had some more information for her. She'd planned to talk to him during lunch, but then she saw him being mobbed by those inconsiderate girls. She wasn't just going to stand by and let him get swarmed. Especially with how panicked he looked. She loved that look on her enemies just before striking them down, but to see the look on a potentially innocent person didn't sit right with her. Knowing that she still had orders, she decided to try talking to him again another day. Izuku walked to class, passing by multiple students all walking around and waiting for classes to start. He was heading to class early, mostly so he wouldn't just loiter around and get mobbed again. He didn't expect anything to happen on his way to class, much less for danger sense to go off. He immediately went on high alert, and then not even a second later he calmed down. Sure, danger sense pinged, but it wasn't anything like the creatures he versed. Or like the villains he used to fight. This was so small that if he were talking or doing something, he wouldn't even notice it. He quickly noticed a pair of boys smiling at each other while shooting him smirks. As he walked by cautiously, one of the kids stuck his foot out. Izuku noticed it the moment his foot started moving. He could just move around it. But then he got an idea. Pretending not to notice, he tripped over the boy's legs and fell face first onto the floor. The boys laughed out loud, not knowing that they were doing Izuku a major favor. He remembered his time at Aldera, where everyone saw him as worthless and weak. It taught him a lesson he'd never forget. Act weak, and others will perceive you as such. Sure, those boys could be those creatures, but they didn't know that he was the vigilante. And if they were in fact looking for him, they wouldn't focus on some poor kid who got easily tripped over. Then again, they could just be jerks, but it was always better to assume worse. The boys continued laughing until an emotionless voice rang out from the end of the hall, "Get away from him." Izuku looked up to see Kaneko walk forward, his fists clenched threateningly. The boys panicked and quickly ran away from her. They were scared, but why? Izuku stayed on the ground and watched as she made her way over to him. Izuku wasn't sure what she was going to do. He didn't expect her to hold her hand out to pull him up. Izuku did not take the hand. He just got up by himself and towered over the girl. They stared at each other in silence before she finally broke it. "Sorry," Kaneko apologized, catching Izuku off guard. "For calling you a pervert yesterday. I heard about what happened and just wanted to say thank you for stopping those creeps." Izuku wasn't sure what to do in this situation. So he focused on the question floating around in his mind, "Why were they scared of you?" Izuku asked, not acknowledging her apology. "Because I'm the one who beats the perverts black and blue," Kaneko stated in a matter-of-fact tone. "Most of the other girls aren't able to step in, so I make sure to teach them a lesson." She cracked her knuckles. Izuku gave the girl a once-over. She was small and petite, maybe a foot smaller than him. But he knew not to assume someone's power just by their appearance. She could have muscles underneath her clothing and was hiding them. Just like he was. "I'm glad that there is finally another normal boy here at the school. And I just wanted to say sorry for yesterday." Kaneko gave him a nod. Her tone was emotionless just like his. However, it didn't share that same tiredness that he possessed. "And I hope you can look past that," she said, although she looked seriously uncomfortable saying that. He got mixed signals from that girl. First she calls him a pervert, then she wants to try and be his friend. Yeah, not going to happen. He didn't even call Ise a friend. What chance did Kaneko think she had that he would consider her a friend? But he did appreciate the apology. And he did understand where she was coming from. If she had been perved on by most of the boys, it was only natural she'd assume every boy she met at this school was a pervert. "It's fine, I guess." Izuku shrugged. "I'm not here to make friends, and I don't care about getting on people's bad side either. I'm just here to learn. That's it," Izuku said tiredly, still feeling the effects from earlier. Kaneko picked up on his face and asked, "What's with that look?" "I got mobbed at the school entrance," Izuku stated. He wasn't too fussed with giving away this information since it would probably be very well known later on. "It was the female students thanking me for yesterday." He took in a deep breath and rubbed his eyes, clearly tired. "They surrounded me and I panicked. Someone was there to help though." Kaneko hummed in response, "It feels like everyone at this school has a problem with boundaries." She muttered. Izuku nodded his head. The first bell soon rang and Izuku sighed, not looking forward to the day. "I need to go. Goodbye." Izuku trailed off when he realized he didn't know the girl's name. "Kaneko Tuju." Kaneko filled in the blanks before giving him a nod. "Goodbye, Midoriya." She bid him farewell before leaving. Izuku watched her go until she was out of sight. How did she know his name? Then he remembered the girls at the gate knew his name despite him never meeting them. His name must have gotten around fast. Accepting that as fact, Izuku finished his journey and entered the classroom before sitting down in his seat and waiting for the class to start. Lucifer. That name kept swirling around in Izuku's head. Those things mentioned that name, saying they were sent by Lucifer. Maybe if he knew who that was, he could get a better grasp on things. The only problem was he needed to ask something he could trust. If he asked the wrong person, or worse, one of those things in disguise, he would be in very deep shit. He knew that he only had one person he trusted in this world. He needed Issei. Izuku walked around the school at lunchtime, looking for the boy until eventually finding him with those other boys from yesterday. "Hey, Issei," he announced his presence. "You." His two friends growled out, catching Izuku off guard. Danger sense wasn't going off, so they weren't going to hurt him. But why were they mad at him? It's only your second day and you're getting it on with Himehime. They both accused him at the same time. Izuku blinked, unsure of what they were talking about. Getting it on. What was that even supposed to mean? The two boys noticed Izuku was confused and continued their assault. "You've probably been feeling her up while you two were alone." The one with glasses cried out. "That's not fair. We already have Kiba to deal with. We don't need another chick magnet." The one with big ears also cried. "Why can't we get some girls?" They both shouted at the same time. Okay, now he was really uncomfortable. Izuku squirmed around on the spot, unsure of what he was supposed to say in this situation. Issei, noticing Izuku was uncomfortable, got up and took Izuku a short distance away from the two crying boys. "So what's up? Can I have some help with something?" "With what?" "It's something private," Izuku replied, not wanting the other two to overhear him just in case. Issei nodded in understanding before turning to his friends to talk to them quickly. He then stood up and the two walked away. "So what did you need?" he asked. "Do you know what the word, Lucifer, means?" Izuku whispered quietly, not wanting anyone else to overhear them. Issei was unsure of why Izuku was being so quiet but went along with it, assuming that was the private thing he wanted to ask. Nope, never heard that word before. At least I don't think so," Issei muttered. Izuku sighed in disappointment, but Issei quickly got an idea. "How about the library? They have computers there. We can look it up." Izuku wasn't sure that was such a good idea, and he tried to bring that up to Issei. "I'm not sure. I heard some of the boys at school talking about it and it's something you don't want other people to know because it might be perverted?" Issei asked. Before Izuku could even answer, he clasped his shoulders and gave the boy he considered a friend a smile. "Don't worry, I understand. 100%. We'll just make sure no one is around when we look it up." Izuku nodded in agreement and the two made their way to the library. As they did, Issei decided to bring up the newest rumor going around the school. "So, you and Himehime. Heard that she wanted to go somewhere private with you. First day and you've already got together with one of the two great ladies of the school. You have to tell me, how did her boobs feel?" he asked with a perverted smile on his face. Izuku felt himself cringe at the extremely perverted side of Issei coming out. He could somewhat handle the regular Issei, but this one just made him feel uncomfortable. "It wasn't like that," Izuku said. "I was being surrounded and Himehime helped me get away from them." "So no boobs?" Issei asked. Izuku nodded to his question and Issei sighed. "Well, from what I hear she's pretty chummy with you. She might like you," he suggested, with a slight hint of both jealousy and friendly teasing. Izuku shrugged, not really caring about the conversation. Dating and romance was the last thing he was thinking of. He would probably be the worst boyfriend in the world. So the thought of him and Akeno together entered and exited his mind in an instant. Issei didn't look like he really accepted that answer, but he thankfully didn't say anything else. The two walked through the corridors. Issei put his hands on the back of his head and calmly walked towards their destination whilst Izuku kept looking over his shoulder to make sure they weren't being followed. Once they arrived, Issei moved to one of the few school computers. "Okay, so what did?" They both heard the sound of female chatter approaching. Thinking quickly, Issei turned around to Izuku. "Dude, I'm telling you we should go rent that movie. It's a really cool horror. I've heard other people say it's great. I'll show you the trailer," Issei said, waiting for the girls to pass by them. Unfortunately they were moving slowly. Thankfully, Izuku caught on to what Issei was doing. "I don't know. I've never watched horror movies." "Well, your first time is always your best. At least that's what I hear on online chat forums." The girls shot Issei a disgusted glare and quickly moved along, not wanting to spend another second around the boy. Issei gave a small grin before resting his hands on the keyboard. "Okay, so what's the word?" he asked. "Lucifer." "Okay, let me just look it up." Issei nodded before typing in the word on the computer and clicking on the first thing that came up. Lucifer is the Latin name for the morning appearance of the planet Venus. He hummed, not sure why Izuku was so interested in this. Where did you hear about this? I heard some people talking about it and wanted to know what it was. It sounded like they were praising him. Izuku lied. That didn't make sense. Lucifer was a person. Surely there had to be something on someone with that name. Issei nodded his head, not really believing the boy. Oh wait, there's something else. He scrolled down and began reading the other section. The word was eventually absorbed into Christianity as a name for the devil. He finished. Squinting slightly, he turned his head to look at Izuku. The people you overheard must have been religious. Might want to steer clear of them. Could be a cult or something. Izuku slowly nodded his head with an expressionless look on his face. On the inside he was screaming his lung outs. He wasn't just being hunted by humanoid creatures. He was being hunted by devils. School was over. Izuku was going to wait for Issei and leave with him. However, the teacher needed to speak with him. Judging by the look on her face, it was going to take a while. You go on ahead, I'll catch up, Issei told him. Izuku wandered the halls, making sure to keep his head down and avoid any other students. He just wanted to get back to his room and think about the absolute bombshell that had just been dropped on him. Devils. Devils were after him. Did that mean angels existed? And God, were they also after him? He needed to get to a private location and write it down in his notebook. He thought he was doing a good job avoiding people. That was until he heard someone call out his name from behind him. Hey, Midoriya. Izuku clenched his eyes shut until the voice registered in his head. He turned around and found Kiba walking towards him with a friendly wave and smile. Izuku inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. If he was truly being honest, the only people who he'd had a good impression with were Issei, Kiba, Rias, Akeno, and probably Kaneko, even though it was a rough start. That didn't mean he would talk to them by choice, or that he considered them friends. It just meant that they were the only, people in this school. He gave Kiba a small nod and continued on his way, but soon found the blonde was walking alongside him. So, are you feeling better? He asked the green-haired boy. No, Izuku thought before dancing around the question. I think I was just nervous. First day jitters, he said, not really answering the question Kiba had asked him. Kiba didn't pick up on that and gave him a smile. He walked alongside him, but not close enough to be considered friends. He respected boundaries. Izuku was thankful for that. So what was your old school like? Kiba asked. Izuku's fist clenched as images of UA flashed into his mind rapidly. I don't want to talk about it. He quickly blurted out, trying desperately to block out the thoughts, but they circled around in his mind. Kiba was taken aback by the suddenness in Izuku's voice. Okay, no problem, he said, unsure of how to progress with the conversation. Well then, how are you enjoying this school? It's different. I don't like it, Izuku answered honestly. Going from a hero school to a regular school was a big change. A change Izuku did not like. But then again, what did he like about this world? If he thought about it, not much. He was still being hunted down. Anyone could be a devil. There were no quirks. He was completely out of his element in more ways than one. But the thing that hurt the most was that he was all alone. He had no friends to talk to. No one to help him out. The vestiges kept interfering with him and annoying him, pretending they knew what was best for him when they'd never gone through something like this before. As for friends, that was a different story. He didn't want to befriend Issei or anyone else. Not because he didn't trust him, or because he was scared, although that was a major part of it. It was because he believed that if he made new friends, he was effectively replacing his old ones. Why don't you like it? Kiba questioned, genuinely curious. Although he was pretty sure he already knew the answer. Izuku shrugged. The students, the atmosphere, the things they teach. None of it just feels right to me, he answered truthfully. Kiba gave a small smile. I'm sure you'll get used to it. It takes time to get used to new things, believe me, he said, remembering when he allowed Rias to turn him into a devil to survive. Speaking of his club president, he saw her in the distance, waiting outside. I forgot my textbooks. I'll talk to you later, Midoriya. Kiba waved goodbye before turning around and walking away. Izuku gave a small wave before making his way outside, hoping he wouldn't run into anyone else. Lack of sleep and his mental instability was causing him to become more aggressive. His irritability was rising and he knew he could try and control it, but the longer it went on the higher the chance that he was going to absolutely lose it. Rias stood outside the main building, waiting for Izuku to appear. She'd heard about what had happened during the day from her queen and rook. A panic attack from being surrounded and being picked on by some students didn't really paint a good picture. She was looking for someone who was tough and wasn't afraid to defend himself. It looked like she might have been incorrect. Maybe Izuku wasn't the person she was looking for. Maybe she just needed to keep trying. Many students took note of her, but thankfully didn't bother to walk up to her and start talking. However, the looks the boys gave her irked her. Sometimes she wondered why she chose this school. It was good at the start, right up until the boys started showing up. Nearly every single one never really talked to her, only making perverted remarks and ogling at her body. She acted like it didn't bother her, but the reality was that it did bother her. To be looked at like an object for pleasure and lust and nothing more. She wanted love, to grow old with someone and die together. But as days went by, that wish began to look more like a pipe dream. She had to face the harsh truth. She might never find a boy who looked at her as Rias Gremory. Not as the heiress to the house of Gremory. Not as their master. Not as an object to play around with for fun. Just Rias Gremory, nothing else. As she was lost in her thoughts, she almost didn't notice Izuku walk out of the gates. He was looking around, clearly trying to avoid bumping into anyone. She quickly straightened up and walked over to him. Midoriya. She noticed his fist clench tightly before his body slowly rose and fell as he took in a long breath. He slowly turned to face her, his eyelid twitching from stress. Gremory. He acknowledged her with a strained voice. Rias was slightly taken aback by his tone. This was completely different from the one he used when talking to her yesterday. Are you okay? She asked, concerned. I'm fine, he said through gritted teeth. Clearly you aren't, Rias replied, right after saying that she regretted it. Izuku glared at her and his hand tensed as he spoke to her. He closed his eyes, clearly trying his best not to blow up, but his voice told a different story. I'm fine, so back off. Rias froze, shocked to hear that tone. That wasn't the tone of the boy she met. This voice was unhinged, scary, dangerous. Maybe her theory wasn't dead after all. Izuku blinked before sighing and rubbing his eyes. I'm sorry. He apologized with a shake of his head. It's just been a rough day and I just want to leave. I just can't take it anymore. He admitted quietly. Rias could see it in his eyes. He was clearly tired, but there was something else resting in his eyes. An apathetic look. It wasn't the same as Kaneko gave everyone. This was the look of someone who was beaten down. The look of someone who needed help, but wouldn't ask for it. The look of someone craving a shoulder to cry on, but pushed everyone away. The look of someone broken. A small amount of guilt circled around inside of her. What she was doing, what she was making her peerage do, was it really okay? To toy around with this boy's feelings. Make him feel false security. To gain his trust for selfish means. Was she in the wrong here? No. Rias had to remind herself that she was dealing with a threat. Someone dangerous. For the sake of the devils, she needed to find and apprehend the vigilante. With any means necessary. She squashed down that small amount of guilt and ignored it, but it still floated around her mind. She was doing the right thing. Taking her silence as acceptance, Izuku let out a tiny hum before turning around. He was going to leave. He couldn't. She still needed to ask him questions. Sure, she could wait until tomorrow, but she didn't want to. She wanted to ask them now. Her impatience was getting the better of her. Impulsively, she blurted out the first thing she thought of. Something that could guarantee she could talk to him for a long time without being interrupted. Can I buy you dinner? Izuku used to like being around people. It distracted him from the horrible memories of his life before gaining one for all and entering Uwa. Spending time with his friends as they roamed around the city, or ate together, or even just walked toward the gate together. They all made him feel at ease and at peace with himself. Now though, he hated the idea of being around other people. He was once again different from them. It was almost the same as being quirkless. Except now instead of everyone else having power, he's the one with the power that makes him different from everyone else. There was one positive, though. It was much easier to pretend to have no powers than it was to pretend he had some kind of ability. But that didn't make him feel any less alone. Everyone around him kept dying. All because of him. His mother, his friends, his teacher, countless civilians. He may have not been holding the gun, but he was the trigger. And their blood was on his hands. If he'd just been stronger, if he'd just had more time, he might have been able to at least save some of them, but that time had long since passed, and he was truly alone. Now add the fact that anyone around him could be a devil. A creature that masquerades took the form of humans. A species that were after his powers. The results weren't pretty. He despised being around others. He honestly just wanted to hole up somewhere and just die. But that would raise questions, which would all point towards the Hyodos. Izuku had already ruined so many lives, he didn't want to ruin a family because of his own selfish desires. No matter how tempting it was. So when someone he'd rarely spoken to asked him out for dinner, his first instinct was to say, no, and leave. She could be a devil, even if danger sense wasn't picking anything up, that was probably because she didn't know he was the vigilante. And he intended to keep it that way. But he could also use this to his advantage. He didn't plan to create a bond with this girl, but confirming her species as a human would be a godsend. One less person to think of as a potential enemy. But he couldn't just say yes and be off. He needed to devise a plan. A way to confirm she's human, and he needed time to do that. Thankfully, he knew the perfect way to gain a bit more time. I need to go tell Hyodo, Izuku stated. Rias was taken aback by the answer, half expecting the boy to flat out decline. She didn't let that hinder her as she quickly regained composure and gave a small nod. I'll wait here for you, she said with a smile. Izuku gave a small nod before turning around and heading straight back into the school. And so he began his search for the boy he lived with. You understand, Mr. Hyodo. His teacher told him with a disappointed tone. Yes, Issei mumbled, looking at the ground. He'd hoped the teacher just wanted to ask how Izuku was settling in or something. He never imagined this would happen. Although thinking about it now, he should have been surprised it took her this long to talk to him about it. All right, I expect more from you, Mr. Hyodo. We all do, the teacher said before walking off, leaving Issei all alone in the classroom. God damn it, Issei thought, holding his head in his hands. Things were getting worse and worse since the year started. First it was encountering Izuku bleeding to death in an alleyway and probably worsening his condition with his lack of knowledge. And now this shit. He hoped nothing else would happen, but he knew it was just wishful thinking. While he was deep within his thoughts, he failed to hear someone call his name. The person got closer and said his name louder, catching his attention, Hyodo. Turning around, Issei plastered on a smile for his friend. Yo, he said with his normal happy and friendly tone, what's going on, Midoriya? I won't be home for dinner. I'm going out, Izuku told him before turning around to leave. Wait, hold on, he exclaimed. Izuku did as he wished and turned around with that dead and careless gaze always plastered on his face. Where are you going? Are you going with someone? Is it a date? Gimme more info here, he practically demanded. Izuku narrowed his eyes. I don't know where I'm going. I'm going with Rias. It's not a date. Issei's face morphed into a glare when he heard Rias' name pop up. Not because he was jealous, but because he remembered what happened last time Izuku was alone with that girl. You should just cancel, he said bluntly. He had no clue how to sweet-talk his friend into not going, so he wasn't going to bother. Besides, Izuku seemed like the type to like direct communication. No, Izuku answered. I'm going and I'll be home later tonight, he said before turning around to leave once again. So you're just going to forget the time I found you bleeding next to her? Issei snapped back, making Izuku stop in his tracks and turn around, with a miffed look. And you're forgetting that I told you she didn't do anything to me, Izuku said with a heavy frown, trying his best to keep his anger in check. He needed to see if Rias was a devil or if she was human. Issei's pointless arguments weren't going to stop him from going. Issei opened his mouth to try and say something else, but Izuku quickly cut him off. Why do you even care about what happens to me? You barely know me, and I barely know you. We aren't friends, why don't you get that? Issei stood there, stunned. Izuku waited for a few seconds before shaking his head with a sigh. Issei watched as Izuku turned his back to him and stormed out of the classroom, slamming the door shut behind him. He closed his eyes and took in a deep breath, but that wasn't enough to calm him down. He let out a shout of frustration and punched the desk he was standing next to. Issei just wanted what was best for Izuku. He wanted to protect him. Wanted to make up for what happened in the alley. Why couldn't he see that? Izuku immediately regretted what he said to Issei. His control on his temper had been getting weaker and weaker the longer he'd been awake. It was getting to the point where he was close to completely snapping. He still had control, but it wasn't much. But he still didn't understand why Issei kept trying to be his friend. They were completely different in terms of personality. And if he was being honest, Issei could do way better than him. Izuku Midoriya wanted friendship, but knew he did not deserve it. That's what he believed anyways. Yet he found himself sitting across a beautiful girl who was currently sipping on a cup of tea. How he got to this point, he had no clue. But he knew one thing. He needed to confirm if she was human or not. The only issue was how was he going to grab that information from her. He could be direct and blunt, or he could be sneaky. When the waitress came to order, Rias said she'd pay for his meal, and Izuku didn't like that. He knew he didn't have any money to pay when he arrived at the cafe, so he decided he wasn't going to eat anything. Obviously Rias didn't like that answer and the two of them talked until the girl put her foot down and told him she was paying. And that if he didn't order anything, she would buy him whatever she found on the menu. Izuku picked one of the cheapest items on the menu. Partially because he didn't want her wasting money on him, and the other part because he didn't care how much he ate. The two began talking about various topics. Izuku asked subtle questions, but Rias answered them perfectly. As the night wore on, the two finished up their meals and finished with a drink. Rias having another tea, and Izuku just having water. Knowing that their time was almost up, Izuku decided to ask the main question. Do you believe in a religion? Rias placed her teacup down and looked at him. It felt like he was being examined under a microscope, but he stood strong. Yes, I'm Christian, she claimed. Huh, not many people in Japan believe in Christianity, Izuku pointed out calmly, not wanting to give himself away. My family moved here from Europe about 4 years ago, Rias gave an alibi. I learned about religion up there. I do believe in it, but I'm not someone who goes to a church. She stated before flipping the question back onto him. What about you? Do you believe in a religion? Izuku shook his head immediately. I don't believe in God, he lied. Izuku knew that if devils existed, then that had to mean things like God and angels did as well, but he wasn't going to tell Rias that. Rias nodded her head before switching to another topic. I've been wondering why you live with Hyodo. Do you not have any family? As soon as the word, family, left her mouth, Izuku's mood immediately took a swan dive. If his uncaring and bored look was normal for him, which Rias was starting to suspect this was his depressed look. My mother died, and I haven't heard from my father since I was 4 years old. I doubt he even remembers I exist, Izuku told Rias the truth. Rias cringed at the question she asked. She should have known something happened to the Izuku's family. Otherwise he wouldn't be living with the Hyodos. A thought soon popped into her head. A way that could help prove or disprove Izuku as the vigilante. She'd need to test that later. For now she tried switching away from his parents and towards other relatives, hoping she wasn't making things worse. Any aunts or uncles? Izuku shook his head. They were both single children. Never met my grandparents, but I have friends, all of which I consider to be my family. We had an argument though, Izuku stated. In hindsight, he didn't know why he let that slip out. Maybe he was just tired and didn't know what he was saying. Maybe he was just sick of lying to everyone every second of the day. Whatever the case was, he honestly just stopped caring at this point. Of course he wouldn't tell her the truth, but altering a few things might help get a second opinion on the matter. What was it about? Rias asked, subconsciously leaning forward. Part of her figured the more info on Izuku, the better. The other part, the part that believed he might be innocent, wanted to help him out. If you don't mind me asking. Izuku looked away from her eyes. They're trying to control how my life goes, Izuku half lied. They did stop him trying to commit suicide, so it wasn't a total lie. I wanted to do something, but they stopped me. They want me to lie to myself and pretend to be someone I wasn't, he stated. Rias stared him in the eyes and gave a small nod. I know how it feels. My family have made many decisions for me. I would yell and argue. But as time went on, I realized they were right. For better or for worse, she whispered with a grim look on her face. Looking back up to Izuku, she continued. I don't know what you're arguing with your friends about, but have you tried putting yourself in their shoes? Try and think about it in reverse. Izuku wanted to ignore the suggestion. In his mind, Rias had no clue what she was talking about. She didn't know what he was going through. However, his mind began imagining Toshinori going through what he was going through. Izuku had to suppress a growl as he realized Rias was right. He wouldn't want Toshinori to die, he'd want the man to keep living on. And right now, the roles were reversed. As much as I don't want to admit it, you're right, Izuku sighed. Rias gave him a warm smile before reaching over to grasp his hand. Izuku wanted to pull back, but he was frozen when he felt her soft warm hands on his. I'm sure you'll come to an agreement with them. It just takes time. Rias then let go of his hand and stood up. I believe we should be going before it gets too late. She looked out the window at the setting sun. Izuku nodded and stood up. Rias paid for her meal and the two walked outside into the chilly air. I had a nice night. Rias gave him a nice warm smile. Maybe we could do this sort of thing again. Rias wasn't lying when she said she enjoyed her time with Izuku. To spend time with a boy who wasn't ogling her the entire time was a nice change of pace. Of course Kiba didn't do that, but he treated her with utmost respect since he was a part of her peerage. She hoped to Satan that he wasn't the vigilante, because she might have finally found a friend who didn't treat her as royalty. He just treated her as Rias Grimori. Even if he was just a human. Izuku hesitated for a second, his thoughts racing through their dinner together. He'd asked subtle questions, and all her answers pointed to her being a human. Not to mention the fact that she gave him some good advice, even if it wasn't what he wanted to hear. With all that in mind, Izuku nodded his head with his neutral look. I'd like that, he answered. Was he making friends? No, he was seeing how many people he could trust, and after tonight, one more person was being added to the list. Rias Grimori was not a devil. Izuku could feel his body start to shut down. It was getting harder and harder to keep his temper in check. He was more clumsy and sometimes he couldn't move his body. He was tired, but he could not rest. Not until he knew it was safe to do so. Even if danger sense pinged while he slept, there was a high chance he would be sloppy in the fight. There was also a chance of him sleeping through it due to how tired he was. He could hold off. If he focused enough, he might be able to last another week. Any more would be pushing it. Leaning against the railing, he lowered his head to look at the streets below him. He wasn't planning on jumping, but with every passing second, the choice became more and more appealing. With a small chuff, Izuku pushed himself back from the railing and walked over to the door leading into the building. With a small scream, he punched it, leaving a very noticeable dent. Panting heavily, Izuku collapsed to the ground. He rested his back against the door and looked up at the starry sky. He wondered what it would be like, to float around in the endless void of space. Sure, he could float with his quirk. But to do it in an empty void with no sounds or smells. No words or thoughts. That would be nice. Except Izuku wasn't floating. It was the opposite. Every waking moment he felt like he was drowning, and there was no way to stop it. Suicide felt like the most optimal outcome, but that would hurt and potentially ruin other people, so that was out of the question. He was drowning, being pulled down by an unknown force. He couldn't breathe. Everything hurts. And yet, he wasn't dying. Izuku knew that the pain would eventually get too much to bear, but what would happen to him was still a question without an answer. He didn't know what to do. Young Midoriya, Toshinori whispered quietly as his vestige floated next to him. We don't want to force you to do anything. He trailed off before looking at Izuku with a teary gaze. I don't want you to die. Izuku raised up his hand to dispel the ghost, but found himself not moving. The conversation with Rias replayed in his mind. He looked into Toshinori's eyes. Concern, worry, hesitance, and many more emotions shining from within those sunken blue eyes. It made him feel sick. He got everyone else killed. He got Toshinori killed. Why was he trying to console the boy? He should be screaming his lungs out, cursing Izuku's very existence. And yet, he also didn't want to be yelled at. He just wanted someone to comfort him, to tell him everything would be fine. But that wasn't going to happen. He was in too deep now. There was no escaping. He was stuck with no way out. Thrown into the middle of the ocean with only a life jacket. Not to save him, but to prolong his suffering. He slowly lowered his hand with a small sigh. He wanted to tell Toshinori his troubles, but he just couldn't find the energy. He was way too close to passing out. The best he could do was look at the man and say, "I just want to be alone." Toshinori sighed. The man wanted to help his protege, but he also knew the boy was barely holding on. He, and the other vestiges, could feel everything Izuku was feeling. In all his life, in all his years of being a hero, he never felt what Izuku felt now. He always had something to drive him forward. Whether it was a goal to see out or someone who needed saving, he always had something to keep him going. But Izuku didn't have anything. No goals, no friends, nothing. And Toshinori, for the first time, didn't know how to help. Not knowing what else he could say, Toshinori disappeared, leaving Izuku all alone with his thoughts. Within seconds, they all reverted into his thoughts before Toshinori showed up. With a sigh, Izuku stood up and looked around the roof. He hated being around other people. But thinking about it now, being alone wasn't much worse than being around others. Izuku had barely spoken to Issei for a week now. He didn't know how to talk to the boy after their little argument, and Issei wasn't making any attempts to talk to him apart from the stock standard greetings. He was sure Miki and Goro were starting to notice the rift growing between the two, though Izuku actually didn't mind that. If Miki and Goro kicked him out, he had nothing holding him back from joining his friends in the afterlife. But even if they didn't kick him out, the more Issei didn't like him, the less chance he would be in danger. And Izuku was fine with pushing away the boy if it meant guaranteeing his safety along with his parents. Izuku would benefit either way. Looking at the clock in his room, Izuku tried to get up from the chair, but only rose halfway before falling over onto the ground. Groaning, he slowly lifted his arm to try and rise to his feet, but found doing such a simple task was too hard for him. He frowned in confusion. His body wasn't obeying him at all. They weren't sore, and he didn't gain any injuries that impacted his body in his last fight. Slowly, the answer came to Izuku as he realized what was wrong. His body, and his mind moving so slow, it all started making sense. He was running on fumes. Sooner rather than later, his body was going to stop and he would pass out. Gritting his teeth, Izuku squeezed his eyes closed. He couldn't pass out, not yet. Today was Friday. If he made it through this day, he would be fine. If he skipped school, questions would be raised. If he passed out, questions would be raised. He just needed to make it through today. Of course he was still scared about passing out and the devils attacking, but he knew that right now, there was nothing he could do. He wasn't capable of fighting. All he could do for now was hope to make it through the day. Just keep going. Izuku groaned as he slowly lifted himself off the ground. Once he was upright, he opened the door before wobbling out of it and towards the stairs. Once he was there, he saw Issei standing by the door, ready to leave. Issei heard someone behind him and sighed quietly. "You're leaving as well," Issei said without much emotion when talking to Izuku. When getting no response, the brunette turned his head and looked up the stairs. Issei stared at Izuku as the boy slowly made his way down the stairs, clutching the handrail as tightly as he could so he wouldn't fall down the stairs if his legs gave out. "Dude, are you okay?" he asked. Izuku couldn't even muster the energy to raise his head and look at Issei. He was too focused on not tumbling to the ground. He eventually made it to the bottom before slowly nodding his head. "Fine," he muttered before stumbling out the door as Issei watched him, concerned. Izuku's eyes flickered as he struggled to pay attention in class. Every second was harder than the last, and he could feel himself start to fade away. Every time he felt that, he forced himself to snap back into reality. It was easy at first, but now it was close to impossible. Just stay awake, Izuku, he thought to himself as his eyes began to close. He tried to force them open, but couldn't. His vision turned black as he closed his eyes, but he wasn't going to fall asleep. Not here. Wake up. Damn it. Izuku was finally able to force his eyes open, but his body froze when he found himself somewhere completely different. He was sitting alone in his classroom back at UA. Every other seat was empty. He was all alone. He tried to move, but found his body was paralyzed. The only thing he could move was his head. He struggled in his spot, trying to move, but to no avail. Pathetic. Izuku whipped his head, trying to find the source of the croaky voice. Looking over his shoulder behind him, he found nothing there. His breathing began to quicken as panic began to set in. Weak. Izuku turned his head around to face the front, but just like last time, there was no one. With a gulp he looked out the window, trying to figure out what to do. Outside there was nothing. No sky. No school ground, just an empty void. Why did we have to die? This time the voice came from all around him. Izuku's eyes widened and he turned his head to see something horrific. The corpses of his dead classmates sat in their chairs, facing the front. Blood pooling beneath them all and coating the floor with the sticky red liquid. Following their gaze, he found something written on the board. It should have been you. Turning his head back to the corpses, his mouth dried up as he found that they were now staring at him. Their glassy eyes somehow glaring into his. The sound of bones cracking filled the room as every single one of the corpses raised their rotted arms to point at him before the sound of agonizing screams filled his ears. He tried to block out the sound, but it was futile as he still could not control his body. He could only sit there as they all yelled at him. This is your fault. With a scream, Izuku finally regained control of his body and tumbled out of his seat, crashing to the ground. Looking up, he found himself back in Kuoh Academy. Everyone looked at him, shocked and startled. The teacher quickly rushed over to the boy, who was hyperventilating on the ground, looking around with wide eyes. Mr. Midoriya, are you all right? She questioned. Izuku quickly realized he'd entered microsleep and dreamt during that period of a few seconds. And that what he just did put everyone's attention onto him. Since he wasn't answering, the teacher frowned. Do I need to call someone? The teacher asked, clearly concerned about the boy's well-being. Izuku was quick to wave off the concern. Rubbing his eyes, he slowly rose from the floor and sat back down on his chair. No, it's fine. I pulled an all-nighter last night for the finals, he lied on the spot. The teacher sighed in disappointment and shook her head. She gestured to Izuku, as if to showcase him to the class. And this is why you do not pull all-nighters, she began to lecture them all. While you get extra study time, you're most likely going to forget most of what you learn the next day. Not to mention you'll be extremely tired and will probably fall asleep just like Mr. Midoriya here. She turned her gaze back onto the boy with a frown. The finals aren't for another month and a half. Why are you studying for them now? The teacher questioned. There were some questions I didn't know how to answer. Well, ask a teacher next time. Remember this everyone. A seedling cannot grow without others to help nurture and guide it, she told the class before directing her attention back onto Izuku. Please don't pull any more all-nighters, Mr. Midoriya. If you do, I will have to ring your guardians, the teacher warned him. Yes ma'am, Izuku softly murmured, nodding. The teacher huffed and shook her head, muttering something under her breath before the lesson continued. Many went straight back to the lesson, although there were some who were looking at him. Many of the girls were looking at him with concern, and then there was Issei shooting him a look he didn't like. A look that told Izuku that Issei wasn't buying his excuse. Izuku sat down, resting his back against a tree as he looked up towards the sky. He could barely feel his body anymore. Perhaps carrying his bag around with him was a bad idea. He tried to flex his fingers, but couldn't. All he could do was sit and feel himself drift away. Midoriya. Izuku wondered if this was what dying felt like. When it reaches a point where there is no pain. Just a cold numbness washing over his body, preventing him from moving because he was just so tired. Midoriya. It was peaceful. Midoriya. Izuku slowly turned his head to see Rias squatting down next to him, clearly concerned. Behind her were Kiba, Akano and Kaneko, watching him as if he was going to do something crazy. "Are you okay?" Rias asked. "You look dead," Kaneko bluntly stated, earning a tiny nudge from Kiba. "All-nighter," Izuku muttered, looking away from the group and back up towards the sky. "Those aren't good, especially if you end up looking how you do right now," Akano gave her thoughts on the matter. "I tried to get your attention for 5 minutes. I had to call the others because I wasn't sure what was wrong," Kiba stated. "You should have just moved on. I'm not worth worrying about," Izuku muttered softly. He was so tired, he didn't even realize he was speaking his inner thoughts. Nor did he catch the disturbed glance they all shared. The orc were baffled at what was going on. They knew Izuku wasn't in the best headspace. From Kiba's first encounter to Akano having to calm him from a panic attack. It didn't paint a good picture, but this just blew both of those out of the water. "Are you okay, Midoriya?" Rias asked again, hoping to get a proper answer this time. "I can barely feel my body," Izuku admitted as he stared up to the ceiling. "It's nice." The group all shared a look, unsure on how to progress from here, but Rias quickly took the helm. "Reading often helps me stay awake," Rias suggested with a soft and caring smile. "Do you have a book with you?" Izuku gave a slow nod, which she smiled at. They soon got up and began walking away. He could faintly hear someone talking about keeping an eye on him during school and making sure he didn't try anything, but he couldn't comprehend what was being said. Instead he thought about what Rias said and decided to take her advice. He did have the manga Issei bought. The boy had given it to him to read, but he was never interested in just sitting down and reading it. Taking Rias' advice, he slowly unzipped the bag before fishing out the manga and opening it up. Most of what he read was thrown out of his brain the second he processed it. His eyes began to droop as he tried not to yawn. Flipping the page, he was about to put the book down, but then something caught his attention. It was almost as if he'd been shocked back awake. His body straightened up and his eyes focused on every part of the story for that segment, or more specifically, the power they were using in the story. The ability to bring the dead back to life. Necromancy. Izuku's grip tightened on the book as he narrowed his eyes. He would give anything for that power, but he needed to remind himself it was just fiction. There was no way to bring back the dead. But then he remembered that devils were able to use magic. If that was the case, then it wouldn't be completely out of the realm of possibility. So that begged the question. Was necromancy possible in this world? "You weren't pulling an all-nighter, were you?" Issei said, leaning on the gate leading out of the school with a small frown on his face. He watched Izuku slowly wobble out of the gate with a blank look on his face, as if he wasn't really there. The boy didn't answer him, which only increased Issei's annoyance. "Say something, Midoriya." Izuku stopped and opened his mouth as he began to sway from side to side. Issei's annoyance was replaced with concern as Izuku tried to look at him, but failed. "Midoriya, I'm..." Izuku trailed off. His eyes fluttered softly before his legs gave out of him. Quickly reacting, Issei caught the boy in his arms. "Izuku." He looked down at Izuku's face and saw him looking back up, his eyes glassy as a single tear rolled down his cheek and fell onto the pavement below. "I did it," he whispered. With Izuku's arm slung over his shoulder, Issei grunted as he helped the tired boy walk back to their house. As they traveled, the pair got a lot of strange looks from those he passed by, most of them being the girls at the school, but Issei ignored them. Izuku was his priority at the moment. Issei always knew Izuku was tired. He tried to pretend he was fine, but the eye bags and worsening condition always gave it away. Many just assumed he had insomnia or didn't sleep very well, and Issei wasn't going to lie and say he wasn't one of them. However, after today, he couldn't just write it off as such. There was something wrong with Izuku, and he was going to find out what it was. Entering the front door, he saw his mother's head turn towards them from the couch and her eyes widened at the sight of Izuku. "Issei, what happened?" she questioned in a shocked tone. "He pulled an all-nighter last night," Issei copied Izuku's lie. Miki made a sad face and shook her head, understanding why the boy she was fostering was even more tired than usual. "I'm just going to take him upstairs. Do you mind not bothering us?" he asked. When his mother nodded her head, he gave her a smile. "Thanks. Love you, Mom." As they made it to the stairs, Issei had to focus all his energy in lugging Izuku up the stairs. He wasn't as heavy as Issei thought. Maybe around 55 to 60 kilogram. Regardless, he slowly walked up the stairs, with Izuku moving his legs, trying and failing to keep up. "Come on, Izuku." "Almost there," Issei softly muttered. Once in Izuku's bedroom, Issei made his way over to Izuku's bed before gently lowering the boy onto it. "Thank you," his housemate quietly mumbled. Izuku was clearly out of it, almost as if he had been anesthetized. Realizing this could be his best chance to get some answers, he took it. "Hey, Midoriya, why don't you want to be my friend?" Issei asked. He'd been prepared for Izuku to not answer like he normally did. "I do," Izuku softly slurred, catching Issei's attention. "But I can't because I'm scared." Issei squinted his eyes, unsure of what Izuku was talking about. "Scared? Scared of what?" He voiced his confusion. "I'm scared of you dying," Izuku admitted, putting Issei in a state of unease. Dying? Was Izuku dangerous? Was he being hunted? Izuku soon started speaking again, snapping Issei from his thoughts. "I had friends, but something bad happened and I was supposed to protect them all," Izuku weakly said. His brain was just churning everything out, and he was too tired to try and control what he was saying. "But I couldn't do anything. They all died because I was too weak to save them all. I should have died, not them," Izuku weakly choked out with tears slowly rolling down his cheeks. Issei stayed silent during Izuku's confession. He had no clue what he was supposed to say. With Matsuda and Motohama, they only talked about girls and how schoolwork was hard. He wasn't sure how to deal with something like this. "I don't want to sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see them screaming at me. I don't want to see that. I don't want to feel anything anymore. I just want everything to fade away," Izuku confessed before dropping the biggest bombshell of the night. "I just don't want to be here anymore." Issei felt a chill run down his body. That was before everything started clicking into place. Why Izuku always looked so tired, why he never seemed to enjoy anything, why he never wanted to befriend anyone. He didn't want to accept it as the truth, but there was no other conclusion he could draw. Izuku was suicidal. "I want to be your friend, but I don't deserve it. I don't want to lose anyone else I care about," Izuku choked back his sobs. Seeing Izuku's hand resting off the side of the bed, Issei gently grabbed it and gave it a soft squeeze. "I'm not going anywhere, buddy. You're stuck with me, whether you like it or not," he reassured the boy he considered his friend. Izuku gently squeezed back before his hand went limp, alarming Issei. "Izuku." He quickly turned around, panic running through his veins. Thankfully his friend was still alive. His chest rising and lowering with every breath, Issei breathed a sigh of relief before walking over to the closet. He went to grab a spare blanket and pillow when he noticed the briefcase sticking out of where it usually was. The clamps on it weren't locked, meaning he could easily open it and peer inside. It was with Izuku when Issei found him impaled and bleeding out. Surely it must have some key information about Izuku and his past life. Reaching over, he grabbed the case and held it for a few moments. But with a sigh, he locked it and slid it back where it belonged. Izuku would tell him everything when he was comfortable enough. He wasn't going to breach the trust between them. And so Issei laid the blanket on the floor next to Izuku's bed before lying there. He knew he was going to miss dinner, but he didn't want Izuku to wake up to see him gone. When Issei said he wasn't going anywhere, he meant it. Closing his eyes, he looked over to the bed with a soft smile before his world was enveloped in darkness. "Night, Izuku." The sound of crashing waves sent Izuku into a state of slight confusion. His eyes flickered open, staring up into an orange sky. Izuku slowly got up and looked around. Golden sand beneath him, waves crashing onto the sand before retreating back. A white gazebo attached to a small pier. Izuku's brows furrowed as he immediately recognized this place. Takoba Beach, he thought, confused and on high alert. He shouldn't be here. How did he even get back? It was quite difficult to create a familiar environment for you. A serious, yet regal voice spoke up. "I hope this one does not bring much pain." It was the best I could think of. Izuku looked around his surroundings, trying to pinpoint the location of the speaker. He spun around, looking everywhere to find the person speaking, but was unable to spot anyone. "Who's there?" he questioned. "It's been difficult to get in contact with you, seeing as you don't sleep. I'm surprised a human even has that endurance, but I guess your Sakura apologies. Your quirks must give you added benefits." The voice sighed, only further confusing Izuku. "You're going to wake up soon. No matter. You're reaching the next stage soon, then we can finally have a proper chat." Izuku kept spinning around. The voice was everywhere, surrounding him. "Where are you?" he whispered to himself. Then he saw it. Something was rising out of the water, and it was big. Really big. So big that it blocked out the small sun in the distance, coating it in shadows. Izuku was unable to see what the thing was, but he knew one thing for certain. It was getting closer and closer. "Who are you?" Izuku asked, taking a small step back. It wasn't out of fear, however. For some reason, he didn't think this creature was a threat, instead it felt like it was a part of him. The shadow leaned until its giant head was in front of Izuku. And the boy could only watch as a single draconic blue eye opened, staring into his soul. "Hello, partner." Izuku let out a small yell as he shot out of his bed, sweat dripping down his forehead. With ragged breaths, he looked around the Hyodo's guest room he was staying in. Once he realized he was just dreaming, he calmed down back to his neutral look. Izuku shook his head, still trying to wrap his head around what just happened. He believed it to be a dream, but it didn't feel like that. The closest thing he could compare it was with the Vestige world. It felt slightly different, but Izuku still felt that core aspect. But he didn't understand why he got that feeling. One for All only had 9 users, 8 vestiges in him. So it didn't make any sense why there was something else. Unless it wasn't to do with OFA. That figure was huge, larger than any recorded lizard or draconic quirk. And its shape only added to that. He didn't believe whatever that was to be a human originally. Izuku's mind drifted towards Divine Dividing, the new power he unlocked when first fighting the devils. Was it just a new power, or was there something lurking inside of it, wanting to make contact? It talked about reaching the next stage, whatever that meant. Not to mention it called him partner. Izuku sighed and pinched the bridge of his eyes. He'd need to try and find some information on this power. The only problem is that he wasn't back in his world. He couldn't look up different types of quirks online and analyze them. He was completely in the dark on this one. Izuku leaned to the side, getting ready to get out of the bed, but he stopped when he saw Issei lying on a blanket next to him. He watched as the boy's chest gently rose and fell with every breath he took. Did he stay here all night? Izuku thought. Izuku was confused about why Issei was sleeping in this room and not his own. He tried thinking back to the day prior, but couldn't remember much, most likely because he was one blink away from passing out. Izuku gave up after a few minutes and just hoped that he didn't do or say anything stupid. Slowly getting out of the bed, Izuku made sure not to disturb Issei as he made his way into the bathroom. Taking off his shirt, he reached around and scratched his back. He frowned when he felt a rough patch of skin. With his back towards the mirror, Izuku turned his head, expecting to find some irritated or dried skin. What he was not expecting was to see 2 long symmetrical scars running down his back. What the? Izuku thought, reaching around and running his hand over one of the long scars. He couldn't recall gaining these. Back in his reality, he never got an injury that warranted scars like these. They looked too symmetrical to be battle wounds, almost like. Wait a second. Izuku quickly locked the bathroom door before moving his way in front of the mirror. He turned away from it, but twisted his neck to look at the mirror. He watched in slight disgust as the skin on his back slid open. The skin was torn apart, but there was no blood or pain. In a matter of seconds, Divine Dividing slid out from the empty gaps from his skin. Izuku then tried retracting the wings. They somehow shrunk and slid back into the skin, and he watched in disgust as the skin seemed to melt and stitch itself back together. Like watching a stab wound heal rapidly. Soon there was nothing but those 2 scars. Izuku stood there and stared at the scars before summoning Divine Dividing again, but there was nothing going on in his mind. It felt like the world was moving around him, and yet he wasn't aware of anything that was going on. He could hear, see and smell everything around him, but he couldn't at the same time. All he did was summon and unsummon divine dividing over and over again, watching his skin split open and seal close. After a few minutes, he blinked and snapped back into reality before looking around. He rubbed his eyes and shook his head. A knock at the door caught his attention. He quickly unsummoned divine dividing, but then remembered the door was locked. "Midoriya, you okay in there?" Issei's voice came from the other side of the door. "Yeah," Izuku answered, his tone unsure. Silence, before Issei spoke up again. Cool. I was wondering if you wanted to hang out today. Just the two of us. That's okay, right?" he asked. Izuku blinked and squinted. Was this just another attempt by Issei to be friends? When would he understand that Izuku didn't want to be friends? But despite that, he didn't want to upset the boy. Izuku had already done that once, and he'd regretted it since. "Sure," Izuku said, turning on the shower, all the while continuing to poke at the scars on his back. Issei kept sending Izuku worried glances, and it was starting to make him feel uncomfortable. After a few awkward topics, Izuku cut straight to the chase. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Issei, caught off guard by the confrontation, averted his eyes and mumbled something. "Pardon, what do you remember from last night?" Issei questioned hesitantly. He wanted to tread carefully around the boy. Now Izuku might have been spouting off random stuff since he was sleep-deprived and exhausted, but Issei wasn't going to risk that. There were too many red flags with the boy to ignore. He was good at hiding it, he had to give him that, but with the confession last night, all the pieces just added up. Izuku looked to the ground and thought hard about the previous day for the second time, but most of it was just a hazy blur. The most notable things he could remember was the nightmare and collapsing outside of the school gate. After that it was all blank. "I don't remember anything." "Why? And no reason." Issei laughed it off, but Izuku wasn't buying it. "Did I do something wrong?" Izuku asked, a pit forming in his stomach. He knew that he was probably super out of it yesterday. If he said or did something that caused him to stand out, he was screwed. "You were just mumbling about not sleeping. Which I guess made sense since you said you pulled an all-nighter the previous night," Issei lied, not wanting to alert Izuku. Issei didn't know much about dealing with suicidal people. He didn't know anything if he was being honest. But he knew that pressing Izuku would be a really bad idea. His friend would probably break down, and that was the best outcome. The worst outcome was one Issei did not want to think about. It was something he was going to need to work out how to properly tackle. But he did want Izuku to tell him if anything was going on, so he opted to say, "You know you can talk to me. We're friends, right Midoriya?" Izuku had to try his absolute hardest not to flinch when hearing the same words he told Tenya coming out of this boy's mouth. He didn't know how to respond to what Issei just said, so instead he just didn't reply. Looking ahead, Izuku froze when he saw a police officer looking around, keeping his eye on everyone he passed. Quickly grabbing Issei, he moved them both down into a nearby alleyway, avoiding the officer. Izuku hadn't forgotten that he essentially broke out of a hospital. Not to mention that he shattered a hospital window. They probably had his blood sample and realized that there was no one who matched his DNA. He was a Yamada Taro. If he was caught, they would want answers. Answers he wasn't going to give them. "Hey, why are we going this way?" Issei protested. "Shortcut," Izuku said. He hadn't been in Kuoh for long, but his nightly patrols gave him a good understanding of the town. He didn't know it inside and out, but he did know a few things. They continued walking through the alleyway, but both of them couldn't help shake the feeling that something was wrong here. Issei suddenly stopped and looked around, his face pale. "Wait, hold on, is this?" he questioned quietly. Izuku turned to face him before looking forward. "Nothing looks too out of place. A dumpster, a few pieces of rebar scattered around. Everything looked fine." That was until he looked down and noticed something strange on the ground. It wasn't really noticeable, but it was clear as day to anyone who even faintly noticed it. Dried blood. "This is where I was warped." Izuku stared down at the dried bloodstain on the ground with no expression while Issei grimaced as he remembered that day. Both of them felt nothing but negative emotions from this place, and both of them wanted to leave as soon as possible. But when Izuku turned, he was reminded just how much the universe hated him. "Hey kids, got any money to spare?" a man asked, walking towards them with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Izuku didn't need danger sense to tell that this man was bad news. His eyes darted to Issei. Izuku could easily handle the mugger, but Issei wasn't like him. He needed to get him out of there before he got hurt. Issei spoke up, trying to defuse the situation before it could escalate into something else. But he wasn't sure what to do. He'd never been harassed like this before. Hey, sorry, I don't carry cash on me. Personal policy, you know. He nervously laughed, trying to make the lie believable, but the stuttering gave him away. Bullshit. Brats like you are always carrying around mommy and daddy's money. The man's face twitched, sending alarm bells off in Izuku's mind. I'm not lying, Issei yelled, the tension rising. I'll say this once more. Give me your money, the man yelled, raising his fist towards Issei. Flinching, Issei shut his eyes and prepared for the blow, but opened his eyes when the blow never came. Instead he saw Izuku, glaring at the man with a look that promised nothing but pain, while holding his fist. The man tried pulling his fist away, but to both his and Issei's shock, he couldn't escape the boy's grasp. Izuku squeezed down harder on the man's fist. A crack echoed through the alley followed by the man's screams of pain. Letting go, Izuku watched as the man fell over, clutching at his now broken hand. The man looked up to him, fear evident in his eyes. Izuku wasn't going to stand back, or try to run. This man had tried to hurt Issei, and that wasn't going to happen. Issei Hyodo was under his protection for as long as he breathed. Stay away from my friend, Izuku growled out before letting go of the man's hand. With a pathetic whimper, the man scampered to his feet before running off, away from the crazy green-haired kid. Issei watched the man flee with a mixture of shock and awe. Izuku didn't look the most muscular, but that was probably due to the baggy clothing he always wore, but the boy just broke a grown man's hand with what looked to take little to no effort. But there was also another feeling. It was small, but still present. He couldn't properly describe it or why he was feeling it, but he knew what it wanted. It wanted to fight. Shaking that weird feeling off, he walked up to Izuku, who was standing completely still, watching where the man had left. Dude, what the heck was that? He asked, amazed. Izuku snapped out of it and looked over to Issei with worry and concern in his eyes. Are you okay? He immediately asked, almost on instinct. Yeah, no, I'm fine. But dude, that was amazing. You totally destroyed that guy, Issei said, extremely excited and amazed at his friend's hidden strength. And then he remembered what Izuku said. Wait, did you call me your friend? Izuku's eyes widened as what he said finally sunk into his mind. Quickly looking away, he instead decided to try and ignore it. Maybe we won't go through this alley again, Izuku deflected, looking away from Issei so as to not see the boy's hurt expression. Issei's smile faltered before he quickly pretended that it didn't bother him. Why yeah, sure. Izuku looked back at the boy with his neutral look, but his emotions were going absolutely wild. His mind was in a war. Before he would have supported the side that wanted to isolate himself from everyone, but now he wasn't sure what he wanted. Izuku dashed through the forest, chasing after the leader of the devils that tried attacking him. There were two others with the man, and both were quickly dealt with. One broken leg, a couple cracked ribs and a nasty cut that ran down their arms later, and the leader tried retreating, but Izuku wasn't going to give up. This was the third attack since he arrived in this world, and by now Izuku was starting to believe he got a good grasp on how strong the devils were. If this was the strongest they could become, then he didn't really have to worry. 35% of One for All was capable of taking them down with minimal injuries to himself. Although thinking back to the leader of the last devil attack, that man forced him to use 50% and the fight was over in a single attack. Still, he couldn't afford to be careless. These devils weren't interested in killing him, instead they were trying to capture him. He knew it was something to do with those chess pieces the first devil tried inserting into his body, and he wasn't interested in finding out what would happen to him. Get away from me, the leader screamed, moving faster than a regular human ever could. Unfortunately for the devil, Izuku wasn't a regular human. Realizing this, the devil decided to quickly open up a magic circle to get him out of there. Izuku saw what the devil was trying to do and his eyes narrowed into a harsh glare. Before his mind could process that the circle is how the devil got to him, he leapt toward the devil before grabbing its head. The momentum sent them both through the circle as if it were a portal, and out to the other side. Izuku didn't pay much attention to where he ended up. All he knew was that he was on a roof and the floor was made of concrete. And so, Izuku slammed the devil's head against the roof, knocking them out and probably giving it a concussion. Izuku turned around to see that the portal had vanished, leaving him stranded wherever the devil tried to escape to. Izuku sighed and stood up, trying to assess where he was. The sky was black with stars in the sky, so he didn't teleport on the other side of the world, which was good. If need be, he could probably cross a few countries within the night. Hearing multiple sounds from below him, Izuku walked over to the edge and peered down, making sure he didn't stick out too much. In the streets below, where people were walking around, some were a bit tipsy, others enjoying dates, and some adults talking their kids for night walks. All in all, Izuku just thought he must have been warped to another city. And then he made the mistake of looking up into the sky. And that's when his stomach dropped. The moon was a crimson red. Izuku looked back down to all the people walking around, back up to the moon, then he turned around to see the devil lying unconscious on the rooftop. All the pieces clicked into place, and Izuku felt pure fear. Oh no! Milika's Grimoire looked at all the dazzling lights surrounding him as he and his mother went for a walk. There were nights, on occasion, where he couldn't sleep. Some nights, his mother would sing him a soft lullaby. For others, his father would sit there and gently read Milika's a story until the boy fell asleep, and there were some nights when his sister would tell him about her day and all the goings-on in her territory. However, if the weather was nice and cool, and his mother was willing to treat him, she would take him out for a short walk. It was always beautiful to see everyone so active and happy. It fueled the childlike wonder he held within his heart. Tonight was no exception. Milika's took notice of a tiny market being run, selling small things like clothes and jewelry. There were also stalls with various types of foods. The delicious combination of smells permeated the air. He was so distracted, he didn't realize he was starting to split away from his mother, only to crash into something. Or more aptly, someone. Staring at the cloak he'd just collided with, Milika's eyes ventured up until his mouth went dry and his legs began to shake softly. It was a man, dressed in an old, dirty and slightly ragged white cloak. It looked like he'd picked it out of a dumpster. It nearly covered his whole body, only showing tiny glimpses of what was underneath, like a worn belt or dirty gloves. The hood was pulled over, casting his face in the shadows. The only thing visible were two forest green eyes watching him, like they were studying him. A kid, the young devil could have sworn the other man muttered softly, his voice dull and emotionless. He also sounded young. Maybe around his sister's age. Milika's, don't run off. Grafia chastised. She stepped in between him and the cloaked figure, as if trying to shield him in case he would retaliate. Her eyes locked onto the man with a small glare, as if to make sure he would not try anything. The man looked at the woman, then back to the bow before speaking. Pardon me, the figure softly mumbled before walking off. Milika's watched as the man seamlessly entered back into the crowd, quickly becoming obscured by the masses. A warm hand wrapped around him and he felt a small tug pull him onto his feet. Come along, Milika's. Grafia gently held his hand as they wandered in the opposite direction of the strange cloaked figure. But Milika's couldn't help but look over his shoulder, wondering who that was. Izuku moved through the streets, cloaked in a piece of fabric he'd hastily fashioned into a makeshift cloak. His eyes darted between all the devils he moved past, wondering and waiting for them to attack him, but danger sense never pinged. They didn't know he was among them, and he planned to keep it that way. Every step was careful, precise. Many would consider it because Izuku wanted to stay as hidden as possible, and his movement had to match that. And while that was true, the real reason was much simpler. He didn't want to trip over the cloak and reveal himself. Looking around, Izuku saw those creatures walking around, either by themselves or with other creatures. Some were eating together in restaurants, others were browsing the market stalls, and a few were just walking around like that boy and his mother. It felt wrong. These weren't humans. They were devils, unholy beings, creatures who'd attacked him. So why was his mind starting to doubt such a concrete fact? Izuku wanted to scream so badly, but that would be a death sentence. He had no way back to Kuoh. No way to escape this devil territory. No matter how he looked at it, he was trapped, and all because he chased down that devil. He really messed up this time. You don't say. Bruce's vestige muttered darkly, manifesting next to him. The ghost watched all the devils he passed with a dark, yet calculating glare. Now is really not a good time, Bruce, Izuku thought, maneuvering his way through the crowd and into a nearby alleyway so he could speak with the ghost without gaining unnecessary attention. Actually, I'd say this is a great time, Bruce told him. Noticing the dirty look Izuku was sending his way, he clarified. You're looking for some sort of miracle to bring back the dead, right? I didn't mean to get stranded in the process. Izuku hissed, his voice a tiny bit louder now that he was away from prying eyes and ears, but still hushed. Maybe next time think instead of acting on baser instincts, Bruce scolded him. I'm not in the mood to talk about this, Bruce. Izuku spat his name out with as much venom as he could muster, his rage and despair from the dire situation beginning to claw its way to the surface of his emotions, out of the ditch the boy had tried to bury them in. Then how about you shut up and listen for once? Bruce's voice turned cold and stern. Izuku glared back at the second user of One for All as the man spoke. You fucked up. You let your emotions control your actions and now you're stuck down here. Instead of wallowing in whatever you're feeling, focus on a singular goal instead. Whether that's trying to find some kind of spellbook or escaping this place, that is up to you. Izuku let out a deep sigh through his nose and gently raised his arms to rub his temples. As his brain began to churn, logic began to take back control of his mind from his heart. Humans have encyclopedias, he began. An amused eyebrow raise from Bruce made him pause before continuing. If devils are like them, there has to be books explaining more about this world. Maybe some have various types of information I could use, like types of devils, their magics, common weaknesses and how they telegraph certain spells. Then let's start working with that. Bruce gave a small approving nod, but the stern look on his face didn't fade. Now, if you were a devil, where would you hide a book like that? It's a guess. But if our media shows necromancy is a dark magic, who's to say it isn't also considered such down here? Izuku muttered softly. Using a small amount of One for All, he quickly jumped up to an empty roof to get a better view. The media also says that devils should have red skin and goat horns, Bruce reminded him. And it's obvious that isn't true. Not in this world at least. Well, it's all I've got so far, Izuku hissed back at the vestige. He was getting sick and tired of the man's uncaring attitude. And if that's all you're going to say, then you can leave. I'll deal with this myself. Midoriya, the boy in question flinched. This was the first time Bruce ever called him by his name. Slowly turning to face the man, he watched as the vestige crouched down ever so slightly to match his height. Whatever you're planning, whatever your next move is, be careful. These aren't humans. They don't play by our rules. Stay alert, don't interfere with anything, and most of all, be ready to run. Understood. Bruce didn't even wait for an answer before fading away, returning to the deepest recess of One for All until he deemed it necessary to manifest again. Izuku let out a shuddery breath before punching the wall in anger, his mind a jumbled mess. He knew his number one goal should have been escaping wherever he'd been warped to, but how was he supposed to even start that? He didn't have the power to create portals like these devils. But there was a small part of him that began to grow louder in volume recently, screaming about the possibility present in magic. Clutching at his head, Izuku groaned, knowing that going hunting for something to help him bring back the others would most likely get him killed in the process. That was if he was lucky. Like Bruce said, this species didn't seem to play by humanity's rules. That arcane chess piece flashed into his mind. He could remember the feeling of it sinking deep into his chest and trying to take root inside him before being spat out, his body quickly rejecting whatever it was trying to do to him. He'd already theorized that the chess pieces would transform him into something different. What that was, he didn't know yet. And he wasn't too keen on finding out. He needed to run, to hide, to bide his time and wait until some miracle happened and he was able to get back to Kuoh. Or, he could search and hope he found something. Magic existed in this world, and one magic he remembered having seen it again and again in all those movies his classmates watched was bringing back the dead. Was it likely he'd find something to bring them back? No. Was it possible such magic didn't even exist in this world? Absolutely. However, even the slightest chance of seeing his friends again, of bringing his mother back, outweighed all other logics in his mind. Instead of trying to fight it, his exhausted brain merely complied, trying to think of every possible way to keep him safe while getting him closer to whatever he needed to find. But he still had zero clue what he was even looking for. Some kind of spell book, maybe. That was the most logical answer he could imagine beside a scroll. Granted, these things didn't have to abide by his logic, but seeing as they somewhat acted like humans, it wasn't too far of a stretch. It would probably be somewhere secure as well. This city was like Earth's, except for the giant castle towering over the city. Izuku sighed in disappointment when it hit him. If he was looking for something dark, powerful, and dangerous, then it was really obvious where they'd keep it. He stood still while he weighed up his options. Sure, he could try to raid the castle, but the risk was beyond anything he'd encountered in this world so far. But it could contain the only thing to bring his friends and family back. Taking in a deep breath, Izuku squared his gaze on the looming structure in the distance. For them, he vowed to himself before heading towards the giant castle off in the distance. Izuku had grown up teaching himself to blend in with the crowd, to hide in the shadows, and to avoid contact with others as much as possible. If he didn't make himself invisible, he was sure to end up with more attention than he really wanted. As the years passed, he improved more and more until he mastered the skill. And even then he'd still get caught and beaten up or berated, but that was often because he was being actively searched for. Now with his quirks, Izuku knew how to hide even better than before. That's what he thought as he wandered through the large corridors of the castle area, passing by what he assumed to be maids and butlers. But Izuku wasn't walking past them. He looked down as he flew over another maid, staying as silent as he could as he leapt from pillar to pillar. He'd abandoned the cloak before entering. It would only draw more attention with its color. His costume was dark green, but with all the crusted blood and dirt, it was leaning closer to black. The white cloak, even if it was slightly gray, would have certainly given him away almost instantly. He'd entered through an open window. Either the residents here were incredibly stupid and forgot devils could fly, or they thought that no one would be stupid enough to try and break in. Judging by all the guards, maids and butlers, he was leaning towards the latter. Using float and blackwhip, Izuku hugged the ceiling and pulled himself along quietly, holding his breath as he floated over a group of devils. Danger sense wasn't going off at all, so Izuku took that as a sign that no one knew he was inside the castle yet, but he knew that if one of the devils knew he was there and went to sound the alarm, he would be screwed. But that didn't make him scared, it only made him more cautious. If necromancy was really possible, if he could bring back his friends and family, he was willing to risk it all. Slow and steady, Nana whispered from beside him, watching the devils wander off. Izuku was so focused on the task at hand that he didn't acknowledge the woman's presence. He did, however, wave her vestige away. He couldn't afford to be distracted, certainly not now. Right now he was nothing more than a mouse in a house full of cats. One wrong move and he was either dead or captured, and if he was being honest, he'd prefer the former. Izuku tried to breathe as softly as possible as he slid along the roof, making sure to keep an eye out for any devils or anything that could lead somewhere important. After floating around for a bit, he managed to find an old wooden door with a devil standing right in front of it. The room looked important, and since there was a guard out the front, Izuku hoped that this was the treasury. Moving slowly, Izuku found himself directly above the oblivious guard. Izuku was ready to drop down and ambush the devil, but suddenly his body wouldn't move. He blinked and his normally dead gaze turned into slight hesitance. Normally, he wouldn't have a problem with taking down one of the creatures considering how every single one has acted towards him before. Hostile and eager to capture him for his powers or to take him to whoever placed that damn bounty on him. But then he remembered the city streets. How they all smiled like nothing was amiss. Couples out on dates, families taking their children for night walks, friends just hanging out. They didn't seem like creatures that were malicious by nature. Instead they felt different. They felt like humans. Changing his mind in the moment, Izuku reached into his belt. He normally kept medical supplies. After the final battle, everything in there had been crushed and unusable. It was probably a bad idea to keep the damaged and potentially sharp supplies in his belt, but he couldn't really bring himself to take the stuff out. It could have proved useful eventually. Like right now, Izuku charged up a minuscule amount of one for all, only around 1 or 2% just for a little extra kick, and flicked a tiny shard of junk towards the end of the hallway. It landed with a loud clunk, which startled the guard. "Hello, anyone there?" The devil barked down the corridor. When he got no answer, he slowly began to stalk towards where the piece of junk had landed. Izuku slowly floated down from the roof and towards the door. He landed silently and reached for the handle. He hoped whatever god must exist in this world that he could sneak in undetected, but as he should have expected, nothing goes his way. The door unfortunately creaked pretty loudly, most likely because it hadn't been cared for in a long time. The guard straightened up immediately and turned around, catching a glimpse of one of the underworld's most wanted. What tea? The devil wasn't even able to finish before Izuku shot forward and grabbed the creature's mouth. Quickly spinning around him, Izuku wrapped his right arm around his neck and maneuvered his left arm to behind the devil's head while gripping his left bicep with his right hand, executing a sleeper chokehold on the guard. "Don't move," Izuku growled out, applying more pressure to the side of the devil's neck as the man held up a hand buzzing with a strange energy. "I don't want to kill you, but I will if you leave me no choice. So stop resisting." He lied straight through his teeth, applying as much pressure he could without permanently injuring the guard. He wasn't going to kill the devil, but he needed the creature to stop fighting back. To try and make the lie more convincing, he pulled his right arm forward and down on the devil's throat. Then, suddenly the guard stopped moving altogether and thankfully went limp. Izuku thought that he'd started listening to reason, but he quickly realized that the creature had really passed out instead. Izuku released the devil, picked him up and hung him over his shoulder. He didn't want to leave the guard out where anyone could find him. That was just asking to be caught. Since there was no one else around, he quickly opened the door and slipped inside. Moving to the side, he propped the guard up against the wall in a hidden corner of the room cloaked in shadows. He kept the guard upright, and covered him with a cloak nearby. But this wasn't really to hide the man, but instead to keep him warm. Frowning at the unconscious devil, Izuku moved around the room, looking at everything contained in this treasury. Gold, not useful right now, weapons that held power that Izuku couldn't comprehend. Curious, but he wasn't here for that, nor did he have the time to try to learn one. Precious family heirlooms, he didn't even spare them a second glance. After minutes of searching, Izuku finally found something interesting. A large black book. It was covered in dust and looked like it hadn't been opened for years. Blowing on the front, Izuku coughed and sputtered as the dust flew back into his face. There was nothing on the cover which was concerning, but when Izuku opened it up to a random page, his eyes locked on the header and nothing else. Illusion magic. Got it, Izuku thought, staring at the dusty old book in his hands. He threw it up in the air behind him and a tendril shot out of his back and wrapped around the book, encasing it before attaching it to his back. The main objective he came here to do was done. Now how was he going to get back to Kuoh? Crouching in an alley behind a trash can, Izuku did his best to stay unnoticed. Not even a second after he left the castle, danger sense spiked painfully. The devils knew he was here so soon. He quickly ran and hid. He didn't think anyone saw him, but if they did, then he just had to pray that they didn't know his exact location yet. "You did pretty well avoiding us, but you got sloppy when you left Lord Sirich's castle," a voice called out, their voice mirthful. Izuku resisted the urge to swear aloud. They knew he was here, so he wasn't going to waste time pretending he wasn't there anymore. Standing up and facing a group of 5 devils. They all looked fairly average, all things considered. But appearances didn't matter to Izuku. What did matter was how strongly danger sense was reacting. One of those weak devils. 2 of those devils who could pack a decent punch. And 2 threats as powerful as Shigaraki in his prime. "You've got quite the bounty on ya, kid," one of the figures said. His smile is full of greed and hubris. The man was certain he could win this fight, and Izuku gut was telling him the devil was possibly right. He was outnumbered, and quite frankly, outmatched. "Give it up, kid, and we promise it'll be quick," the other figure said. Izuku gently closed his eyes. He may not care about his life anymore, but he wasn't going to let some arrogant devils lay claim to his life. He had the book strapped to his back still in Blackwhip. He was so close, and he couldn't give up here yet. Opening his eyes, he looked over the enemies, using danger sense to gauge their power. They were stronger than him. He was 100% sure of that. But there was one aspect of Izuku's in which Izuku knew for certain he had them beat. Izuku dashed forward, one for all sparking to life in response. He zoomed by, but not before his fingers gently grazed against one of the stronger devils. Divide. An overwhelming amount of energy shot through his body. It was almost enough to make his body momentarily lock up from the unknown sensation. But that could wait. The time for caution was over, and the time for running was now. Izuku leapt into the sky and the divine dividing combined with float activated, allowing him to tear through the city's skies. All while the devils took chances. With a stabbing feeling in the head that he hadn't felt since his last day back in his world, Izuku swerved to the left as a bolt of what looked like gray electricity shot past where he was and absolutely decimated a wall. If that had hit him, he would have been seriously maimed. They were throwing out all their attacks, uncaring of what it could do to him. Izuku knew this was a battle he could not win. He has struggled against one Shigaraki. Trying to fight two of them, plus 3 other devils, would be like asking to be captured. But while he may not match them in terms of power, he knew he had the edge with speed. Milika's was being shoved around every which way, the ensuing panic being caused by someone flying around and avoiding attacks from a group of devils. Once the first blast had rang out, panic erupted everywhere. Some tried to hide inside buildings, others tried to run, and a large group who weren't sure what to do and were struggling against the crowd. Milika's had been separated from his mother not too long after the first blast. He didn't know where she was. All he knew was that he was being pushed around, he didn't have any room to move around, and he was starting to feel the panic everyone else was feeling. A rogue blast slammed into the top of the skyscraper next to him. He cried out and covered his head as small amounts of dust and minuscule pebbles pelted him. Nothing serious enough to cause injury, but for someone so young it was too much for him to take. "Mama," the young Grimori cried out, not being able to handle the stress any longer. The panic was so overwhelming that no one noticed the corner of the skyscraper nearby crack from the stray magic attack and began to crack ever so slightly. Danger Sense was rapidly screaming at him of everything in the vicinity. All the blasts aimed at his body, all the devils trying to hunt him down. It was something Izuku had grown used to. What he didn't expect was being alerted of a danger that wasn't directed at him, but other people. Looking over his shoulder, he could see a massive slab of concrete from a building all the way on the other side of the city begin to crack and buckle under the shifting weight, before it slid off the building and began to fall down to the crowd below. Izuku's eyes widened as he quickly counted how many devils were there. 7 men, 5 women, and in the middle of it all, the small child he'd bumped into, looking lost and afraid. Izuku had been trying to ignore the growing truth that had been eating away at his mind ever since he entered this place. There were 2 types of devils. Those after his head, and those who just wanted to live their lives in peace. In that moment, Izuku could no longer see the crowd of devils as violent and power-hungry beasts. He saw them as civilians, caught up in the middle of a fight with no one to protect them. 9th. Bruce's voice yelled, no doubt going to tell him to focus on getting away and leave the devils to their fate. But Izuku was pretty talented in ignoring what his superiors told him. The concrete was too large. If he broke it, it would split off into smaller, but no less deadly, pieces. The only option to ensure casualties remained 0 was to push everyone out of the radius. A plan was starting to formulate in his mind, but it'd only be a matter of seconds before everyone down there would be crushed. He'd just need to improvise. His legs sparked a violent red as he tucked his legs towards his chest. 2 strands of Blackwhip shot out of his arms and hooked onto 2 nearby buildings. Using it to slow his movement just enough, he performed a flip turn as if he was swimming. He stared past the devils, focusing on where the debris was about to land. Izuku took in a deep breath as the blue feathers on Divine Dividing glowed brightly, nearly blinding the devils in pursuit of him. One for all, foe 100%. Then, in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. His speed too great for even the high-class devil to keep up with. All was still and silent, the only noise heard were the panicked cries of the innocents below. Then the boom caught up. The resulting shockwave disrupted everyone in the sky. Every pane of glass shattered, reduced to nothing more than tiny crystals simmering down to the streets below. The displaced air shook the buildings around the city block, waking up those who may have been asleep. Even the tiniest of tremors could be felt from the neighboring cities. Izuku only had one shot at this. Move too fast, he'd risk everyone's bodies being liquefied by the sheer speed he was traveling. Too slow and he wouldn't make it in time. He summoned as many strands of Black Whip that he could manage. One strand split into 2, then 2 into 4, then 4 into 8 again and again until they began to look like lattice. Each strand begins to connect and morph into a crude impersonation of a net. They spread out from his side, almost resembling outspread wings. Keep the momentum slow, don't rush. Aim right and. Izuku kept his eyes open, watching as the slab of concrete got closer and closer to the small group. Now, Izuku tackled the young boy standing directly in the middle of the crowd. One hand moved to rest behind his neck and one on his back to keep the whiplash from breaking his neck outright. The 2 capture nets leaned back, as if to slow their momentum before lunging forward like claws. They wrapped around the remaining civilians, protecting them as they tumbled out of the way. Not even a second later the large slab of concrete hit the ground, kicking up dust which clouded the area in kicked up dirt and dust. Izuku turned his body upright and skidded to a stop, the metal soles on his boots causing sparks to fly and the soles to glow orange from the pure heat radiating through them from the friction. Thankfully, he couldn't feel the change in heat because May had thought ahead when designing his suit, which included his shoes. The 2 nets of Black Whip dissipated, freeing the devils who quickly ran for cover. He shifted slightly and was relieved to feel the book still attached to his back by the Black Whip strands. He let go of the boy, who stumbled over, still visibly disoriented by the rush. "You okay?" He let out a tiny grunt, as the energy required for that little maneuver left his body. Looking into the child's eyes, he saw fear, which he had expected. Beneath that though, he saw awe, the same look Eri used to give him. He let out a small grunt and closed his eyes, trying to wash out the foul taste of bile and mourning that was trying to rise from his throat. He was then distracted by something else regarding the boy. Crimson hair, Milika's. Izuku looked up to see the mother rush over to them. She leaned down and wrapped her son in her arms, holding him tightly. Once that was done, the woman looked at him and her eyes widened when she registered the other person. The woman lifted her hand up to do something, but a stab in his head caused him to grab the 2 and leap to the side, twisting his body in the process to shield them. Izuku yelped out in pain as the side of his torso was slashed open by a spell that was way too close to hitting the others. Shit, he forgot about the other devils. Quickly leaping into the sky away from the mother and child. The wound wasn't too deep, could easily be self-treated, but that could wait. He still needed to get away. Flipping his body around, he let off a few flicks, sending some shots of pressurized air into a few of the devils. It wasn't enough to stop the few his attacks collided with, but it was enough to slow them down or disorient them briefly. Flipping back around to his stomach, he zoomed around, trying to lose them, and failing miserably. Think. Izuku screamed at himself mentally, trying to figure out a way to leave this hellhole, but nothing came to mind. That's when he saw her. The mother of the child, staring at him from below. She held her hand up and began to say something from far below, though he was too far away to really hear what she was trying to say. A small shimmer out of the corner of his eye caught his attention and he looked up to see some kind of magic circle appear in front of him. His eyes widened in horror as he realized he was going too fast to dodge the circle. He remembered something similar to that exact circle that brought him here in the first place, so it was most likely used as a gateway between 2 places. He couldn't avoid it, so all he could do was be prepared for whatever awaited him on the other side. Letting out a scream of pure adrenaline, Izuku lifted his arms to cover his head and closed his eyes as he slammed through the circle. The first thing he noticed was that the temperature immediately changed. It was lukewarm before, but now it is cold. The second was that danger sense was no longer firing off like a hailstorm. Opening his eyes, Izuku found himself looking up into a familiar inky black sky, the pale moon shining down on him. "I'm back," he thought. He stayed guarded, Just in case this was a trap, he couldn't be too sure. Turning around, he caught the sight of the magic circle fading away into nothingness, closing the gateway and leaving him stranded, but this time where he wanted to be. As the adrenaline of the chase wore off, Izuku finally took notice of the growing wetness in his side. Reaching down, he gently brushed his hand across his wound and lifted it up to his face. If there was one thing he could say for certain, it was that he was bleeding a lot. Feeling the book still attached to his back, Izuku wasted no time. Giving his surroundings one more glance to confirm he wasn't being followed, he flew back to the Hyodos. His mission was a success. Izuku stumbled into the bathroom, trying hard to not let any blood drip onto the floor from the various cuts and wounds on his body. He was thankful most of the wounds had already scabbed over, limiting the amount of blood that would drip from his body to the floor. However, the large slash was a whole different problem. It had already stopped bleeding thankfully. He'd hidden his costume and the book in his suitcase, but seeing him covered in various cuts would not be a good look no matter who asked. Too many questions would be asked, questions that he would not have the answers for. First aid class had told him that to treat a slash wound you'd first need to wash the wound. But the tap would be too noisy, so he opted to skip that step. If he got infected, well, cross that bridge when he gets to it. Opening the mirror cabinet, he reached for the petroleum jelly and bandages. He hissed in pain as the jelly made contact with the torn skin. Gritting his teeth and taking in a deep breath, he rubbed the jelly all over his side. Once that was done, he grabbed the bandages and wrapped them all over his chest, being careful to position them so when he wore clothes they would not be visible. Before leaving the bathroom, Izuku wiped down everywhere that had even the tiniest amount of blood. Once he was sure that was completed, he looked around. It was as spotless as when he first entered. Doing a quick double check, he nodded softly to himself before quietly retreating back into the guest room. He made his way to the closet and unlocked his suitcase before pulling out the book and opening it up to a random page, prepared to learn as much as he could about this world and how it worked. Even though his heart still continued to thump in his chest, he could have sworn that his heart stopped. What the heck is this? Izuku thought with his brow furrowed, flipping through the pages rapidly. The book's text was a mixture of symbols of English and random text, mixed in with some kind of language Izuku didn't understand. No. Izuku muttered in a panic as he flipped through the book at speeds he'd never done before. His brain soaked up all the information his eyes could process, and he couldn't understand anything useful. When he first looked at the book, he was so focused on the heading that he completely ignored everything else, including what language the text was written in. Slamming the book shut, Izuku closed his eyes and breathed in and out shakily. It's fine, he mentally told himself. It's fine, I can work with this. He went to stand up, but when he got halfway to his feet, he couldn't hold it anymore. Izuku yelled in frustration before throwing the book against the wall. It fell to the ground with a heavy thud. He panted, trying to rein in his anger, but that wasn't going to work. He'd been trapped in the Devil's Land, had to sneak into a castle to get this book, and had to escape a pack of devils that were probably as powerful as Shigaraki was. And now the devils probably thought he was capable of entering their land on demand, which would increase their aggression towards him. This was all for nothing. He quickly froze when he realized how much noise he had just made. He grabbed the book and slipped under the covers on the spare room bed, waiting for someone to come in and wonder what that noise was. After what felt like eternity, Izuku realized that everyone must still be asleep. He waited a few minutes longer before sliding out of bed. Opening up the book again, Izuku bit the bottom of his lip in thought. It wasn't the end of the world. Every book could be deciphered. No language existed that couldn't be translated. He had no clue what the symbols were, but it used repeating characters. If he could translate and match what symbol corresponds with the alphabet, he could potentially decode the whole book, given enough time. He wouldn't get the information now, but he would in due time. But for now, all he could do was read the headings and try to find if necromancy was in the book. Flicking through the first couple of pages, Izuku located the glossary and quickly looked through it. The headings were in English, the instructions and information weren't. Small victories, he guessed. Notable devil families, not what he's looking for. Sacred gears, the 15 Longinus. He recalled the first devil encounter he had. The crazy lady said how divine dividing was part of the 15 Longinus sacred gears. Izuku made a small mental note to add that page to the pages that needed to be decoded as soon as possible. Soul magic. Without any hesitation, Izuku flipped over to that particular section of the large book. Out of everything he's seen so far, that was the closest thing to bringing back the dead. Reading each subheading, he searched and searched for the spell, his hope draining with each page he went by. Until he found it. Izuku stared at the subheading with a focused gaze. His grip tightened on the book as he breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't for nothing. Necromancy. Takara Rin downed her cup of lukewarm coffee, grimacing as the bitter liquid touched her tongue. She'd been working for nearly 18 hours now, and she was starting to get sick of it. Her shift was almost over, thankfully. She hoped to sail through the final few hours with nothing major taking place. Sadly, luck was not on her side as another officer walked into her office. Evening, Rin, Yuta Enzo greeted with energy she didn't know how he produced. Lucky bastard got to start 3 hours ago, so he wasn't tired at all. Or would it be morning? What do you want, Enzo? Takara sighed, wishing it was nothing serious and just a checkup. Everyone knew she hated doing these longer shifts and would often pop in to give her a refill on coffee or just to make sure she hadn't fallen asleep. We found a man wandering the streets earlier with a broken hand. Running a scan of the ID and mugshot, we found him connected to multiple muggings and assaults, Yuta informed her. So I was just wondering. Let me guess, you want me to perform the interrogation. Takara finished with a tired frown on her face. Please, you know I suck at interrogations, and I thought you might be free since you've slowed down on looking for that Yamada Taro who escaped from the hospital, Yuta begged. Takara grimaced when her colleague mentioned the boy. She'd put police officers on the streets immediately to look out for the boy, but day after day, they came back with nothing. As much as Takara didn't want to admit it, the boy had probably left Kuoh and went to who knows where. It still baffled her how he managed to climb down from the 5th floor of the Kuoh hospital after being in a week-long coma, but as the days went by, it seemed her questions would forever remain unanswered. Closing her eyes softly, she chugged down the rest of her coffee before standing up. Okay, let's go. She walked out of her office and down the hallway to the interrogation room. She entered to find a man sitting at a table with his hand bandaged. My name is Takara Rin, she introduced herself to the criminal. I just wanted to ask a few questions. I ain't done nothing wrong, the man proclaimed immediately. Well, we have multiple people who would beg to disagree with you, but we can get to that later, she said, taking a seat. Her eyes drifted down to the man's hands and curiosity got the better of her. Who broke your hand? She asked. Some brat with green hair. Takara froze, her body tensing up at the mention of the escaped hospital patient. This boy, did he also have green eyes and freckles? She asked. If the criminal in front of her confirmed it, that would be all the evidence she needed. How the hell did you know that? Takara stood up suddenly, her chair flipping over with the force. She swiftly turned around and left the interrogation room, the guy inside sputtering. As she tore down the hallway, her colleague came barreling out of the door just behind her and tried to ask her questions on why she was leaving the interrogation so quickly, but she wasn't hearing any of it. Only one thought was being processed in her mind. The boy was still in Kuoh. Rias made her way down the castle hallways into the dining room for breakfast. Her sleep hadn't been the best. A dream where Izuku was revealed to be the vigilante and attacked her. Even if she had no proof, she desperately wanted to imagine her friend wasn't the vigilante, but she needed to look into him more before coming to that conclusion. As she entered the dining room, her body locked up when both her brother and sister-in-law were waiting for her expectantly. She instinctively gulped at the mere sight. Sears was normally gone around now, and Graphia wouldn't be too far behind him. Maybe it was just nothing. Maybe the two were taking the day off and she just so happened to catch them at the same time. Maybe they had good news for her. Like they had captured the vigilante. Rias, we need to talk, Sears said, his voice serious and stern. Shit, is something wrong, brother? Rias asked hesitantly. Sears looked at his sister before just coming out with it. The vigilante entered the underworld last night. Rias paused, her mind running over what her brother had just said. Waha, he couldn't have, right? She lost her train of thought for a few moments before just blurting out. How? Another peerage tried to confront the vigilante. Safe to say he beat all of them. As the leader tried to escape, the vigilante tackled him through the man's magic circle, and the rest was history. Rias explained what he'd heard from the king of the peerage when he'd woken up. That, Rias trailed off, not believing that was how the fugitive made his way into their domain. Through pure bad luck. What happened then? While he was here, did you not wake up last night? The vigilante pulled a move that caused the entire city to shake. Beelzebub contacted me, saying he felt it all the way from his city. I thought that was just a minor earthquake. Rias admitted, only now realizing how stupid that must have sounded. She'd been spreading too much time in Japan. The underworld didn't have earthquakes. Well, a few devils found him and a chase occurred. Grafia and Milikas were out walking and found themselves in the middle of a fight, or rather the devils attacking and the vigilante trying to evade, Rias explained, recounting what his wife had told him. Looking around, Rias only now noticed Milikas wasn't with them. Panic flooded her entire body as her mind could only picture the worst-case scenario. Milikas is okay, right? She all but yelled, her voice cracking with panic and hope. Where is he? Milikas is fine. He's still sleeping, no doubt tuckered out from what happened. Grafia put her fears to rest. She took a deep breath before telling her side of the story. I got separated from Milikas in the ongoing chaos. A rogue blast from one of the devils made contact with the corner of a skyscraper, which caused a large chunk of concrete to fall to where Milikas and some others were standing. I was getting ready to reduce the concrete to dust, but the vigilante beat me to it. He got Milikas and 12 others out of the way before the concrete landed. What was even stranger was the fact that he was halfway across the city, then appeared by Milikas at speeds not even the most talented knights could dream of reaching. If Rias wasn't stunned, she most certainly was now. To make it worse, Grafia noticed and decided to add another thing for her mind to process. Then I saw a rogue attack about to hit me. I was about to move, but he sensed it first and pushed us out of the way and put himself into the attack. Rias, brows furrowed in confusion. That didn't sound like the vigilante's Mo. He was brutal and efficient in his methods. So to hear him saving her nephew along with other civilians, her mind began to wander. And after that, I summoned a portal to return him to Kuoh. You let him go. Rias cried out in anger at Grafia. The boy saved Milikas, and shielded us from an attack. Besides, the longer he stayed in the underworld, the more chaos he would cause, so I believed it would be best to get him out before anything worse could happen. And that's not all. We were robbed last night. Most likely by the vigilante, Rias informed her. What? Rias shouted in anger, her anger now morphing into fury. She knew the stuff stolen most likely belonged to her parents, but it was still theft to her family. A direct attack on them. Why didn't you take it back? The boy had it wrapped up in some kind of web that was attached to his back. I wasn't aware of what it contained until I got back and discovered the theft, Grafia explained her reasoning. What did he steal? Treasure, weapons, ancient artifacts. Rias kept listing off valuable items, but stopped when her brother held up his hand to silence her. A grimoire. Rias froze in place, unsure if she heard her brother correctly. What? She whispered in pure confusion, her anger taking a backseat to the new emotion flooding through her mind. Out of everything, he just grabbed a grimoire. Nothing else. Their treasury was filled with powerful and priceless artifacts. Artifacts that would no doubt help the boy with his vendetta against the devils. Yet he ignored them all. Not just a regular grimoire. One that contains knowledge no one should be allowed to view. Ancient knowledge, forbidden spells, and different types of information that have been outlawed for centuries. They were locked away due to the danger they could inflict on Devilkind. Rias went silent for a moment before breathing out a nervous breath. Satan only knows what will happen if he attempts any blood rituals, or worse, the necromancy ritual. His eyes looked down, briefly flashing a glimpse of hope. Luckily, the grimoire is encrypted in both English and the language of our ancestors. How long until he cracks it remains to be seen. Rias wouldn't admit it, but she shuddered in thought of what the vigilante could do. She'd only heard the basics from her parents and her brother, but forbidden magic was something that should never be touched. And now a book containing nearly every type of forbidden magic had just landed in the enemy's hands. We need to find him now. It's bad enough he has the grimoire, but he's a bigger threat when we combine that with his sacred gears. What if they aren't sacred gears? Graphia chimed in. I've been doing some thinking. A sacred gear is bound to a soul. Unless he had multiple souls, he can't possibly contain his multiple sacred gears. Chronos' clock couldn't have altered that rule. It's not something that's part of its ability. Rias and Searsex looked at one another before the youngest in the room frowned. So magic. That's not possible. I've never heard of any type of magic that can perform everything he's capable of. I'm not talking about magic either. Graphia once again calmly cut her sister-in-law off. When I encountered him, I felt no magic residue within his body. What if it's something new? Something we haven't seen before? It would explain why I've never seen any sacred gear that can perform the feats the boy does, Searsex mumbled softly to himself before shaking his head. There's something else that doesn't make sense either. The boy is described as a vicious threat who shows no remorse. Someone who swore to destroy every devil he came across. Yet when infiltrating our home, he merely renders a guard unconscious with no lasting wounds, doesn't try to fight the devils he encounters, and saves Milikas along with multiple others even though he had no incentive to in the middle of a chase. Searsex rested his chin on his palms, his brow furrowed and his face pensive. And of all the things to steal, he takes a book containing information and ignores all the weapons and treasure he could have taken without difficulty. He exhaled and gently shook his head. This might be a stretch, but what if the boy isn't the villain he's been made out to be? What if there's something else going on that we don't know about? Rias pursed her lips and looked down at her feet, unsure what to feel. She'd been told that the vigilante was a threat and a dangerous human. Her brother was the one to put out the bounty, so for him to start questioning that made her unsure as well. Was her brother right? Was the vigilante misunderstood? He saved her nephew after all, so he must have a heart somewhere. Was there something else going on that they didn't know about? Some hidden variable they aren't taking into account? If she wanted answers, then she needed to find the vigilante fast and get some answers before any other devil tried to. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and please hype this video. Now we will see you in the next video.